On September 30th, 2023, Ark Survival Evolved official servers shut down. It was a sad day for many of us. Ark had been my home for 5+ years. I spent over 6,000 hours doing pretty much everything. I was there when Scorched Earth launched. I was there when Genesis 2 launched. No other game even came close to the amount of time I invested in it. But even after 6,000 hours, that's almost a year of my life, there was still one thing I had not done: tame every creature. So, in the final days of official Ark Evolved, I challenged myself to do it all in 100 days, on an official server before it shut down. 150 creatures, 100 hours. This is that story. And I didn't just stitch these together either. My videos are notoriously loud with music. So I went back and I adjusted the audio to make it much easier to listen to. Here is 6 hours of some good old nostalgia. There are 150 tameable creatures in Ark, and I am going to try to tame them all in 100 days. I'm going to try to do this on an official server. What? That's right, official servers where crashes and rollbacks are part of the challenge. Wait, no, please don't crash. Yep, there it is. Not to mention the extremely long taming times. Dude, 5 hours to tame this thing with berries? Yep, we're gonna need to get some kibble. I'll be attempting to tame all 150 creatures listed in the Dodo Dex. That means I have to tame all 4 Titans. It also means I have to defeat not 1, not 2, but 7 bosses, including the almighty Fenris Sulfur, in order to obtain Fenrir via a cryopod. Because this is an official server, we gotta set some rules. Because if you didn't know, it takes 100 hours in real life just to raise a wyvern. So, rule number 1, 1 hour does equal 1 in-game day. So it will be 100 hours of gameplay, but the timer only counts when I am logged in. So I can use my logged off time to raise these ridiculously long breeding and raising times of dinos on official one-time servers to make this even possible. However, that means for things like the Reaper, I will have to have it inside of me for the full 12-hour, 12-day period. Let's hope I don't lose it. Wait, where's my Reaper? No. Rule number 2. As mentioned, I must tame the 150 creatures listed in the Dodo Dex as tameable, which means I don't have to tame individual variations such as the Aberrant or R variants. Just one of each variation works. For example, I have to get a Crystal Wyvern and a regular Wyvern, but I do not need the Ice, Fire, Poison, for example. I also must keep these dinos all until the very end, so if I lose one for any reason, my fault or the servers, I must retame it. This applies to all except, of course, the Titans, who only last 24 hours. Rule number 3, this is a solo challenge, meaning no help from any other survivors. I can, however, use traps and structures already built in the world by other tribes if they are unlocked. And of course, I have access to all the maps in the cluster. This is being played on the Xbox official crossplay North America PvE cluster. Day 1.
Whoa.
Ooh, yeah, it's dark. Let's gamma up. I started out on the island thinking it would be beneficial to do an explorer note run. I knew I was going to need a chemistry bench and eventually an egg incubator to make the grind much less brutal. So I might as well start working towards that with everyone's favorite method to gain quick experience. But before I even did that, or literally anything else, I immediately started feeling the pressures of the race against the clock. I've got a lot to tame and not a lot of time. So I decided to tame the easiest thing in the game, and if you ask me, the most useless and annoying tame. Bruh, we get it. You're a bird. Be quiet. I began gathering up the basic resources needed to start crafting, and I got some berries for the dodo. Once it was tamed up, I actually felt accomplished. Not even 5 minutes in, and we're already checking things off the list. But I quickly realized this was foolish, because if I were going to complete this challenge, I needed to keep this dodo all the way until the end. And without a cryopod, there was a 0.0% chance that this would survive. So I abandoned my new pet and I left him to fend for himself as I plunged into the depths. I let myself perish so that I could come back in another location. Once alive, I began making my way towards the start of the XP run. But not even reaching the first Explorer node, I was reminded of one of the many challenges of official servers on PvE. This map is absolutely littered with buildings. It is basically impossible to do a note run without a flyer. Unfortunately, this is the only island server on this cluster, and so doing a note run was actually gonna be more of a negative than a positive. I decided I mostly just needed to unlock the early trank stuff, and I'd be fine. So I said screw it with this, and I moved on. So as I was deciding where to make my home base, there was really only one option. It's Genesis 2. I spent the next half day making my way to the obelisk so that I could transfer to the Promised Land. Well, hello there. As I blasted off in my super overpowered spacesuit, I floated around looking for a good base location. I took some time to admire the really cool builds. While sometimes the overpopulated arcs can be really annoying, it can also provide a good sense of community. These dedicated folk grinded hard for their stuff, and I just like to show some appreciation. As I was searching for a base, I noticed Mutagel was out in space. I knew I was going to need a Strider ASAP to help get a base built up, so I went ahead and flew out to space to farm a bit of gel. I needed a bunch of missions, but it's always nice to just have it on hand. So just a few power punches to the rocks, all you need, and I got my gel. I continued to search for my base spot, but I ran into something very peculiar. A spot on the map that was just broken. Weird. I finally settled on a nice elevated area right near the entrance to space. I quickly farmed up a few basic resources to make myself a foundation and bed, and I called it a day. Day 2. I woke up to my pet dog licking my face. Wait a minute, no, that's not a dog, that's a raptor, and it's not licking my face, it's trying to eat me. I was reminded how important walls are. I think I'll make that a priority for today. Fortunately, it didn't destroy my bed, so I spawned back in and I power punched it to hell. Even though my day was just starting, this arc's nightfall was upon us. I took a few minutes to enjoy the sunset and relax, as I knew I had a long, difficult journey ahead. When night fell, I decided to put the focus back on getting a Strider. But in order to do that, I would need missions. I made my way to a terminal and began with my favorite mission, Circuit Chase. It quickly knocked out Gamma and Beta as a refresher, even hitting the leaderboard for Beta. I jumped right into the alpha version of it, and here we go.
Mind those security screens. Really making you jump through hoops, huh? More of an obstacle course than a race, isn't it? Not much time left. Can't be too much further. First place. Good on ya.
I continued with some other race missions as they are by far the easiest and quickest to complete. I did the slide and glide.
So do we get a victory lap?
Starwing strike as well.
First place. Good on ya.
Knocked out Gamma, Beta, and Alpha of those missions, and once I got done with that, I had 9 missions under my belt, well underway to taming a Strider. But I was still going to need to find a pretty low-level Strider, which was going to be difficult. Either way, I decided to put the missions on hold for now. As I was strategizing, I realized how much time it was going to take to birth a Reaper. 12 of my 100 days just to birth this thing, then it has to raise. So yeah, I better get on this one. I decided to shift priority and make my way to Rockwell's Den to see if I could get the Reaper pregnancy started. On many PvE servers, you will find a generously unlocked Reaper trap made for easy impregnating. Sadly, the one on this server was locked. But not a big issue because I didn't even have anything to damage it with, which meant there was only one option. I made sure to load up on the sleeping bags and I headed into the heart. It didn't take long to find the Reaper. I led that queen into the pit of acid below and I watched as her health dropped. After many deaths. You see, this is why you bring extra sleeping bags. I finally got her to be, well, ready. Fortunately, you get to keep the baby even after death. So, I allowed myself to die so that I could make a quick return to my base. And there we have it. Now, we just gotta wait 12 days. The in-world buff was active, so it was only showing 8 hours, but that will expire before I have time to birth it. This bad boy was definitely going to be inside me for the full 12 days. And the day was just coming to an end just as I made it back to base. I began the day farming up some basic resources to start building up my base. I knew I needed a forge to begin some metal production, so I crafted up a forge as well as some storage. I saw a Lystrosaurus near my base and I decided to go and get my first actual tame. They are passive and I can just use berries as I farm stuff nearby. I went out to space to gather some metal and started cooking it up. I continued crafting some of the basics so I could get my taming equipment made up. I farmed some meat, split it up, and let it spoil. I also got myself some narco berries going. Mortal and pestle was put down, and once I got my crossbow made up with some arrows and narcotics, I felt ready to start taming some things. But first I had to deal with this stupid Diplo who got caught in my fire. Bro, really? What are you doing? After wasting a bunch of arrows on it, it finally broke free and I decided to not waste any more time. It's just a Diplo, I decided to let it be. Maybe I'll come tame it later. But I knew exactly what I needed to tame first. Even though I have this amazing tech suit, I still needed an even better way to get around. So I was off to taming the king of travel, a Maywing. I decided to forget about the Lystrosaurus. These taming rates are brutal, and this thing was way too high of a level. I decided I would wait until I could be taming multiple things at once. I flew over to the area where there are plenty of Maywings. I found a cool looking one and I knocked it out. It landed in a very awkward spot, but as long as it didn't fall down to the water, I was happy. Off I went to farm up some mutton so I could tame this bad boy up. Once I got it tamed, I named it May. Perfect name, I know.
A genetically engineered field.
I then wanted to take advantage of the Circuit Chase World buff, which gives amazing loot. I decided to farm up some loot, hoping to find some good stuff I could use early on. The number one priority, of course, was a good long neck rifle. Red drops do have them, so I was hopeful. After the first drop, I also ran into a group of dodos. I figured I'd take the 2 minutes to tame one up just to get it out of the way once again. Just as I finished taming, I made my way to the second drop, and just like that, the overpowered drops in Gen 2 were already blessing me with some good. I got a chemistry bench. This was huge. I'm going to need to mass produce narcotics like it's my job, so having this before I'm even close to unlocking it as an engram was massive. I grabbed a couple more drops, but nothing else super notable. When I got back to my base, the Diplo was still nearby, and although it wasn't going to do any harm, it was a reminder that my stuff is just out in the open, and I could have another raptor attack at any moment. So I decided to get at least some stone foundations and stone walls put up to give me some protection. And just as I finished all that up, the day had come to an end. After crafting just a small amount of stone stuff, I realized how desperately I needed a strider. Farming on 1x rates takes so long, and it would make my challenge tremendously easier. And even regular dinos just don't compare because you have to farm everything individually. Whereas with the strider, I can farm everything all at once. But I needed a few more missions before I could even tame a low level. So I continued on with some more easy race missions. I knocked out the slipstream sweep, another super easy mission. This one, I only did Gamma and Beta because I now had enough missions completed to tame a level 20 Strider. Now, I just needed to find one. There was one conveniently located right next to the mission terminal, and even though it wasn't the resource harvesting type, I decided I wanted to tame it anyways. It would ease my mind a bit, allowing me to check something off the list. Also, just in case I couldn't find another one, I would at least have this tame checked off. So I went back to my base and grabbed the mutagel. But when I got back and tried to initiate the taming process, it just didn't work. This strider was bugged. Yep, that's the way it goes sometimes in Ark. But honestly, this is probably for the best. I 100% still needed a resource strider. So in reality, this one would have been useless and a waste of time. So I just headed back to base and I did a quick metal run on my way. I decided I needed to continue to build up some structures so that I could get my tranquilizer production up and running. As I was looking up the resources I needed to get, I was delightfully reminded of the Hexagon store. When starting on Gen, I completely forgot that I would have this at my disposal. This was huge, and after completing those 11 missions, I had a nice buildup of starter hexagons. So I made some purchases and I got some resources crafted. I crafted up one fabricator to put in my newly installed stone base. I also got my generator built up and installed so that I could also put in my chemistry bench that I so luckily found in a drop. Now I could really amp up my narcotics production. Since I didn't have a way to quickly farm berries, I went ahead and made some more purchases. The amount I needed overall was definitely going to require me to get a better method because large quantities can get expensive in the Hexagon store. But I bought just enough to get started and I crafted up a good amount of narcotics. I had about a quarter of the day left, and as the loot crate buff was coming near its end, I decided to spend the rest of the day farming up some drops. I still needed a bunch of things, and this early on, everything is gonna be valuable to me, as long as I can get a grinder built up. So from loot drop to loot drop with Maymay, I got a few ascendant items, and as always, I may have use for them later on. But the Ark gods blessed me once again with a much needed late game structure. I got a cooking pot! Woohoo! This is not only unlocked at a higher level, but it's kind of expensive to craft, so finding one was a big win. I saved all the rest of the junk in case I needed it later or so I can grind it in the future. After being satisfied with my cooking pot, I decided to make my way back to base as the day was coming to an end. When I got back, I found a level 50 strider with a drill face that was right next to my base. This was perfect because traveling the map without a skiff is an extremely painstaking process, so the fact that it was near my base was perfect. But I still needed 6 missions to tame him. I knew going forward I would try to knock these out as quick as possible so I could get the strider before it despawns. After getting a cooking pot and a loot drop, I knew I needed to get it set up ASAP so that I could start my kibble production. I crafted up some pipes to build an irrigation network, but after a few minutes of being reminded how tedious this process is, I decided to abandon the pipes. Instead, I just crafted up some water tanks. It rains a lot on Genesis 2, and I shouldn't need to worry too much about running out of water. Besides, I can always manually fill it up if I absolutely need to. After getting my cooking station set up, I took Maymay out for some loot farming. More loot farming. I was still looking for the #1 priority of a long neck rifle. But there were also still a lot of things that I could use. Hopefully more structures, saddles, and a better shotgun, and so on. And even though I didn't have a grinder yet, I knew eventually I'd be able to grind up all the junk and use it to save myself some time farming resources. But I kept seeing striders all over the map, and it made me want to jump back into missions so that I could tame one for myself. So I completed the alpha version of the Slipstream Sweep. Another incredibly easy mission. But because I hit almost every wall, I barely passed it. And thank God too, because I did not want to have to repeat it. I had trouble planning out my next move. I wanted to continue the missions, but a new in-game day was started, which meant different color loot drops. I knew red drops are one of the colors that gives long necks, so I made my way back out to do more loot farming. It never ends. I headed over to Rockwell's side as I had trouble finding any on the Eden side, but after about a half a day of farming, I really didn't get anything useful. Some stuff I can grind, but nothing really worth using except for a bunch of fertilizer. Since I don't have a dung beetle yet, this was actually a really nice get. I was disappointed with the rest of the loot and I was getting annoyed. I had to double check to make sure the buff was on because the loot was just really bad. I was just having bad luck. So I decided not to waste any more time and head back to base. Now that I have fertilizer, I could get my crops started. So I crafted up some crop lots and I put them down, filled them up, and just as I was getting my green thumb on, I had an unfriendly visitor. A nice, low-level raptor. So, instead of killing this one, I grabbed my crossbow and started tranking. Only takes a couple of shots before he runs away, and one more arrow to down him. I didn't have any meat to tame him, so I slaughtered the nearest dino. Sorry, Mr. Pig. And put some raw meat on him. Taming with meat is extremely slow, even with a low-level raptor. I could have easily flew over and found myself some mutton, but the torpor drain is slow enough, and it was mostly safe near my base, so I just decided to let it slowly tame. While I waited, I continued my search for easy tames near my base I could check off the list. I found another reasonably low-level RG, a nice slow torpor drain dino I could just put meat on and let it sit once I knocked it out, just like the raptor. Of course, with my primitive crossbow, it still took a few shots to get it down. But once he started flying away, I made my attack. After a number of hits that didn't count, because, well, that's Ark, eventually I knocked him out and he dropped. I went back to check my raptor and fed it some narcotics just in case, and as I was going to put some meat on my RG, I got absolutely wrecked by some stupid hyenodon. Normally in this scenario, I would be extremely annoyed because they took a good bite out of my RG. But since I don't care about its level, and since they didn't kill me, well, I really didn't care. Still, I wanted to make sure to get rid of the hyena so that they didn't eat my RG. So, I bullied them around a little bit, and I led them off a cliff. Bye! I went back to craft some potions to get my health back up. And by that time, my raptor was just about complete. I cryoed him up and headed back out to continue taming anything I could near my base. I came across a level 50 mammoth. That I knew would be super easy to tame. The only thing is they take a very, very long time without kibble. We're talking about an hour and a half in real life. And I hadn't started my kibble farm yet, so this was gonna be a burner. But I said screw it. It's another one I can let sit and go off and do other things. I will only have to check on it after 1 full hour before it even wakes up. Once I got it down, I was on a roll. I continued to hunt down anything nearby that was low level. I tried to knock out a pig, but it was just too high of a level. And annoyingly, it was avoiding my shots like some kind of ninja. Oh, that's it right there. What? So I just let it run away. Yet another reminder of how much I needed better taming weapons if I am not going to be using traps to tame. So I set my sights on an easy low-level Anki and knocked him out. Now I had 3 dinos knocked out and food in their inventory. As long as nothing kills them, I'll have 3 more to check off my list soon. But I didn't stop there. There was still a ton of dinos near my base that I could go after. So I found a low-level stego and hunted him down. I had been getting all kinds of taming prods in drops. I figured I'd give them a try since my primitive crossbow is so weak and I've never really used them. Could an ascendant level prod really be worse than a primitive crossbow? And the answer was yes. Oh my god, that did like nothing. Yes, it was. They are absolutely trash, worthless items, only good for grinding, because they always break after 1 use. It barely does anything but piss off the dino. And now, because they have no range, you're standing right in front of a mad dinosaur. Dumb. So I switched back to my basic crossbow and took down the mighty Stegosaurus. Now that I had 4 dinos down, I took a little time to manage them all. I checked their food and I checked their torpor. Since all were good and easy enough, I decided to add a 5th. There was a Triceratops near my tame fest, so I added him to the bunch. Once he was down, I figured that would be enough for now. I was already getting anxious with having to manage this many downed tames. So I went and grabbed a nearby drop, farmed up some metal, and organized my base a bit. I continued to run around checking each dino and making sure nothing dangerous was spawning by. As the day went on, I just stuck nearby all my tames and just continued to harvest resources that I could later use for crafting. I found a low-level Lystrosaurus to tame, and since it's a passive tame, I went ahead and started taming it.
Welcome to the Hexagon
All I needed
Exchange.
was to buy some rare flowers from the Hex store and feed it. But even the low level was going to take some time, because again, 1x rates are ridiculous. I figure I might as well stick with this one since I abandoned the last one, and I really had nothing better to do as I managed my 5 other downed tames. Eventually, I got the Lystrosaurus tamed up, and it was the first of the 6. Right away after, the Anki finished up, and I went off to grab him as well. I had some time left before the others were done, so I went back and grabbed a couple of drops. And I am happy I did, because I got myself, not great, but much better than primitive shotgun, as well as a Mastercraft tech rifle, which I couldn't use, sadly. But one day, I went back to my taming frenzy and grabbed the others that were finished. The mammoth still had quite a bit of time left on him, and the RG was almost done, but safe to finish on his own. So I logged out so that I didn't have to waste too much time staring at my mammoth slowly taming up. When I logged back in, the RG was all finished, so I went off and cryoed him up. But the mammoth still had a good amount of time left on him. I figured this would be a good opportunity to finish my base. Things were getting a little tight inside, so I put a roof on my house so I could build more on top. I honestly liked the no roof open design, but I really needed more space. I finally filled my crop plots with fertilizer so I could start getting crops for kibble. I honestly didn't want to have to tame another dino the way that this mammoth was taming. It is brutal. Anyway, there was lots more to tame, so I got back to it. Right near my mammoth was a low-level Doedicurus. It should be another quick and easy tame. Once I got him knocked out and fed, I went off to grab even more drops. At this point, I don't know how many drops I've gotten, but it's honestly just the beginning. Until I get a long neck and maybe a Rex Saddle BP, farming drops is gonna be a daily occurrence. While out and about, my mammoth finished up and I crowed him as soon as I got back. Afterwards, I put my newly acquired stego to work and farmed up some narco berries so I could start mass producing narcotics. I split my meat, and I got myself a ton of spoiled meat, threw it in the chem bench, and I made myself some narcotics. As the day was nearing the end, I checked on my Doedicurus and I fed him some narcotics to keep him sleepy. His progress was slow, but that should be all the narcotics I needed. As I waited patiently for my Doedicurus, I got some other crafting done around my base. Now that I had a usable shotgun, I made some gunpowder and started crafting shotgun ammo. My Doedicurus was all finished up and I cryoed him up. My in-game day was just getting started, but I was getting sleepy in real life and I decided to log off. When I logged back in, the world buff had finally ended and my Reaper time shot back up to 4 hours. I was using the timer to keep track of my days, so when it jumped to 4, I kind of lost track. So I just decided to start day 8 here, now that it was at an even 4 hours. And honestly, I probably only added about 15 minutes of real time, but who really cares? I started the day with another loot farming session. Purple drops don't necessarily have the 2 most important things that I was looking for, but again, it was still early enough. There was plenty of structures and saddles and armor and things that I could use. I figured I'd dedicate a good half day to farming, or at least make my way around the whole map once. First few drops some decent stuff, a transmitter again I couldn't use, but it would give me good resources, and a forge. This was actually another really nice grab. It's exactly why I continue to loot farm. But it was only 3 or 4 drops in when I discovered something that absolutely blew my mind. Oh, oh my God. What? What? I have been searching for one of these for so long. Oh my God. Yeah, so let me explain. This is a near max level tech bow. the most OP weapon in the game for taming. It can trank anything in seconds with its high torpor damage and insane fire rate. But the anger you sense in my voice is because I needed to be a level 116 to use it, and I was not. Getting to level 116 would be an entire grind in itself. In other words, it was not happening in this 100 days, which means I would not be able to use this thing on any of my 150 tames. And what makes this so heartbreaking is I spent so many hours looking for this with my previous character on this cluster. If you think I've farmed a lot of loot drops with this character, I've farmed about 100 times with my last character, and I never found this gem, at least not with this high of damage. This is just yet another reminder that Ark is a living, breathing game that knows what you are doing and when you are doing it, and it will intentionally give you everything you ever dreamed of, only when you cannot use it. Constantly dangling that golden carrot in front of your face eternally, because that is how Ark rolls. This was going to be a tough one to get off my mind. The only hope is holding on to this until one day I'd be big and strong enough to use it. Okay, let's try to move on from here and get back to the good vibes. After a few more drops, I was still so consumed by the thought of that tech bow. I honestly didn't want to keep farming loot because I was afraid I was going to get another high level one because, well, this is Ark. So I took a break to get back to what's really important, taming. I went to my favorite otter spot and I found a nice low level otter I could tame up. I hunted down some fishies, slaughtered them, and dragged their dead corpse to my new otter friend. After a few delicious feedings, we became buddies and he hopped up on my shoulder. At this point, my ADD is in full effect and I cannot focus on one single task. I keep bouncing around from one thing to the other as I had so much to do still, since I was right near a mission terminal, and once again seeing all the striders nearby, I decided to pop back into some missions. Also, it wouldn't hurt to get my hands on some more hexagons, so I jumped into the Beta Star Dolphin. This is another one of my favorite missions, and in my opinion, it's really fun. Once you get used to it, that is. Even the alpha version is pretty simple to solo. I eventually did that one too, so I'll explain my run through when I get there. For now, all you need to know is I blasted my way past some drones and turrets, saved the giant space whale, and destroyed the monstrosity at the end to collect my hexagons, as well as get one mission closer to taming my strider. Afterwards, I spent a little time dilly-dallying around my base. With no real plan in place, I just couldn't decide what to do next. But there was the strider right next to my base, and I only needed 4 more missions to tame it. So once again, guided by the nearest shiny object, I went back to doing more missions. I figured I would knock out some more of the race missions because they are very easy and quick to do. So I jumped into the downriver run canoe mission. And oh my god, this mission is so boring. It takes so long, and the Gamma version is no challenge at all. It's been so long since I ran this thing and I completely forgot why I've only done this mission one time ever. Because it sucks. So I finished that mission up and I moved on.
Good on ya.
I thought, hey, I'll do this one more time just to get closer to the strider. But instead of doing beta, which I could potentially fail, I mean, how bad would it have been to have done this whole thing and not even pass it? So I hopped into the team downriver run on Gamma instead. Pretty smart, right? Nope. Turns out this one is even longer. I forgot about that too. I almost quit this as soon as I saw the amount of time it gives you to complete it. But I wanted that strider so bad. And I knew it was only a matter of time before that one near my base despawned. So I sucked it up and I got to it. After 6 hours, I finally beat the mission. Thank God that's over. Never do that again, right? Or will I? Now that the torture was over, I started up the Bulldog Fetch mission. You have to start it during nightfall, and so I activated and then went back to my base to gather up the trank items you need for the mission. I had quite a bit to craft up, so it took a little bit of time. Mostly the mission is easy. It does take a little time to complete though, so I wanted to make sure I had enough resources so I didn't have to fly back to my base over and over. Once I got to the start of the mission, I started following the tracks. I got to the first area with all the bulldogs. So all you need to do is trank these little dudes up and then net them.
Get
You have some
ready for
very
a fight.
aggressive baddies trying to eat them, but in Gamma they are pretty squishy, so my shotgun should be plenty. But as soon as I started tranking one, I realized how long this was going to take with my crappy apprentice crossbow. This mission, unfortunately, depends on your own equipment's level, and my crossbow was just not going to get this done. So I quit the mission and I cut my losses before I wasted any more time. I was starting to run out of quick missions I could do. Everything was going to take time or prep at this point, but I was so close to being able to get that Strider right near my base. So I decided to hop back into Star Dolphin. I know I can do this mission in 12 minutes, which is less time than it took me to prep for that last mission that I ended up quitting anyways.
Ready? Here we go.
He's going down, but he's not taking us with him.
On my way back, some mean dinos were trying to destroy my Strider. No, y'all, leave him alone. He didn't do anything to you. I headed back to base and did a little bit of farming, but the call of the Strider was just too strong, so I set my sights on the next mission. I was going to go do Survive the Ark. I did a little bit of prep work, not enough as you'll see in a moment, and I headed to the nearest terminal. I started the mission and all things were going smoothly. First round, nice and easy. Second round, passed that with ease as well. But when I got into the third round, things did not go as planned. For one, I was wearing my basic armor, so that was my first mistake. This tech suit is really nice, but it offers virtually no protection. I should have brought better armor into the mission, because when you do this on official, there is a lot of lag, and it is very easy to lag out and get either caught in a dino or unable to escape. And that is exactly what happened to me in round 3. Thank you, official servers. Well, that was disappointing. This day was almost over and I feel like I literally got no progress at all. But I still needed that Strider so desperately. So I took a deep breath, swallowed my pride, and I went back to my base to get some good armor so that I could actually pass this Gamma version. No shame in using armor when you don't need it, because this is Ark and you actually might need it. So if I leg out this time, I'll at least be able to tank some hits before I get myself free. I got right back to where I failed last time and I continued on. Wave after wave, I just absolutely erasing everything with the tech bow. The Shadowmanes help make quick work of the enemies, but honestly they aren't needed in Gamma, except maybe when you get a little bit sleepy. They provided me good protection when I got knocked out, because my fortitude wasn't that high. I made it through to the final enemy, the Dodo Rex.
Squat his way. I'll help you break lots of new fighting top.
And I collected my rewards. All in all, this took less than half a day, so not too much time wasted. Weirdly, I got a bunch of honey from the mission loot. This would be helpful, except I wasn't quite ready to craft things with it yet. So of course it prompted me to make myself a fridge. It will last a day and a half in the fridge, which might be enough time for me to get some things up ready to craft some kibble. As the Reaper timer was getting lower and lower, I wanted to make sure to max out its levels by getting XP. Even this level 50 Reaper would be useful as long as it maxed it out. And the quickest method to do that when you don't have baby gigas or karks to slaughter is killing Spinos. So I floated down the river with my shotgun to find some of these water-dwelling monsters. I found an Alpha Raptor, killed that first, and then continued my Spino rampage. And in no time at all, I reached the max level of 75 for my baby Reaper, which was going to be born in just 1 hour's time. And on my way back to base, I spotted a really pretty featherlight and I decided to tame it. These things are super quick to tame up and I already had its favorite food on me, a Z-seed. So I fed it a seed and I floated around it until it was hungry again. And just like that, I had another feathery friend joining my squad. Once I eventually got back to base, I crafted up a nice little breeding room for my Reaper. When this thing pops out of me, it's really small and really fast, and you better have it trapped or it's gonna escape. As I waited these last few minutes for the big moment, I decided to head back out and do some taming. After all, the taming 1.5 times buff was still active, and I wanted to try to take advantage. Shortly after, I found a delicious 145 male classic flesh Rex. I got to work on shrinking him with my crossbow. Now, things in the wild don't naturally attack Rexes, but if another dino gets hit, it will defend itself. And that's exactly what this Carno was doing. It was absolutely shredding my poor Rex, who was so focused on me, it couldn't defend itself. I made the quick decision to shoot the Carno and save the Rex. But most of my shots hit the much larger Rex. Also, I have terrible aim, and I was helpless to watch a nice high-level Rex get eaten by a Carno and a Sabertooth. So I moved on. I honestly wanted some tech Rexes anyway, so I wasn't too mad about it. I found a level 90 Yeti not long after. This would be a good starter. I wanted to breed Yetis to get an imprinted one for boss fights, and the Yeti is really one of the worst things to breed. It takes so incredibly long to raise, like it just doesn't make sense. Once again, I was worried about other dinos destroying my tame. This is the downfall of not using a trap. But the Yeti held his own and used his roar to scare off enemies, so I didn't even need to bust out the shotgun. The Yeti was weak and near death, but I was able to knock him out in a relatively safe area. Once he was down, I just had to get out of render distance. Right near my base was a low-level Parasaur. A super easy tame to get, so I went ahead and knocked him out too and fed him some berries. The Yeti was a pretty passive tame, meaning he wouldn't wake up if I left him for a while, so I continued to get to work on checking off tames from my list. Next up, a Snow Owl. I got one to follow me to a nice, secluded area, and I started tranking. These things are really fidgety and can be annoying to hit, but luckily it doesn't take that many arrows. It was a low level, but I wasn't really in need of anything higher, so I knocked him out too. And I just put some regular meat on him as I watched over my 3 tames in my tame tracker. I went ahead and tried to squeeze in one more easy tame before the Reaper was ready. What could go wrong, right? I was on a roll. So I saw this easy Pteranodon and I took my shots. As he dropped into an enemy's fenced-in base, I knew he was in a nice, safe spot. This should be easy. And just as I let my guard down, I was blindsided by a freaking Thyla. Thanks to this giant base, my character lagged out a bit and I couldn't properly jetpack away.
Now what?
My featherlight was on my shoulder at the time, so I was a bit worried. I didn't want to lose his colors. But when I spawned back in, there was a raptor next to my newly tamed parasaur, so I had to deal with him first. I dealt with the raptor and I raced back to my body. When I got there, bless his heart, he was trying to defend my honor and fight that Thyla himself. As soon as I got close enough, I whistled passive and follow, and he came calling. I outsmarted the Thyla and grabbed my stuff back, but the Pteranodon was long dead. I still had a little bit of time left before the Reaper, and I didn't just want to stand around wasting time. So I went back out and found another easy tame. It was a pack of direwolves not far from my Yeti. I found a cool colored one and I started tranking. All his homies were on me as well, but I dealt with them the only way I know how. Once he was down, I let him be. Another tame I can leave and not worry about waking up. My owl was all finished taming, so I went back to grab him. And within just a few minutes to go, I decided to risk it and head over to get some mutton so I could tame up this Yeti. Since I didn't have kibble, I wanted to get the best tame possible. And mutton is almost just as good. But of course, on my way back, I got sucked into the void. Trouble with this glitchy spot on the map. I was legit starting to get worried because my Reaper timer was ticking. No, come on. Are you kidding me, Ark? Come on, this is so stupid. Oh my god. And after a minor panic attack, I was able to get up there and I was on my way. With just 3 minutes to go, I decided to risk it and go get my Yeti. A completely unnecessary risk to take with my Reaper on its way. But I did it anyways. I put the mutton on the Yeti, then went back to base. I couldn't risk waiting for it to feed and then have to cryo it, so I just went back to base to properly birth my Reaper. I bought a bunch of meat from the Hexagon store and loaded up my body. But now he was full of food and I could just let him sit there until he was a bit more mature. I went back to scoop up my Yeti and my direwolf, and I was off to bed. I spent the early part of the day upgrading my base a bit. I had gotten a forge from the drops and I wanted to get that place down so I could increase my metal production. But even more importantly, I knew I was going to need lots of charcoal for bullets, so a forge was a priority. I also put up some more storage. I wasn't quite ready to build vaults, so I just stuck with wooden cabinets. I also had some behemoth gates I had gotten from drops, so I put those down as well. The raptor attacks were getting annoying, and now that I had a Reaper out, I wanted to make sure I had a safe place to raise babies. But I only had a couple, so that project was going to have to be put on hold. I put down the forge and then decided it was finally time to head to another map. I was hesitant to do so with a Reaper inside of me because while you can transfer, the more you do it, the more likely you are to get arced. I have lost plenty of things, including Reaper babies, during a bad transfer. But now I could go freely with no worries, so I made my way to Valguero, a place where there is really only one thing of value: Deinonychus eggs. These were by far the easiest method to make kibble. The eggs are usually everywhere. They are lightweight so you can carry a bunch, and they are really easy to raise so you can quickly raise a bunch of females and produce your own egg farm. So I did my normal Valguero nest run, and I hit all the nests. I got a decent haul and made my way back to the terminal for transfer. I really just needed to get a male and a female, and I'd be happy. But when I checked my inventory, something wasn't right. What the? Where are the eggs? What the hell? Did I not grab them? I was legitimately confused. I had no idea. I had to Google to see if there was a glitch or a common bug somehow I had never heard about. What the hell is going on? Before I transferred back, I went out to double check that I was actually picking up the eggs. And when I came across my next egg, I grabbed it and immediately noticed what was happening. The eggs were spoiling. Yup, these servers have been dead for so long, no one has cleared the nests. So the eggs have spoiled. But because Ark is Ark, the eggs don't actually disappear until you pick them up and they spoil in your inventory. And this sucked, because it just meant I would have to come back for another run after some hours go by so they can respawn. I decided I would check one more Valguero map on the cluster, but this one was the same situation. As frustrated as I was still able to come away with one egg from each server. When I got back, I tried setting up some campfire to hatch the egg, but they needed more heat. I thought about using torches, but I was going to be hatching a lot of eggs in the future, so I decided to wait until I had a more permanent solution for egg hatching. The hope was to find an egg incubator in a drop, because I was still quite a few levels away from getting the engram. I went back to the Alpha Circuit Chase mission so I could get in the in-world buff for loot and hopefully find me an incubator. I started the day doing a full map loot run. Me and Mei hit every loop drop we could. There was some good stuff in there, but still not the main things we need. Rex saddle, long neck, and an incubator now. Now that I had my forge up, I wanted to get some more metal going. I still had no strider, so I did things the old-fashioned way. I grabbed my Anki and an RG and I got some metal. But farming metal this way was painstakingly slow with this low-level Anki. I was legitimately faster farming by hand because I don't have to worry about weight. But still, I really needed a strider. For now though, my sights were still set on finding a Rex. Breeding was going to take some time and I needed to get that going ASAP. Once again I got excited and hopeful as I came across a 145 Rex in the middle of this colorful dino mosh pit. I tried getting his attention so he'd not go get himself killed, but he was much too interested in fighting off some stupid wolves instead of attacking me. I finally got him away from all the danger to a nice safe spot against the wall near a friendly, non-hostile bear. And just as I was getting close to taking her down, the bear was like, nope. Take that, you asshat. Okay, moving on. I didn't have much time to feel frustration over that one because less than a minute later, I hit up a drop nearby. What do we have here? I was feeling pretty good right about now, but things just kept getting better. Literally a couple minutes later, after grabbing a few more drops, I found this beauty. I raced back to base to get more trank arrows so I could actually bring her down. With my primitive bow, it took some time to bring her down, and even with all the baddies around, it went down without a problem. I immediately got myself out of render so that it could tame up in peace. I made it back to base as the day was coming to an end. I decided to log off for a bit so my Rex could tame up without me wasting any time. When I logged back in, the Rex still had a ways before it was ready, so I wanted to get my egg incubator up and running. I didn't have any more space in my base, so I had to take some time to do some demoing. And I still didn't have my gates set up, so I just made a tiny little roof area so that I could keep things off the ground. I absolutely hate my base, as building is normally one of my favorite things in this game. Sadly, I just didn't have the time to spend on construction. So I just accepted my bootleg house and I placed down my egg incubator. So I got it set up and my Deinonychus eggs put in there. When I checked them, I was so freaking happy to see there was a male and a female. Out of all the eggs that spoiled and I only got 2 of them, this was pretty lucky. This meant I didn't have to go back to Valguero, only to find more rotten eggs. So I went ahead and checked the things that I had. Sure enough, I had 2 cryo fridges there. So I set those up on my new rooftop terrace. I also crafted a vault and placed that up top as well, because seriously, these wooden storage cabinets are not getting it done. I had a bunch of junk stored in Dino, so I got my base a little organized as I waited for the Rex to finish taming. As it got closer and closer to being finished, I went ahead and made my way over to grab some mutton. I found a sheep in their normal location and I got to work. I used my ramshackle chainsaw to get more than what I needed and made my way back to my Rex. So I scouted it out and I landed at a distance, grabbed the mutton, went over to drop it in the Rex, and just like that, I had a level 238 Tech Rex. Once I got back to base to check its stats, I was quite happy. Woo! Damn, that health. That health. Damn, that's got to be like 40 plus points. Damn, that is nice. We like that. Pretty solid health and melee. I figured it should at least be capable of taking on gamma bosses as long as I imprint a squad of them. I spent a large portion of the rest of the day organizing my base. I had so much junk piling up from all the loot. My OCD was seriously kicking in. I did the best I could, even though I was sorely needing more vaults and really wishing I could find some tech storage and drops, but nothing yet. I also did some berry farming with the stego to continue harvesting the endless amount of narcotics I will be needing. And to finish out the day, I took Mei out for a lap around the map to see if I could spot another Rex so I could get breeding started. Unfortunately, I didn't find anything worthwhile taming, but I did get a bunch more loot that I was glad to hang on to, including another vault, which is exactly what I was just asking for. At this point, they were still a little expensive for me to want to have to craft on my own, so I welcomed it. So I actually started the day just by logging in quickly to hatch my Deinonychus eggs. They are very easy to raise, and with the in-world buff active, I knew I could let them get to juvenile age while I sleep in real life. So I set them up with some meat along next to my growing reaper and turned Mei on to mommy mode. When I logged back in, this happened. I wonder who could have done this. Unbelievable. At least I didn't kill my Deinonychus, which were coming along nicely. So even though I was happy with having the male and the female, I knew if I got more eggs I could really speed up this process, so I ended up making my way back to Valguero. I knew by now more eggs would have spawned in and they shouldn't spoil, fingers crossed. I made my way to the first set of nests and I grabbed an egg, and to my delight, it in fact did not spoil. Hooray! I continued throughout the nest run and I grabbed as many as I could. Sadly, there weren't that many that spawned in and I only came away with 3 eggs. And now that I had a male, I really only needed females, and the males I could use to make kibble. So I was a bit disappointed with only having 3. I tossed them in the egg incubator once back on Genesis 2, and shoot, only one of them is female. So I took the males out and I stored them in the fridge for kibble. I headed back out and searching for more Rexes. Breeding takes time and I really needed to get this process going. I found a nice easy low level 18 female tech Rex that I was going to tame. This would be an easy tame and I could use it as a breeder to help combine stats faster. So I put a few tranks in it and I knocked it out in a safe spot. I didn't care about it much, I wasn't concerned about it dying, so I went off and did some more searching for other tech Rexes. I pretty much scoured the entire map and I didn't see anything. But as always, I hit a bunch of loot drops for some more quality stuff, because it never ends. While on Rockwell's side, I spotted a beautiful R-Giga, and I really wanted to tame it. I was nowhere near ready to tame it yet, and it would take some time to get everything I needed. There was a good chance it would despawn by the time I got it all together, so it really wasn't worth it. I got some more mutton, flew back to where he was knocked out. Easy peasy. Just like that, we got Tech Rex number 2. I started out the day trying to make a little progress on my taming. I hadn't really tamed much at all yet, and I needed to start moving. I found a nice low-level Bronto near my base, and I took it down. Because I didn't have any kibble, this thing was gonna take forever to tame. So I let it be, and I went back to my base to up my game even more. Before I went on any kind of mass taming run, I knew I was gonna be important to get everything I needed. So I spent some time crafting up trank darts because my low-level apprentice crossbow just wasn't cutting it. I got some wood for charcoal and crafted a bunch of needed things to get my darts going. The rest of the day was super unproductive. I spent a lot of time getting loot from drops and I didn't really get anything great. I did also get myself a long neck, but it wasn't anything special. Still, better than the primitive one I had and better than my current crossbow. Anyway, I felt like I really should have spent more time taming or being more productive while this Bronto takes forever. But without a strategy or planned out day, I guess this is what happened. I finished the day going over to Rockwell's side to farm up some fungal wood. I needed it for fish baskets because it was time for me to tame my favorite dino, the Shadow Mane. Before I ended the day, I put all the berries and narcotics on the Bronto it needed, and that enabled me to log off. So when I logged back in, it was all tamed up. Immediately after that, I packed up my inventory and made my way to Crystal Isles. I had my sights set on taming up a crystal wyvern. These are the easiest wyverns to get your hands on, and having one early on would help me get the other wyvern eggs, as well as give me a flyer that can at least do a little damage. I love you, May, but you are just not a fighter. Crystal wyverns can be tamed by stealing their eggs, but you still need to raise them. The nice thing about these wyverns, though, is that you can passive tame the adults. But in order to do that, you gotta get the right food. And they like primal crystal, which you can only get from other wyverns. I got super lucky finding 2 high-level wyverns. Higher levels give more crystals, which I was going to need as many as I could because 1 times taming rates, and they spoil relatively quickly, so it's not something I can just hang on to forever. I took one down at a time, and I used my net gun to hold the other one down so it didn't melt me when I went up to grab the crystals. After I got crystals from both, I went over to where the friendly wyverns are to see if I could find a good level. The tropical variants are my favorite, and I definitely wanted to try to get one of those. After spending a decent amount of time flying around, I almost gave up before I spotted a perfect tameable tropical wyvern, a level 95. This was a good level because it wouldn't take excessively long, but it was high enough level that I could actually use it. All in all, this took about 10 minutes in real life to tame up, but I was able to tame this beautiful boy with no issues at all. I grabbed May and off we went. But before I went home to Gen 2, I needed to make a quick stop at the honey cave. As I didn't have bees of my own yet, I wanted to grab some honey for kibble and get some poly for crafting while I was there. My wyvern made easy work of the squishy bees as I stole their honey, and off I was back to home Genesis 2. When I got back, my Deinonychus egg was ready to hatch, so I popped it open. And lucky me, I got twins. This was a big deal because I just went from 1 female to now having 3. So it really is going to help increase my egg and kibble farm get up and running. I was pretty hyped. And to finish the day, I took my new Bronto out, who is now my best berry farmer, for a quick berry run because I still did not have a strider. Man, that was like my first priority. It's like day 20, I still don't have it. Anyway, something I thought would happen by day 5, but all the sidetracking and underestimating of how long the missions would take, looking at you, Canoe Mission, it just didn't happen. Oh, and by the way, that drill strider by my base, it's gone because, well, of course it is. I was thinking about that R Giga I came across earlier, and I decided to go ahead and go after it. Because I didn't have kibble, I needed a fridge nearby that could hold my mutton. So I set up a quick little makeshift base right by the Giga. I spent like a third of the day just prepping for this, getting narcotics, getting meat, and setting up the fridge. And because it's Genesis, I just assumed I would not need a trap. But as I hovered over it, I quickly realized I was wrong. The last time I used this method, I had a tech bow, which makes everything in the game go night-night really quick. But my low-level long neck was just not putting enough trank into this monster, and every time he goes and kills something, it wakes him all the way up, meaning tranking this thing without a trap would literally actually be physically impossible. So I gave up. I didn't even have any metal to make a trap, so I figured I'd grab a little from space on my way back. I wasn't necessarily planning on going right back for the Giga, but I knew I wanted to have a trap ready just in case I came across another one. Anyway, after another disappointing moment of defeat, I headed back out in search for more Rexes. Once again, no luck on the Tech Rex side. I kept coming across Flesh Rexes and debated on just going for those. They were common and just as good. The only difference is Tech can be higher level coming from a wild. But I decided against it this time. Before the day ended, I wanted to at least feel a little productive, So I hit up the slide and glide mission so I could reset the world buff for dino raising to make sure my Deinonychus and Reaper finished growing ASAP. And the very last thing I did was continue to get a little more metal to stock up for anything I needed so I didn't have to farm it anymore for a while. I started the day doing some things I have been doing the last few days. More loot drops, more Rex hunting, because it never ends. This was going to be a common practice until I got the things I needed. So after searching for what felt like hours over the last few days, I was getting annoyed. I came across a 150 Flesh Rex female and I decided it must be tamed. At the very least, now I could look for both a male regular Rex and male Tech Rex to increase my odds. And whichever I found first, I would just start the breeding process. So I just had to shoot the one I wanted while all these other Rexes try to foolishly reach me, even though they never will. And after lots and lots and lots and lots of darts, I finally got her down. So it was time to head out of render and let her tame up. I went back to base and did a few maintenance things like crafted up some more bullets and I farmed up some more berries to make narcotics. This girl was going to take over an hour in real life to tame, even with musk, so I got busy on other things. I continued throughout the day and into day 20, searching for Rexes. I checked Rockwell's side hoping for a better outcome, but still no luck. I was getting pretty frustrated at this point. This is how Ark goes. These Rexes are normally everywhere, but now when I am looking for one, I can't find squat. So after another crappy day and more useless loot, I went back and did a quick meat run. I hadn't even thought about it before because of the Hexagon store. Meat runs were kind of a waste of time, especially since I didn't have a Giga. But I got some meat with my Rex anyways, a much slower process than I would have preferred, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I found a sheep and I slaughtered him to get some mutton, and off I was to tame my Rex. The day was coming to an end as I made my way back to base. Hello there, it's day 21 of me trying to tame all 150 creatures in Ark on official servers where taming times are ridiculous. Last time, I got impregnated by a Reaper, made friends with a Wyvern, and I tamed my first boss Rex. Woo, damn, that health. Overall, it was a good start, it really was. 17 tames checked off the list, that's more than I planned. And I did it without having anything better than a primitive crossbow. But I've still got a lot of work to do. The game plan is to get myself a better weapon for faster taming and to raise my Deinonychus to produce some kibble. Getting these is pretty important because I'm pretty sure basic math tells me that taming one thing per day will not get me to 150 in 100 days. So until I get the things I need, I'll continue to go after dinos I do not need to make sleepy like the Wyvern. I packed up my tropical Wyvern and headed to the Ark with the easiest Wyverns to get, Ragnarok. When I got there, I spawned near the Wyvern den and I made my way towards the eggs. I saw a lovely trap and I gave it a quick test to see if it was unlocked. And to my delight, it was. You gotta love this community. The net gun does work on these Wyverns, but using a trap is much safer. I headed to the closest nest, which was actually right next to the trap. I had a quick look around for danger, and I grabbed my first egg. There was a lightning wyvern nearby who hunted me down immediately. Its lightning blast was melting my tropical, so I let it into the trap so that I could go back for more eggs. I made my way right back into the den and there was a glorious blue egg. I always get excited when I see blue because lightning wyverns are my favorite of all the wyverns in the game. They are underrated because they are one of the first expansion creatures so long ago, but they still hit like a Mack truck. So when I landed and hopped off to check the level, I was sorely disappointed to see it was only a level 20. But I knew I had more nests to check, so I led the wyverns chasing me into the trap and I headed back for more. This time I found myself a fire egg, but nope, it was not good enough, just the level 55. I didn't waste my time grabbing it because my health was low. One more shot from a lightning wyvern and I'd be fried. I flew down to the next nest and there was once again another fire egg. This time, a 25. I started to lose hope, but the next nest is right next door, so I flew on over. And there it was, a 150 lightning wyvern. I was hyped. 150 is not max level, but it would certainly do me well. So I quickly grabbed the egg and off I was. But with that hype moment and all the wyverns still trapped in a nice little cage, I wasn't finished yet. I made my way to the very next nest and there sat another monster egg. This time it was a 160 fire wyvern and boy oh boy I was feeling good. Just up the way, another nest, another 165 fire wyvern. Let's go. And then a 185 poison. I mean, poison are pretty useless in PvE, but I grabbed it anyways. And this is exactly why I come to Ragnarok for eggs. The transfer timer was ticking down and I decided not to risk it anymore. I tossed out Mei and made my way back to the obelisk. By the way, if you are unfamiliar with the official transfer time, it's probably the worst thing about official servers. You have to have things in your inventory when the transfer timer hits 0 in order to transfer with them. So if you miss, you have to sit around and wait for 15 more minutes. Annoying. When I got back to Gen 1, I checked the stats in my incubator. Unfortunately, the lightning egg had super low melee, but the stamina was high enough I figured it was worth raising anyways. I was pretty happy with the 165 fire wyvern. That would be my strongest dino pretty much at this point, so I was really excited to get that one raised up. As my dinos grew, I knew I'd be needing more cryopods, so I grabbed the necessary resources, which I already have, and I headed over to a loot drop. Since I don't have a tech replicator, this is the only way for me to craft these, and buying them in the Hexagon store was getting a bit expensive. They are much cheaper just to craft. I jumped back into the circuit chase mission because the world buff for loot was ending. And as always, my quest for a long neck and Rex saddle BP could only continue if the loot was getting buffed. And with no direction or plan in place, I was bouncing from thing to thing. I still felt very underpowered and I wanted to tame something I could use. So I set my sights back on prepping to get a shadow mane. It was likely going to take multiple fishing excursions to get all the fish I needed to tame a decent one. So I headed out and got myself some fish. It makes a big difference between a 1 times fish and a 1.5 times fish for taming. So as always, it's important to be picky with the fish you get. I found some decent ones that would be usable and I gathered them up. Of course, I ran into some stupid piranhas on the way, always the most annoying part of this process. Except when a Hesperornis kills your fish, because that's way more annoying. The fish only last 45 minutes in your basket, and since it was going to be a while before I was actually ready to go tame a shadow mane, I cryoled them up. This way they will literally last forever and you can throw them out and re-fish basket them when you need them. Also, checking things off the list. So I knew I was going to need some more fish later. But for now, I finished the day doing some super quick resource runs. I got some berries, some stone, and a little metal to top things off. At the start of the day, my Deinonychus head finished raising. These guys raise super quick compared to most dinos, even on 1 times, which is another reason why they are perfect for kibble farms. And since they were male and female, I got to breeding them so I could get my farm up and running. I grabbed the egg and tossed it in the incubator, hoping for a female. Indeed it was, so I left it in there to cook. I needed as many females as I could get my hands on so that we could up the egg production. Any male eggs I could use right away for kibble, but since it takes up to 2 days in real life for dinos to be able to breed once again, I was going to need as many as possible to help speed up the process. I checked my Reaper as well, and it was coming along nicely. I knew I was still in need of some Rexes for breeding, so I decided to head out and search once again. I grabbed Mei and made our way around the map. I came across a nice high-level female, but I was at this point only looking for a male. I didn't need to min-max stats here since I already had a good female. I didn't want to waste my time, so males were really the priority. I came across a solid 135 and decided this was my dude. I began the all-too-familiar tranking process and had some followers like usual, but I got him separated and eventually made him go night-night. I headed back out to search for even more, I was really hoping for a higher level tech Rex, but I still figured I could probably get another regular Rex too since they are so easy to tame. Also, this map has so many, so I should be able to find something decent. Besides, it was another opportunity to grab some more drops. Oh, okay, Ark. First the tech bow, and now the rifle that I can't use. Nice. Eventually, I ran into a low-level strider with a drill face. At this point, I was tired of looking for Rexes and I needed a break. Also, taming a strider was like my #1 priority early on like day 1, and I kind of just completely forgot about it. So I knew this was my chance. It was not the perfect strider, meaning it did not have saddlebags, nor was it anywhere near my base, but I needed one so bad, so I made the move on it. Plus, it was only a level 50 and these things can get annoying to tame. You'll see what I mean in a minute. I already had my Munigel on me because I've been carrying it around literally everywhere just in case. To tame these metal beasts, you have to hack their parts. This can be an annoying process because in between they have to walk a certain distance from their last location, and sometimes they just like to walk in circles. So I followed it around, rode on its back as I watched the tracker get closer and closer to 0 and then shoot back up over and over again. I also ran into the issue of having behemoth gates blocking my path. Sometimes the strider gets stuck and doesn't know what to do. As dope as this gotcha tower base was, I was super annoyed by it at this point. But eventually, it got unstuck and I continued to wait patiently, following it around. As the day came to an end, I was nearing finishing this bad boy up. And just as the new day began, I got my strider. All in all, it took about a half day or 30 minutes in real life. Now, I just needed to get it all the way back to my base on the other side of the map. So I began the extremely long journey. This is a tedious process and I got bored at one point and I stopped paying attention, which was a mistake because I almost lost my strider into the depths. Thank God it landed on the edge because if it fell into the water, I'm pretty sure that would have been game over. But after this little misstep, I made it back to my base. I parked it nearby at a metal spot so that I could easily farm metal. And after that 30-minute journey took half a day, I wanted to not have to move that thing ever again. At this point, my Rex was probably starving by now and ready to be tamed, so I got myself some more mutton and I went to feed it. There was an alpha raptor nearby, so I threw out my tech Rex for some support because there is nothing worse than losing a tame immediately after you tame it. But easy enough to kill the raptor, I scooped up my Rexes and was on my way. So once I got that taken care of, it was right back to my brand new strider. And just like that, I was swimming in resources on 1x. And this is why you need a strider. Now that I had some good metal cooking up, I got to breeding. I made in my 2 regular Rexes and threw the egg in the incubator. The HP was solid 36 points, I was happy. But unfortunately, this egg got the lower melee. And I really didn't think 26 points in melee was gonna be enough. But I decided to let this egg hatch anyways. I knew I was gonna have to do more Rex hunting soon. But also my wyverns were ready to hatch. And when I popped them open, I was absolutely delighted with the colors of the fire wyvern. This purple and yellow was hot. The lightning was kinda ugly, but in a cool way. It's way better than the plain normal colors of the lightning wyvern, so I was happy. Now that I had babies out, I needed a safe place to put them. I couldn't risk a level 20 stupid raptor coming in and killing my defenseless babies. So I put my new strider to work and gathered up some resources to build behemoth gates. Also, busted out my chainsaw to gather up some wood. The strider doesn't harvest wood very well, so the chainsaw is really still the way to go. And just as the day was coming to an end, I got my small but safe breeding area established. When I logged back in on day 24, some time had passed and my wyverns were ready for their first feeding. So I grabbed my tropical wyvern and headed back to Ragnarok because they need wyvern milk. In order to get milk, I was going to have to knock out a female and steal it. This should be a nice, smooth process. But then again, this is Ark, and you never know. I found one in no time at all, and I got it trapped. My crappy long neck eventually was able to knock it out, And with no trouble, I got my milk and I was on my way. I grabbed a couple more eggs that I could use for kibble, since I didn't have my farm up and running, and I headed back to the obelisk to transfer. Once I got back, my Reaper was all grown up. Finally! This was now my strongest dino. Now that I had more and more babies coming, I decided it was time to get myself another Maywing. They aren't just the best traveler in the game, they are essential for breeding. It is the only way to feed a baby dino without doing it by hand, and that is an absolute pain in the ass. I have no idea how any of us did any breeding before the Maywing was introduced. So I found a nice cool looking one, knocked him out. Once I got it saddled up and threw some meat on it, it would now become my dedicated mommy Maywing. As the day was coming to an end, I wanted to squeeze in one more task that I had left unfinished. I grabbed my fish baskets and headed to the river to get a few more fish so that I could be fully prepared to tame a Shadowmane when the moment was right. I still had a ton of things to tame, but also my base was just getting so overwhelming, so it was time to expand. I made my way over to my new Strider and I started farming up the essentials for stone structures. Lots of stone, lots of wood, lots of thatch, in just a couple of minutes. Zap zap, using that Strider never gets old. I crafted a bunch of pillars and ceilings and started placing my foundation to the structure I was hoping to build. Building is one of my favorite things to do in this game, despite the challenges on vanilla, but I am by no means a fast builder, and so the progress was slow. Also, even with the Strider, it takes some time to farm, simply because I have to craft all these structures in my inventory. So after about a half a day and basically no progress at all, I decided my time would be spent better elsewhere. I tend to get lost in the sauce when it comes to building, and if I didn't stop myself now, the next thing I know, it would be 5 days later and I'd have a castle built. A completely unnecessarily large castle. So, off to do more missions. I wanted to get myself some hexagons, so I did the easiest mission for that, the Volanosaur stock. I wasn't sure if I could handle alpha, so I started with beta, and it was time to put my Reaper to the test. I breezed through it no problem at all, but even the beta mission is extremely easy. I figured why not give the alpha a shot. I knew it would be risky to do with my Reaper alone, so I brought my Rex as backup. I made my way to the first part and took care of the Volanosaur with ease. I wasn't doing very much damage, but the tankiness of the Reaper would hold no problem. I got to the second part and easily passed that as well. For the third and final part, I knew I'd have to be cautious. I tried to separate all the enemies to take them one-on-one in smaller groups. They have so much health and also do quite a bit of damage, so this was going to have to be a strategy play instead of the normal brute force method. My Reaper's health got lower and lower and backed into a corner. I started to get a little worried, but my Reaper popped up on a ledge and the enemies couldn't really get me, so I continued to lower their health until I got one of the thorny dragons down. Those are the tankiest of the bunch, so I felt good about getting this done. Mission accomplished. I made my way back to base and the day was coming to an end. I did some things around my base, took care of some eggs hatched, some new Deinonychus, and checked on my baby's food. I spent more time getting a little bit of metal and then organizing my base. Since I decided against building a new spot for now, I needed to at least get organized. Not the most productive day, but definitely needed before I went insane from my OCD. Once again, without a real plan in place, I wasn't sure what to do, so I reverted back to what has been habit recently. I grabbed some hunting gear and took Maymay out to look for a male Tech Rex and to farm more loot. And very quickly, we ran into two 156 male Tech Rexes. If I got one of these, I could definitively start my Tech Rex boss breeding. I checked the stats on the two, but really I just went after the one with the better color. As usual with my lowly long neck, it took a bit to knock out. but I got it down with no problems. I had a while to go on my Rex still, so while I waited, I started the day doing what I do best, more loot farming. Also, I was still looking for more Rexes, and honestly, I'm not really sure why. I kind of got sucked into the habit of min-maxing and trying to get the absolute best stats. Both the Tech Rex and regular Rexes I have would be more than what I needed, but I couldn't help myself to try and find one with even higher melee. Plus, since I was already loot farming, looking for Rexes just became a hand-in-hand habit at this point. After making a full lap of the map, I came back to my Rex and I was surprised to see a Carcharodontosaurus. Unfortunately, it was a very low level, but when I thought about it for a minute, this was actually a good thing. Right now, with 1 times means it would be a super simple thing to tame up, and I could at least check this one off the list. Even if I needed better ones for practical use, I could get those later. Besides, I've only tamed one of these 1 time, so I could definitely use the practice. But I wanted to make sure I took care of the Rex first. So I went to get some mutton and I came back, threw it on him, and tamed him up. His stats came out pretty good. I was really happy with the melee. So when I got back, I quickly bred up my Tech Rexes and put the eggs in the incubator. I didn't get the high stat of the mom's health, but I did get the melee. Either way, this would be a good enough for boss fights with a full squad and a Yeti. However, I wasn't satisfied. I really wanted that super high HP bred into it. So I'd raise this one and keep trying to get that combined stat. Now that I knew I was focused on Tech Rexes, I didn't really care about the regular ones. So I grabbed one of the ones that was raising so I could use it to tame the Carch. Now, of course, this game forces you to be brutal, so I had no choice. I murdered my baby Rex in cold blood so that I could feed it to a much bigger dino. I grabbed my dead baby and dragged its body to the mighty Carch. Of course, there were some hungry dragonflies chasing me for the food, but I didn't want to fight them off because I only had this one Rex, and I didn't want to accidentally destroy the body. So I just kept running towards the Carch. I had just enough speed to where they couldn't catch me, and when I made it to the Carch, the dragonflies got a little bite in there, but the Carch ate most of it and was ready to be ridden. I got on his back and ravaged those dragonflies and a bunch of other stuff.
Carcharodontosaurus medicupestis.
On my way back, I was delighted to find an Argiga right in the exact spot where the Carch had just spawned in. I knew what my plan was the next day. I gathered up the necessary things I would need to tame the Giga. It took a few minutes as I wasn't prepared and scrambled to get my narcotics, strengths, and a trap ready to go. I also had to get mutton ahead of time because I didn't have kibble, and you literally can't leave a Giga side for more than 2 minutes without it waking up, so I got prepared. And when I was ready to tame it, I made my way over there, hoping it didn't despawn on me like the last one I found. Thankfully, he was sitting right there when I landed, in all his glorious beauty. And just as I was deciding where to put the trap, I noticed nothing was moving. Oh no. Oh no. No. Ah, there it is. Crap. Right by that Giga. Oh, I hope it doesn't roll back. There is always a wave of anxiety when a crash happens. My first thought is, will there be a rollback? I just tamed the Carch, so I was especially nervous of that happening. As I waited to log back into what felt like forever, I finally got in and immediately noticed there was indeed a rollback, and my heart sank. I checked my tribe log to see what happened, and to my surprise, there it was. Turok tamed a Carch. This means it didn't roll back very far and I was safe. Or was I? I realized it said a Carno had killed me, which must have meant it rolled back to somewhere where I'd been flying around with Maymay. This means poor Maymay was lost somewhere and defenseless. If a Carno killed me, then it was probably going to kill Maymay, but it didn't say anything in the log yet, so there was still hope. My anxiety shot back up as I raced to retrace my steps. I flew everywhere in the area, but I couldn't find anything. I knew my body should be showing a green beam, but it was nowhere to be found. After searching and searching, I finally found my body, and just as I regained hope... no! Maymay, no! Ouch. This one hurt. I've lost many dinos before, but Maymay was special. She was my first tame in this challenge, and she had gotten me through so much already. Also, I loved her colors. I was hurting, not gonna lie, but the tragedy did not end there. In my frustration and anger, consumed by my emotions, I lost focus. I was furious, so I slaughtered the Carnos that killed Maymay and I avenged her death. I wanted nothing else than to go back to my base and call it a day. So I quickly checked for a body bag, and since I didn't see one, I assumed I already had everything on me. Also, I was upset. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. But after being back at my base for a short while, I realized something was missing. Wait, where's my Reaper? No. I checked everything I own's inventory to see if it was in there, but in my heart, I knew exactly where it was. I grabbed my other Maywing and went back to double check the spot for a body bag. But I had already went AFK for a good amount of time, and bags only last for a short period. So at this point, the bag was almost certainly gone. I was 99% sure that the Reaper was on Maymay when she died, but there was only one way to be 100%. So I went back and I checked the tape, and sure enough, there it is, sitting in her inventory with a few other empty cryos. RIP Reaper. I gotta say this was a tough one. The toughest arcing I've had in a very long time, and here's why. It was the way the whole thing played out. The roller coaster of anxiety from the moment I crashed, having to worry about losing my carc to a rollback, then feeling relieved but instantly having anxiety, realizing my body and stuff was gone. And then I got hope once again when I found my beam, and there was no death note in my tribe log, only to immediately be crushed as soon as I got there, seeing the death message on my screen. Then on top of that, the stupid human error that I made by not thoroughly checking the area for a death bag. Yes, this was 100% my fault, but it was brought on by a stupid arc scenario. Oh, and on top of all that, the Giga I crashed in front of was now gone. So what a nice little cherry on top. Oh man, I needed a break. I had to take some real time off in real life. When I returned, I started feeling a little behind. The days were ticking away, but I was making little to no progress on taming. But I hadn't been able to make any kibble, and I still had no luck with a better long neck rifle. I knew once I got these things, I could really up my taming numbers, but until then, I would continue working on other things. My tech Rexes were ready to hatch, and so I started out the day getting them set up to raise on the Maywing. I didn't have the combined stats I wanted yet, so I decided I'd breed both tech and regular Rexes for now. After that, I knew the first thing I needed to do. Maymay was irreplaceable, but I needed another Maywing for travel. I found another cool looking one and made quick work of the taming. While it was taming up, I ran Circuit Chase once again to kill some time, and because the buff was once again gone. After I got back, I did a little more resource farming. I didn't really have any direction and kind of was just wasting time. I knew I needed to get back to taming, but I was still so hesitant without kibble. And honestly, I was still feeling it from losing Maymay and my Reaper. Having to get another Reaper, let alone all the other harder tames, was feeling like an overwhelming task at this point. So I took a bit of time to just organize my base and plan out my next move. I knew getting a proper base setup would help me move on and get things going. So I went ahead and tore down the pillars I set up before in order to make space for a new base. I got some foundations put in place and continued to mass farm stone, wood, and thatch to make stone structures. But before I could make too much progress on it, it was time to feed my wyverns. So I made my way back to Rag with Trops. That's what I named my wyvern, by the way, and I'm not sure when I did it. Gladly, I was able to make it in and out with no issues. Using the standard trap and net gun method, I got my milk and was out of there in no time. When I got back, I fed my wyverns and put the extra milk I have in the preserving bin. It lasts 9 hours in there with salts, so I figured I'd try to store these and see if I could get 2 feedings in on the wyverns without having to go back. I took my new Maywing out, who I named Blueski, because, well, he's blue, and did a loot run. In fact, I did more than a loot run. I spent pretty much the first half of the day grabbing everything everywhere. Of course, still no luck with Rex Saddle or a long neck. But no surprise, because I was farming blue and green drops, which don't actually contain them. However, I was getting so much stuff. In fact, I was getting overwhelmed with storage, so I knew I was going to need a grinder ASAP. I stopped back at base to drop some stuff off and check what else I needed to build a grinder. I had everything except for the 600 poly, so I figured I could probably just go farm that from chainsawing some mantis, and it should be pretty easy. I grabbed my saw and I made my way to the other side, but I was having trouble finding them, and each one doesn't give all that much on one times, unfortunately. I already felt I wasted a ton of the day, and I didn't necessarily want to grind this out right now. But then my luck finally seemed to turn around, because just as I was getting ready to head back to base, I grabbed one more drop. And it's as if Ark finally decided to lend a hand and give me a grinder. So when I got back, I placed it down on my newly made up foundations. And before I got to grinding my excessive loot, I wanted to make some progress on gaining levels. And a simple and passive-ish way to do that is to grind wood. So I filled it up with wood and got to grinding as I watched my XP gain just skyrocket. But I finished out the day just grinding wood upon wood and continuing my everlasting quest for better loot. My kibble farm is finally getting underway a little bit, so I figured I could start crafting some up. But I was still missing one ingredient. I needed honey, and seeing as how I didn't have a bee yet, I was going to need to make my way back to Crystal Isles to farm some up. I grabbed Trops, and we made our way over. With just my basic pick, I was able to gather up more honey than I needed. But before it was time to go back, I had a bunch of time left on the transfer timer. So instead of logging off and waiting, I decided to find something to do. I flew Blueski over to where the wyvern nests are to see if I could find myself another wyvern. Trops was pretty weak considering he wasn't imprinted, and it would be nice to have something a little stronger in case I have to face off against those lightning wyverns again. But as is typical, there wasn't any eggs for me. So after wasting a good chunk of the day, I finally made my way back home to Genesis 2. I had a couple more Rex eggs as well as Deinonychus eggs to hatch, so I popped them open and got them set up on the baby trough. I continued to use my newly acquired grinder to grind more wood. Anytime I was near my base, I figured I'd just keep that grinder going. There are some really valuable things that I wanted to unlock at the higher levels, so the sooner I get there, the better. I threw out my Bronto and collected up some berries because the narcotic production never ends. I wanted to craft up some medical brews also, and I would need some narcotics for that. Once I had gotten a few things gathered up and cooked some meat, I was able to craft a few recipes, including the one I needed to make kibble. I got my med brews, my focal chili for speed and fast crafting, and some Lazarus chowder to make the kibble. I had another raptor pest problem. It was just feeding on my Deinonychus as they just helplessly let it happen. But I saw what was going down in time to rescue them, so I hopped on the back of one and slaughtered this stupid raptor. No deaths, but a close call. I gotta do something about these attacks and hurry up and move my base inside these walls that I built up. I started the day by finally crafting some kibble. This extraordinary kibble works for all dinos that eat kibble, so it's really the ultimate kibble. And that's why getting Deinonychus eggs was so important, because you need certain eggs to craft it. So I used the Deinonychus eggs I had, as well as the extra low-level wyvern eggs I had collected to make my first batch of kibble. This was going to make taming so much easier, and I could actually start to make progress now because I was really falling behind. I was tired of having to farm mutton every time, and also berry eaters just take too damn long without kibble. So after that raptor attack, I knew it was finally time to move my babies and other dinos inside the walls. I got my Deinonychus, my Rexes, and of course my juvenile wyverns, moved them over to the safe zone. Now I didn't have to worry anymore. And I couldn't have done it at a better time because there was an alpha raptor right near my base. Once I got my base nice and safe, it was time to head back out for some more loot. Me and Bluesky watched the night sky come to a halt as our spaceship reached a new destination. That meant a new color of drops. It was green drops today, which meant no long necks, but that's okay. I still wanted to get my hands on some riot gear and some other things. And now that I had a grinder, getting all this extra stuff wouldn't be a huge waste of time. It wasn't long into the loot farming, like literally only grabbed a couple drops before I came across a beehive. Now that kibble was on the table, I needed to get access to honey. And also, I needed to tame a bee, so I just went brute force and tried to tame it the way I remember. And let me just say, I was definitely doing it wrong. I went in to break the hive open to get the queen to come out. But I forgot how freaking strong these hives were, and even my ascendant pike wasn't doing the job. The angry bees came out and swarmed me. Without decent armor, they absolutely shredded my health. I instantly knew this was not going to work this way, so I flew back to base quickly and I grabbed some cactus broth. Cactus broth makes you basically invisible to all creatures, so I thought this was a sure way to stop the bees from attacking me. I had my tech helmet activated so that it was easier to see the bees, but when I landed to regain my health, I couldn't seem to find the queen. She must have despawned. Luckily, there was another hive right nearby, so I got to work on this one. I was getting super annoyed and frustrated. I have tamed bees before and I don't remember it being so freaking hard. Try after try, I just couldn't get her to feed. And all I needed was literally one feeding. But nope, it just wasn't working. So I decided to cut my losses as I was getting super annoyed and I headed back to base. I had a few things to do around my base to start out the day. I managed my babies and made sure they were all nice and fed and kept up on the imprints. Then I did a bit of research. I realized while taming the bees the day prior, I wasn't using the right consumable. Cactus broth is not what I needed. I needed bug repellent because, of course, bees are bugs. Duh. Bug repellent is pretty easy to craft, so I made some real quick. I just needed to buy some fur from the hex store, and there I had it. I also grabbed some gilly just in case, and I was determined to get myself a bee. So me and Bluesky headed back out to see if we could find a hive. I went back to the same location, and it looks like another had spawned in right nearby. Just like that. But I wasn't done yet. The other queen was still floating nearby. So I made my move and I went right up to her, and just like that, she was also mine. Wow, that bug repellent was really essential. I did not know how absolutely necessary that was going to be. I cryoed my 2 bees and off I went. There was a lot of day left and it was red drops, which are the ones I needed. So before heading home, I did some more loot farming. And boy, oh boy, am I glad I did. It finally came to me. A 248% long neck BP. I was so used to grabbing things just putting in my inventory that I almost missed it. But finally, this thing was so much better than what I was using. I finally felt like I could actually get some serious taming done now. So it was time to head back to base. I threw out my bees so that I could get my hive set up. Now that I had a long neck, taming was going to be ramping up quite a bit, so I was going to need to get my kibble produced as well. So I loaded the hive with rare flowers, and now I just have to wait. As the day was coming near an end, I continued to just watch over my babies and check on their food levels. Also, got my Deinonychus breeding some more, once again for even more eggs. I flew off to grab a drop nearby my base because, well, I still needed a Rex saddle. And while I didn't find one in this drop, I found something maybe even more valuable right now. A low-level strider with the drill face and saddlebags. My current strider is superior to just about anything in the game for farming, but it gets even better. When the strider has saddlebags, it significantly reduces the weight, which meant I didn't have to stop every 10 seconds to empty my inventory. This probably wasn't an essential tame, but I felt compelled to tame it anyways. I went back to base to drop off my stuff and then right back after the strider. I started the hacking process and off I was. Luckily, there were not really any hostile creatures nearby, nor any giant bases blocking my path like last time. I knew I just had to be patient and I should be able to tame this up with no problem. But just as I was overly confident, a Sarco decided to attack my strider. I quickly rid of that Sarco by busting out my shotgun and blasting it to bits. I was afraid I'd have to start the taming process over, but to my delight, the meter didn't drop. So, right back to taming. And with no other issues and a relatively quick process, I now finally had the strider I had been searching for since day one. Now I just had to walk it back to base. This one wasn't too far, unlike the last one, which I had to take across the whole map. And as I was on my way, I zapped up some resources on the way back, and damn, it felt good. Having those bags allows me to hold like 50 times the amount of stuff. Even this level 20 strider feels game breaking, so I'm super pumped to finally have it. Now that I had that taken care of and resources would be even easier to get, it was time to craft my long neck. It's actually pretty cheap to craft, so I didn't even need to do any farming. But I did need more narcotics, so I got back on the strider and scooped up berries. Now that I had everything I needed, a good rifle, plenty of darts, plenty of narcotics, and actually having some kibble, I was finally ready to really amp up the taming because, well, I am way off track and I need to get moving. So even though I have everything I needed, I wanted to make taming even easier. So I wanted to activate the in-world buff that gives 1.5 times taming. In order to do that, I just needed to complete the Survive the Ark mission. I already did it on Gamma once, but the Gamma version only gives a 3-hour buff. If I wanted it to last longer, I needed to do the beta, which would give a buff for 12 hours. So I grabbed my best gear, which was really good at this point from all the loot farming. I made sure to get my tech canteens filled up and got some free curry to make me run faster because this mission is all about speed. I started out the first round by grabbing the bow. The wyvern spawned in right away, which is always the priority in the first round. Once I took care of it, I knew the rest would be easy. After the first round, I got myself the tech bow. Even in beta, the tech bow annihilates everything in its path. Now I just had to be cautious of taking a bit too much damage or getting lagged out into a pile of enemies. Once again, the wyverns are priority in this round. That lightning wyvern will shred you to bits in seconds. Next round, it was time to purchase some Shadowmanes. The Shadowmanes are super tanky and can aggro all the dinos while you just sit back and light them up. Next round was Aberration Dinos, and since I had enough credits, I got myself even more Shadow Mane. Next round, I needed to repurchase my tech bow, but I also continued to get more Shadow Manes, and again breezed through this round as my army. These rounds were going faster and faster the more shadows I got, and I continued to cruise through this mission. As I made my way into the final round, I still had most of my shadows left. Some of them started to lose health, but I knew I could purchase more in this round if I needed. The final round, you need to be careful because these Zomdodos do insane fire damage, and if you don't watch your back, they can hit you and drain your health.
I reckon that scrap was worth it.
Victory! Overall, it took a little more than half the day, so once I got back, it was time to tame. First on the list was this tech Quetzal that had been flying around near my base. I grabbed my new long neck and flew up to his level to start firing away. He proved to be a bit skittish and hard to hit, but his low level meant he didn't need many shots from my long neck. After suffering through a few unregistered hits, thanks Ark, my shots finally started to count. But he fell from the sky exactly where I did not want him to. It was in that glitchy part of the map where every time I try to fly into it, I get stuck and I bug out. So I left it for now, hoping it wouldn't be too much of a problem. I did some quick things around my base like feed my babies. Then I grabbed some narcotics and went over to the Quetzal. The bugginess seemed to mostly affect me when I was using my tech suit or when I was just in the air. So I figured if I could get my feet on the ground and climb down, I should be able to make it. Sure enough, once I made contact with the surface, I was able to slowly scale down to my Quetzal and put some narcotics on him so he doesn't wake up. These things wake up pretty quickly, but his low level shouldn't take too many narcotics. Once I kept him under, I went off to get some mutton to feed him. Again, since he's a low level, I didn't really want to waste my kibble on him. I made it back to the Quetzal with the same method I just used and once again was able to make it down without too much trouble. I fed him and just laid down next to him until it was tamed. My wyverns are making good progress, but it was once again time to feed them. I made my way over to Ragnarok and gathered up some milk. A smooth process with no issues, in and out in 5 minutes. That could not have gone better. You gotta love when it's that easy. It was finally time to tame my Shadow Mane, which is my favorite creature in the game. I grabbed all the fish I had previously caught in my cryopods and all my crafted fish baskets, and I was off to Rockwell's side to hunt me down some shadows. They are all over the place over here. Now I just had to find the perfect one to tame. I knew I could get something pretty high level with all my fish, and so I had my sights set on something 130 or above. There were a couple in the area, so I made the move to put down my trap. I built the Shadow Mane box and cleared the area with my Rex. There sat a gorgeous 140 male, and I knew I absolutely had to tame this one. I said, forget about how long this is going to take. I really, really wanted it. So I aggroed him towards my trap. These Shadow Manes used to teleport attack you and they would fall right into the trap, but I'm pretty sure they patched that out because that wasn't working anymore. So while he attacked my trap, I quickly crafted a ramp and placed it down. I was able to get him up and into the trap without too much of a struggle, and once he was in, all I needed to do was go out of render so that he would calm down and stop attacking. Alright, I was hyped. The hard part was over. Now, all I needed to do was patiently feed this thing and I'd have myself an amazing shadow mane. I cleared the rest of the dinos out of the area of the river so I could throw out my fish and get them into the fish baskets. Now that I had everything set up, it was time to start feeding. You have to wait until the shadow mane lies down, then crouch up behind it and feed it. I use this trap method because that way things in the area won't mess up the tame, which will happen every single time with these slow taming rates. You once could feed them through the walls, but that no longer works either. This might not be the cheapest method, but it's definitely the safest. On 1x rates, you don't want to take any chances, and spending a few extra resources on stone walls is 100% worth it. The first feed only gave him 4.2%, and I knew this was gonna be a brutal tame. My next day was just beginning, but the in-world day was coming to an end. Shadow manes can only be tamed during the daytime, so I knew I was going to have to be patient and let it sit here until tomorrow. But as long as you initiate the taming process or give it at least one fish, it would stay safely in his box for as long as I needed him to. I did squeeze in one more feeding though before nighttime, and then I sat and I waited. When daytime finally came around, I got my fish all ready and began the process. My hope was that it could get done before the next nightfall so that I didn't have to wait another 30-minute period of sitting around doing nothing. I started feeding it, taking the wall down, feeding him fish, and putting him back in his cage. All was going smoothly, feeding after feeding. As I was nearing 50%, I started to get impatient. I wanted this thing to tame so badly, and I really couldn't afford to waste a whole other night. So I made an absolutely fatal error. Oh no. When he laid down for his next feeding, I was not ready. I didn't have my fish in my last lot and I had to hurry it up. This led me to be careless. The shadow mane was too close to the wall and I should have just put the wall back up and waited literally just 2 more minutes for him to sit back down. But nope, because I was in such a hurry, I got too close to the shadow mane and he said, "Nope, you will not have me, sir." All that taming progress all the way back down to 0. I literally just stood there in disbelief for almost 5 minutes. I honestly didn't know what to do. I knew any other time I'd just go spend an hour gathering more fish and he'd be right here when I got back. But this wasn't 100 days playthrough and I couldn't spend another 2 days trying to tame him. I was already so incredibly far behind on my schedule. I knew in my heart I had to move on, but man, this was tough. And I really didn't know how to move forward from here. I went back to base and I just called it an early day and logged off. After taking some time to get over that travesty, I started out day 38 trying to get back to my routine. I still knew I had so many things to tame, but I wasn't 100% confident in my Rexes. And since I wasn't going to have time to fail a boss fight and then breed up more and do it all over again, I wanted to make sure I had Rexes that were more than good enough to be safe. So I went back out to hunt. I found a female around level 100. I still needed more female breeders, so this was a good one to knock out and tame. It was super leggy, and pretty much half my shots didn't count, but I have plenty of darts, so eventually I was able to get it down. There was an alpha carno near my Rex, but I didn't really care too much about it, so I didn't even bother fencing it in. I left render and went back out looking for more because I really only needed a male tech Rex at this point. And not much further into this day's hunt, I found something really nice. An almost max level male tech Rex, a 174. This was it. Once I had this bad boy, I could finally start breeding for real, and I no longer needed to waste any more time hunting down Rexes, because lately that's literally all I've been doing. so I made sure to take extra care taming this one. I started tranking it, but not long into the process, this Rex was fighting everything. It got into a brawl with some direwolves, and I seriously began to worry. Its health was getting lower and lower, and I had to do something ASAP. I could not lose this Rex after 40 days, basically, of looking for it. So I made a quick move and I killed the wolf before it killed my Rex. But the Rex was still hungry, and it went after the next closest thing, a Bronto. I continued to trank the Rex, but Brontos will fight back, and my Rex had less than 20% of his health. So I watched both of their health closely with HLNA. I knew if the Rex killed the Bronto and ate him, his health would shoot back up. And that's exactly what happened. Now I could finish tranking him without worrying about him dying. And good thing too, because a nearby Sarco and Trike wanted to join the fight and try to kill my Rex too. But we took care of them together and I finished knocking this bad boy out. I very quickly left Render and headed back to base. My focus was on this Rex, but I didn't want to sit around and waste time. And it was going to take a full day. So while it was taming, I did some more casual loot farming. And after I farmed some loot, I just did some maintenance things around my base, like taking care of my little ones. And eventually I decided I didn't want to wait any longer, so I went ahead and logged off so my Rex could finish without me having to worry about it. When I logged back in, it was time to go to get my female Rex. I quickly grabbed some mutton nearby and went to tame her. Another Tech Rex breeder ready to go. And after just a little bit longer, it was finally time to go get my other Rex. I grabbed what little kibble I had made up so far, which was just enough for the Rex. I wanted to get every level and as high taming efficiency as possible, so I was perfectly okay with burning all my kibble. I made my way to my Rex and was sure to be extra careful. I cleared out the dangerous dinos nearby. I fed the Rex his kibble, and he was all mine. Let's go, level 259. And I didn't notice it at the time, but his melee stat was freaking awesome. If I could combine this with the HP of the Rex I tamed on day 14, these would be absolute monsters with 0 mutations. So that was my goal. I bred the Rexes and the egg didn't give me the combined stats I wanted, but I had plenty of time to keep trying. I began the day hatching some of the eggs that were ready to go. I noticed the in-world taming buff was still active as well as the loot crate buff, so I grabbed my taming gear and blue ski because I figured I'd make a trip around the map. After an unsuccessful trip around the map, I made it back to my base and found a Fioma nearby. Last time I tried to trank one of these, my weapons were just not good enough. So now that I had a long neck, I was able to easily take him down. I got the narcotics on him and gave him his berries, and off to tame more things. There was a Moss Chops nearby, so I set my sights on him. Super easy tame, usually, at least. They are passive and you just feed them random things, but sometimes they want items you may not have. However, I should be okay. Fortunately, this guy just wanted some classic Mijo berries. I gave him his food of choice and waited until he was hungry again. In the meantime, I went after the nearby Diplo. In between feedings, I was able to knock out the Diplo, and as soon as he was down, Mr. Moss Chops was ready for his last feeding. Next up was this super low level kangaroo, also known as a Prosoptodon. I probably should have grabbed a net gun because these dudes are freaking fast and really hard to hit. But despite my struggles, we got him down near the others. These guys like rare mushrooms, which I have no idea where you can actually harvest on this map. But fortunately, HLNA had me covered. I then went after a nearby stego because, well, mine died. There was a turtle at the river near my base, another low-level dino, and easy tame. I got him knocked out too with just a couple shots. Shortly after, my Fioma finished up. And just a little bit long after that, my Prosoptodon finished as well, otherwise known as a kangaroo. The Diplo was going to take some time, but it needed very little management, so I went back out to look for more dinos to tame and grab some more drops. And while out and about, I ran into a 174 female Tech Rex, the perfect companion for my 174 male. Honestly, I did not need to tame this thing at this point. I already had more than enough Rexes and everything I needed. But really, there was no way I could just sit by and not tame this thing. So I went after it. Luckily, it went down quick with no issues, and I was off. Now I just had to wait. My turtle was finished, so I went back and crowed him out of the river. Day 40. When I logged in, my Diplo was just about finished. I went over to grab some mutton for my Rex because I was all out of kibble and I didn't quite have enough eggs to make more, so mutton was going to have to do. And when I got back, the Diplo was all done. I crowed him and the stego up. and I went off to tame this Rex. I fed her the mutton, and she was all mine, just like that. But when I checked her stats, I was a little bummed to see neither the HP or the melee was higher than what I already had. And this is exactly why I knew I did not need to tame this in the first place. But regardless, it was still another female breeder and a good enough one to take into boss fights. So if I didn't get the higher stats, I could definitely still use these ones. So I bred her with my good male when I got back, and I let the egg incubate. After burning all my kibble on that first tech wreck, I knew I was going to need more. And my kibble farm wasn't all that efficient yet, so I decided to head back to Valguero for more eggs. This time I shouldn't have to worry about them spoiling since I was here not that long ago. But sadly, I could only find 2 on this server, so I went over to the next Val server. And same garbage. This time, I only found 1 egg. Not sure what this is all about. These servers are still empty. I know people aren't out here grabbing these eggs, but I guess it's just not in the cards right now. When I logged in, my wyverns were finally done. Yay! I took my gorgeous purple and gold fire wyvern out for a first flight. It's been a long time since I've had an OG fire wyvern, and I wanted to test its damage. So I found an easy target and lit it up. I used HLNA to pull up the stats, and damn! Even with just a few levels in this thing, its fire breath did just about 1,000 damage. This was by far my strongest dino at this point, so I was pretty hyped about it. Some time had passed and my Rexes were ready to breed again, so I mated them and grabbed the egg. And when I put the egg in the incubator, there it was. Woo! 41 points in HP, 42 points in melee. Now, if these numbers mean nothing to you, just know that this is insanely good. I'm not exaggerating when I say this is almost as good as it gets for an unmutated dinosaur. This is a breeder's dream starting line, and extremely rare to be able to start this good. It's easily the best stat Rex I've ever had in Ark without having mutations on it. This was freaking awesome and was way more powerful than what I even needed for these Gamma bosses. Now I could officially, finally, be done with taming freaking Rexes. But I still need that Rex saddle BP. So with orange straps out in the world, I saw it as a chance to find one. But once again, luck was not on my side. After a half a day of just grabbing loot, I was once again left disappointed and overloaded with more useless junk and a lot of wasted time. There was an Evo event going on in Ark, which meant 2 times rates of pretty much everything. 2 times breeding, 2 times taming, and even 2 times hexagons. So I figured I'd take this opportunity to farm up some more hexagons. I had been using them regularly to buy meat for my baby dinos, because farming meat takes some time, especially since I don't have a Giga. So I was burning through hexagons pretty fast. I grabbed my wyvern because I knew he'd make quick work of the Volanosaur stock beta. I started the mission, and not long into it, unfortunately, it didn't go well. This spot was bugged, and something really weird was happening. My character wasn't showing as on the wyvern, but I could use its attacks. Also, I couldn't fly away, and there was some direwolves just chomping away at my wyvern. I started to panic because I did not want to lose my wyvern this way. It would be an absolute travesty, especially since it just finished raising. So I logged out to try to fix the problem, and when I logged back in, sure enough, my character had died. So I had to respawn back at my base, which was far away from my wyvern. I panicked as I knew as soon as I logged in, the wolves could continue to chomp on my wyvern. So I rushed back over to the area where I died. And as I got close, a sigh of relief washed over me as I saw him flapping his wings over my dead body. I decided not to risk it again, and I just went home. Overall, a pretty unproductive day, but after that big scare, I just had to call it. And even though I am extremely behind on taming, like extremely, really extremely, super far, way off track, I knew I'd be able to make quick work of things now that I had my proper taming items, and I should be able to tame multiple things every single day. I decided the best way to do this going forward was to build up a bunch of kibble and go on mass taming sprees all at once. You remember that Nicolas Cage movie Gone in 60 Seconds? Of course you do. It's an awesome movie. That's the strategy that I'm using. They did all that prep work and then they stole all those cars in one night. It didn't really make sense until it kind of did. So that's my plan. Hello there. It's day 42 of trying to tame all 150 creatures in Ark, and I have suffered major defeats. I lost my Reaper. Wait, where's my Reaper? No. My first and favorite tame, Meme. No, Meme, no. And I messed up a 140 Shadowmane after hours of work. Oh, no. But I finally had all of the things I needed. My boss Rexes, a good long neck, and a kibble farm. I had plenty of days left to catch them all. It was now a couple days later in real life, and my Rexes were coming along nicely. There was an Evo event, which meant 2 times everything. Taming, breeding, hexagons. This helped them grow up nice and quickly. I regained my confidence in using my Fire Wyvern, because last time I bugged out and almost lost him, direwolves just chomping away at my wyvern. I went to a different terminal this time and back to the Velos Dock mission. As expected, he shredded through the enemies and I collected my hexagon. And because I still didn't have all that many hexagons, I ran through the mission again. But my wyvern's health was low, so I grabbed my Rex instead. Wow. I spotted a 140 male Yeti while on the mission. And Yetis and their Kono squad be fighting everything, so it was probably gonna die soon. But I went ahead and risked it to finish the mission. When I got done and back, the Yeti was still there. So I grabbed my trank stuff and I hunted him down. I cleared the area with my shotgun and started pumping the Yeti with darts. I got him down with no issues and I went off to grab my kibble. I didn't have any on hand, so I had to take some time to craft some up. With this Evo event, my kibble farm was really starting to improve. I had a bunch of eggs available, so I grabbed them, made the kibble. I also hatched some more eggs and I got more baby Rexes going. These Evo events are so helpful for raising dinos, especially with imprinting. So I wanted to make sure to get as many babies out as possible to at least get them started. Once my babies were happy and well fed, I went to feed the Yeti. I dropped in and put the kibble on him, then just went straight back to base. Since it was 2 times taming, it wasn't going to take all that long. So I honestly just went AFK as he quickly tamed up. And as the day was coming to an end, I grabbed my female Yeti and mated the 2. Now I had a Yeti I could imprint, and it would be good enough to bring into boss fights. But first it had to raise up, which even during an Evo event takes forever. When I started the day, a bit of time had passed, so I did some basic stuff around my base. My Yeti was ready to hatch, so I cracked the egg and I got it feeding off the Maywing. I also got my Rexes back out to continue raising them and got some more meat for them too. Also, I put my Strider to good use and got some berries to re-up my narcotic stash. At this point, half the day had already passed and I was ready to put my focus back on taming. I had finally got over my failed attempt at taming a Shadowmane, so I was ready to try it again. I needed to get this out of the way, but first I needed to catch more fish, and to do that I needed fish baskets. So I grabbed my chainsaw and headed over the Rothwell side to get fungal wood. As soon as I made it to the other side, I was ambushed. But no harm done. I survived the mind control and went on to chainsaw some Rockwell trees to get boatloads of fungal wood. I purchased the fiber and thatch I needed from the hack store, and I crafted up all the baskets that I would need. And with about 20 minutes left in the day, I went off to tame some fish, or at least that's what I thought I did. For some reason, I went AFK instead, and I honestly can't remember why. So, well, we'll just call it a day. Day 44. It was finally time to do some serious taming. I was certainly off track and behind, so I needed to kick things off and get into gear. I held off on the Shadowmate for now so that I could up my taming numbers, and I went after some easier stuff. I found a Megatherium to take down and I went to work. My Ascendant Longneck made quick work with him. He's an easy tame, so that doesn't need to be babied, so I moved on to the next. Not far away was a Dire Bear. My rifle also made quick work of him and I got him downed as well. While those two were taming up, I flew around the map looking for more things to check off the list. I came across a super low level R Daedon and I went after him too. Daedons wake up relatively quick, so it was nice to find a low level that should tame quickly. All I had to do was get rid of this wolf nearby to make sure he didn't eat my little pig. And right next to the pig, I saw a really dope looking Thyla. It was just a level 55, but I really liked its bright green color, so I went after him too. I got him to follow me up the mountain while continuing to pump him with tranks. And when he got knocked out, well, let's just say it was awkward. I had to pop back over to the Daedon to make sure he stayed asleep. Once I fed him some narcotics, I took a look at all my down tames to make sure they were all good. Since they were all set up, I went after my next tame, a super low-level Megaloceros. I should be able to tame this guy up in no time at all. Literally just one shot and he was down. I went back to my Daedon because he was just about finished. Next up, my Megaloceros was done as well. When I got back to him, there was a Rex nearby and a very close call. I had to whistle him to safety so he didn't get crushed by the wild Rex. Not that it would have been a big deal, but just another annoying thing that could have gone wrong. But I got him to safety and crowed him up. My Thyla was nearly finished, so I went back to him to wait. I used the Dodo Dex to know how much kibble to use, and it's always very accurate. But with this Thyla, the wake-up timer was so close to its feeding interval, I probably should have put a little extra kibble on him. I thought I could get away with being conservative with my kibble, and it did not work out for me. Right before he was about to be tamed, he woke up and took a good bite out of me. And as much as I didn't want to have to tame it again, I still needed a Thyla to check off the list. So I went back to work and I put a couple perfectly placed shots to down him once again. While he tamed up a second time, I went back to my Megatherium. He was ready to be fed, so I grabbed some mutton. I wanted to save my kibble since I wasted a bunch on the failed Thyla tame. I brought the mutton over to the Dire Bear and fed her as well. Another tame checked off the list. And eventually I made my way back to the Thyla. When I got there, there were some raptors and other mean dinos in the area, so I had to clear the area. I kited them away, but while doing so, I left Blueski out in the open. And yeah, another Maywing lost. I didn't care too much. I was nowhere near attached as I was to Maymay. Ultimately, I was able to get the Thyla, so I didn't really care too much. And as you'll learn eventually, I am terrible at keeping Maywings alive. There wasn't much day left. I decided to go after another Maywing, so I quickly knocked out a low level to tame up. After I got the Maywing taken care of, I went after a woolly rhino. This one was a pretty high level, so it took a bit to knock down. But I wanted this one because I was a little concerned about the dragon fight. Bringing Carnos into the fight can be catastrophic because the dragon does extra damage. Most people bring Theries for that reason, but I didn't know if I wanted to breed a whole Theory line, so I toyed with the idea of using a couple rhinos or two in the fight. But in order to do that, I would need a good level imprinted one, so taming this 135 was a good start. When I got back to base, I went AFK for a little while again. I'm honestly not sure why I'm doing this, and I wish I could remember. I'm assuming in this case it's because I had nothing to do while taming the rhino? But there's always stuff to do in Ark, so it's kind of weird. Anyway, I just counted it, and this day was already half over. Oh well. While my rhino was taming, I made my way to Rockwell's side. I had only gotten one drop filled with fertilizer, so I was running out. And now that my kibble production was up and working, I was going to need a steady supply. So, 2 birds with 1 stone. I still needed to tame a dung beetle, and I could use it to produce my fertilizer as well. I loaded up on poop. Yes, poop. Dung beetles eat poop. It's gross. Yes, but it's called a dung beetle, and I'm pretty sure they eat poop in real life too. Nasty. This low level only needed a couple feedings and he was mine. I thought about taming a higher level as well, but even a low level can get the job done once you put a few levels into its weight. And as soon as I finished him up, I made my way back to my rhino, who was all tamed as well. After an acceptable day of taming, I headed back to base. To end the day, I just did some basic maintenance, checked my babies, added some more crop plops, and farmed some wood. Now that I have a grinder, I take every chance I can to toss some wood in there and grind it up. I had an XP buff active, so I took advantage of it to see if I could gain some more levels. I left my brand new dung beetle in his cryopod so that he could gain levels as well. His weight is so low he won't be useful until I can get some levels in him, and the best way to level him up is to fight stuff. But this poor little dude is so squishy he'd get one shot by anything, so I'll just toss him back in his cryo and he can passively gain some XP. I started to get a lot of babies that needed managing, so I wanted to improve my base a little to make things easier. First, I needed some refrigerators to store a bunch of meat because I just couldn't afford to keep buying it from the Hexagon store as I needed it. And since I didn't have any poly on hand, it was time to put my grinder to use. I sorted through my ridiculous amount of loot and grabbed a bunch of items I didn't need or couldn't use. I grinded them all up and got more than enough poly and also a ton of other resources. I crafted my fridges and generator and then got everything all set up. I had to build a small enclosure for my generator because on PvE, any person can come up and just turn this thing on or off. So to make sure no trolls come through to cut my power, I put it inside a nice little box. And now that I had some fridges, I needed to fill them up with meat. So I grabbed my wyvern and burned down some bronzos. And to end the day, I just focused on managing my babies still and organizing my base. It takes a lot of work on one times and a lot of time is spent just taking care of your little ones. After some time had passed, my dung beetle had some levels to pump into him and was ready to be used. I did the dirty job that no one wants to do and picked up a bunch of my dino poop. I stuffed the dung beetle full of the dookie so that he could start making fertilizer for me. I grabbed some fish baskets and jumped down to the river near my base and got myself a few more fish. It was once again time to tame a shadow mane. I had been dreading it after the previous failed excursion, partly because I didn't really have the time or the patience this time around to go after a high level, so I was going to have to settle for something low. But the in-world 1.5 times taming buff was active, which always helps. When I got over to Rockwell's side, I found a sad low level 20. I didn't even want to mess around with higher levels, so I just went for it. I set up my trap and I lured her in.
Now that is one formidable looking predator.
I did it. Finally, yes. It felt so good to have a shadow mane. It was only a level 29, but honestly, I was just happy to have one. It's one of the most annoying tames, and I finally got it out of the way. I headed back to base, and I was ambushed by a pair of microraptors. Normally, I'd poke them in the face for being so annoying, but this was a perfect opportunity to tame one. I went back to grab my taming stuff, knocked one out. Apparently, they like rare flour, so I fed him some, and almost instantly, I had another shoulder pet. And another thing to check off the list. I made my way out to see if I could find another woolly rhino so I could breed them. I found a 145 male right where they usually spawn, and I knocked him out. The rhino was knocked out in the same area where ovis spawn regularly, and my go-to location for mutton. It was a good opportunity to tame an ovis. I cooked up some veggie cakes as well while making my kibble, and once it was ready, I went over to feed the rhino his kibble, and I found myself an ovis. There was one standing right next to the rhino, so I gave him a cake. It always only takes one, and now I have a pet sheep named Mutton Man. I then went on to find myself an equus nearby. This cool orange and purple one was calling my name. I think I've probably only tamed this thing once ever before, and, well, it showed. I seriously struggled to tame this thing. For one, I kept scaring it. This thing wanted nothing to do with me. So then, once it was in a secluded area where it couldn't run too far from me, I attempted to mount it over and over again. I was doing it the way I remember. I had my carrots in my last slot, and as soon as it started to kick me off, I would try to feed it. But time and time again, it was doing nothing. Instead, I was just getting thrown off over and over while it kicked me in the face, and then I had to watch the taming meter drop all the way back to 0. This was really frustrating. I figured I must have been doing something wrong. So I put that task on hold to go collect my finished male rhino. But as soon as I got him, I had to keep trying while that cool looking horse was still nearby. So once again, over and over, I failed miserably. Same thing was happening. I finally caved and I had to look it up, but every source told me I was doing it right. So I hopped on the back of the horse, and as soon as the feeding prompt came up once again, I immediately realized my stupidity. This whole time I was pressing the wrong button. I was pressing the 0 slot key instead of E, which is what it flat out tells you to press. Wow, I feel like a moron. That was an unnecessarily difficult tame, but I got it done, and now I had a dope looking horse. I started out the day with some standard base maintenance. Since I just logged in, I gave the babies a quick check. I tended to my garden and fertilized my plants. I grabbed more Deinonychus eggs that were sitting there, and then I took Perp out for a loot run. Because I still needed a Rex saddle, to be quite honest, my Rexes are super strong and I don't even know if I definitely need one, but it's always nice to have one to be safe. Regardless, loot runs are so habitual at this point it didn't even matter. A fresh login in the morning in real life and a giant cup of coffee has become so synonymous with doing a loot run at this point that I just can't escape it. I ended up spending about half the day farming before I pivoted to a more productive task. I was finally ready to go back for another Reaper. It was a daunting task after losing my first, but it had to be done ASAP. So I made my way to Rockwell's side, hoping to complete the process as smoothly as the first time. But Ark had other plans. It was a good start. I found a level 95 within minutes of being there, and was able to easily get her down in the pit of acid. I got killed right away, but just like last time I brought plenty of sleeping bags. So I respawned and continued to try getting her health low. But this one was more stubborn and more powerful. Its strength was much higher and I kept getting knocked out. Unfortunately, I stayed sleepy way too long and the Reaper couldn't take the pit of acid any longer and it died. I found another one quickly, but of course it was a super low level. I really didn't want to tame it, but at this point I kind of have no choice. The chance of finding another one was low and I didn't want to have to kill them off and come back later when they respawn. So I just went after it. I get this one down in the acid and I suffered a few more deaths as I waited for her health to drop. As it got lower and lower, I tried desperately to get it out of the pit of acid, but it was moving way too slow through the liquid and I could not make it out to the shore in time. This Reaper, dead. So now I've wasted a ton of time and I was getting frustrated. I had to put it on hold. But just as I was leaving, I saw an unlocked trap near the exit. I missed this the last time, but I was very happy to see it was here. This should hopefully make the process much easier. Alright, it was time to go back for the Reaper, so I grabbed my things that I needed. This time I brought my Rex to do some damage to the Reaper while she was in the trap. When I got there, there were a bunch of Reaper Kings spawning in, so I had to deal with them first. I led them into the pit and I continued my search. I came across a level 55 not too long after, and I knew this was the one. So I started to kite her out of the den and into the trap. We ran into another Reaper who decided to follow along. This was going to be annoying because I knew I needed to get rid of one of these. But I brought them both up and out, and as I raced toward the Reaper trap, with my Rex sitting inside waiting, one of the Reapers seemed to have gotten stuck. So I went to open the door for it, and somehow he killed me through the door. My sleeping bags were still in the cave, so when I spawned back in, I had to race back out to the trap. And when I got there, both the Reapers somehow made it inside the trap and were wrecking my poor Rex, who was on passive.
Don't you die on me, mate. Don't you dare.
But I didn't have time to be mad. I was just trying to save my Rex. I tried getting close enough to ride him, but the Reaper was too vicious. After multiple deaths, I was finally able to get the level 20 out of there, and I kited him off a cliff so he could leave us the F alone. Somehow my Rex was still alive, just barely hanging on for his life. I hopped aboard to try to get him out of there and reposition the Reaper, but he just couldn't make it any longer and the Reaper killed him. It was a valiant effort, but he was getting wrecked for so long. Because this Reaper wasn't in the trap properly, I didn't want to bring another Rex inside who has no escape ability. So I threw out my Thyla to take down the Reaper's health, but my Thyla was pretty low level and not imprinted, so the Reaper made quick work of him. I had to cryo him up and had no choice but to go all the way back to base to get another Rex. I had spent so much time on these Reapers at this point I just couldn't quit here. I took my Rex up to the Reaper and I dropped that health. She was ready, so I waited for her to sniff me so I could finally get this done. Awesome, this crappy trap strikes again. When she tried to stick me, her tail was getting glitched into the trap, so she couldn't actually get me. I was seriously about to give up on this because it had taken 5 times long as the first time. I was pissed off, but I gave it one last hopeful attempt. Finally. That was awful. Just goes to show how lucky I was the first time I did this. That took my whole day, and it absolutely felt like a waste. When I got back to base, I did have a little bit of time left in the day, but I was just done. My Featherlight earned itself a name after helping me get that Reaper, so I named it Sprinkles, and I ended the day early. I started the day with my rhino's birth. Unlike eggs, you gotta be there on time for a live birth, so I logged in early to make sure I didn't miss it. While I waited, I did some things around my base and some resource farming, but after the birth, I logged back out for a while, and when I returned, the baby rhino was already making really good progress. Today, I wanted to focus on my base. I was still getting overwhelmed with the lack of storage and organization, and even though I'm still really behind on taming, I figured I'd give myself a more casual day after some of the recent intensities. Reaper, Shadowmane, for example. Also, when I was playing, I lost track of time, and I had no idea I was already on day 50. But I don't realize it until much later. Anyway, so first I did some grinding. I had a ton of loot to grind up, and I got a ton of useful resources from them. I made some vaults. I made my way back to a drop to craft a bunch more cryos and some cryo fridges. And once I put those down, I had some Rex eggs. And that was pretty much it. Thinking back on this day, it was probably my least productive day yet. But sometimes you need that, I guess. It's almost as if I completely forgot I was doing a 100 days challenge. Because I actually did forget I was doing a 100 days challenge. At this point, I was just playing the game very casually. I continued into the next day, finishing up my base. I wasn't set on a particular design, so the build process was a bit slow. But once I had my idea in mind, I was really excited to get it built. I added a rooftop to my foundation area where I planned on putting my garden. Also, I had a cliff platform in my storage that fit perfectly. Always a good feeling when things come together like this. I got most of the base done except for a few details, and I was really happy with it. It's honestly such a good feeling to have a practical base setup. I still had about half the day, so I went off to do some other things. Once again, I had to knock out some missions to keep the loot buff and baby raising buff active. I got a Titanosaur saddle from the mission, which was pretty clutch. These don't unlock until level 100, and I needed it to tame the Titanosaur, so yay. Also, I finally caught a Rex saddle BP. I didn't even notice it at first because it was only a journeyman, but the armor was actually pretty solid at 59. I was definitely going to be continuing my search for a better one, but if I didn't find one, this was probably going to get the job done. So, another win. And after that short detour, I decided to get back to finishing my base. I crafted myself a couple of fabricators, placed them on my cliff platform. Also, I put up some smithies. I got my cooking pot and water reservoirs set up, and a grill. My base was nearly complete, but I had a few finishing touches to put on it. I got some railings crafted and placed up top so I could let my dung beetle roam freely. And after another half day wasted because I completely lost track of time, I decided to head out to do something productive, like taming. Just kidding. I did something absolutely unnecessary at this point. More loot farming. Because now I was just straight up addicted. But I was slightly fueled by the desire to get a better Rex saddle BP, and also I just grinded a ton of my loot and I got a ton of valuable resources. So I wanted to replenish my stock of junk so I could have those grindable resources at my fingertips. And after another half a day wasted farming loot, I put that loot to good use and got more things crafted for my new base. Some vaults, chemistry bench. There were a few more finishing touches on my base I just couldn't leave undone. Even though I've already wasted so much time, I just had to finish it. I got my stairs installed in the egg incubator and my base was pretty much finished. Finally, after wasting basically 5 days on this, I could finally move on to the next thing. Now I just had to move all my stuff. But moving wasn't going to take much time, so I did that quickly. However, sorting it and organizing it was going to be a much larger task, but that one was going to have to wait. It's been at least 24 hours in real life since I've hit up some drops, so the addiction was kicking in, and I spent the rest of the day farming loot. Again, this is totally unnecessary, but I was legit actually addicted to it, so here I am again. At the start of day 55, I was able to remind myself that this is a challenge, not a regular playthrough, and I was severely behind. So it was time to get back to work. I have not made my way into the ocean yet, so that was my priority. I grabbed my crossbow because my long neck won't work underwater, and I made my way to Gen 2's ocean. Megalodons are everywhere, like annoyingly so. I found one right away, and I started shrinking. A swarm of them started following me, but they are super slow, so I just avoided them and I got one knocked out. A dolphin sought me out as well, basically asking me to tame him. So I gave him some kibble and started taming him as well. He only needed a couple feedings, and I had myself another tame. It's been like a 10-day hiatus since I tamed anything, so this felt really good. I decided not to waste my kibble on this shark, so I just got some mutton. And just like that, I had another shark and another thing to check off the list. I set my sights on an anglerfish next. I found one to tame and I started shrinking it. But there were way too many bad dudes around, and my weak shadow mane just couldn't handle them. This is exactly why I wanted that 1/4. Rip. I was getting swarmed. These friendly dolphins also kept swarming me, which made it hard to shoot or get away. And because I was absolutely terrified of losing my shadow mane, I put him away and I quickly tried to do it with my dolphin instead, because he has really good speed. But there were still just way too many enemies. I decided to call it quits. I started the day with some breeding. I continued to breed my Rexes. I was going to need at least 19 eggs with good HP and melee, so I'll breed every chance I get. I also did my daily routines of grabbing Deinonychus eggs and feeding my babies. I think I may have stopped the recording and went AFK for a while because I literally have no clue how my day was already half over. Anyway, I was running out of hexagons, and since that is my main way to farm meat for my babies, I needed to get some more. So I went back to the Velostock mission. This time I didn't have a Reaper, but my Rexes should hold up pretty well.
Hunter 1.
That sucked. At the start of the day, it had been more than 12 hours in real life since I last played, so that meant I was conditioned once again to do a loot run. After wasting half the day, it was time to tame a Managarmar. I made my way to Rockwell's side where they spawn and found a couple good ones. Manas are literally the most aggro-sensitive dino and will aggro to every single thing, so the only way to get them to focus on you is to eat some rare flowers. So I gobbled some up and had the mana follow me to a nice safe spot. I brought my net gun to make this process easier, but because I found a level 145, I wasn't sure I could trank him before the netting ran out, so I tried to trap him. But this gate method is super ineffective and it really hardly works, so I decided to stick with the net gun. I threw out my wyvern so that I could just tank the mana's hits until he was ready to be netted again. There is a pretty short interval between when you can net them, so I just took it and waited. When the mana was ready to be netted again, I got him down and I started shrinking. I was prepared for him to wake up and have to wait to net him once more, but because my long neck is so solid, I was able to get just enough tranks in him before the net wore off and he was knocked out. Manas are so nice to tame because when you let them jump around, their food drains, which means even on 1-times, they are basically an instant tame. And now I have a 217 mana, and I named him Let's Go! But because I love manas, they were my favorite before the Shadowmane, I really wanted to breed them. So I found a low-level female nearby and I tamed her up as well. I didn't want to waste my kibble on this one, and because I didn't let her jump around first, she took quite a while to tame. I just flew around the area for a while looking for other female manas to tame to kill time. I also found a low-level spinal to take down, but I completely forgot about it once my mana finished up, which happened right after getting the spinal down. Now that I had a breeding pair, I went ahead and mated them. But sadly, it got most of the stats from the low-level mom, so it wasn't even worth birthing it. An Evo event started during this day, and my Reaper timer dropped down to just over 2 hours, which is always a nice feeling. I got more things done around my base. With the 2 times, I got myself a ton of berries to make more narcotics. I moved my crop plots over to the new area and got my dung beetle thrown out. Also, I was running low on kibble again, so I needed to make more. After my chores were complete, I made my way back out for another tame. I was after a Ferox, the super cute but super vicious shoulder pet. I found an adorably perfect level 95 that was calling my name. Like most things, taming on Gen 2 is infinitely easier, but especially this guy, who you have to passively feed element, only to watch him turn into the Hulk and try to rip your face off. So I led him in circles until he was all tuckered out. Even with the Evo event, this took almost 20 minutes, but I eventually got him all tamed up. And now I had one of the cutest creatures in the game, at least when he's small. I continued just taking care of my babies, hatching eggs, and breeding to end the day. I was down to 1 hour until my Reaper was gonna be born, so I headed over to Rockwell's side once again to max out my Reaper's levels by killing all the spinals. And since that took almost no time at all, I got back to taming. It's funny, at this point, taming feels secondary. Like it should be my priority, but I keep squeezing it in between other things, like it's some non-important thing. I think it's safe to say I am fully lost in the Ark sauce at this point, when the side quest becomes the main quest. But all that aside, I was able to very quickly check 3 more things off my list. I used my net gun to take down the extremely fast and agile Gallimimus. I went after a Diplocalus next in the nearby lake. And then right nearby, a Dimetrodon. All 3 are straightforward tames and low enough level they won't take long at all. And with only 30 minutes to go with my Reaper, I just farmed some more loot drops, because I'll look for any excuse to feed my addiction. The Reaper birth went smoothly. Hopefully this is the last time I need to do this. Now once again it just has to raise before I count it. Now that I had the thing out of me, I could once again transfer servers without the worry about an accidental abortion. So it was time to make my way to Extinction because I was after a Giga. Extinction seems to be the best place for them, so I grabbed Trops and headed out. When I got to their normal spawn location, I was delighted to see multiple Gigas and Karks. Since these servers are empty, these things are spawning in droves, and it's a beautiful but terrifying sight. I really just did some recon this time around because I wasn't sure what to expect. But once I realized this server was going to be the one, I put up some foundations and a bed and storage as a makeshift base and a place to spawn in. I found the most perfect flat area to put a trap for the Giga, and I'm very happy these servers are empty because this spot would almost certainly already be built on. And once I got back home, I prepped all my stuff so that I could be ready to transfer the next day. I headed back to Extinction with all my stuff ready to go. I armored up because my tech suit gave me no protection, and I went out to find the Giga. My options were limited for levels, but I wasn't too picky. I just wanted to get this tame out of the way. At the time, I didn't plan on using Gigas all that much, so I didn't care. First, I had to clear the area, because even if things aren't attacking you, they find a way to disrupt everything you try to do. A level 20 with Kibble really won't take much time, so I just remained patient and I did not leave its side. And after just over 10 minutes, I had a Giga. But I wasn't ready to go home yet. Right in that same mosh pit of monsters, there was a level 105 Kark female. This was perfect because the one I tamed earlier was a male. And these things with an imprint buff are absolutely unstoppable. I wanted to get them breeding right away, so I went back to Gen 2 to grab my male. Females are ready to be bred as soon as you tame them, but once you transfer, it resets the breeding timer, which means it would be 1 to 2 in real life days before I could actually breed it if I had brought it home to Gen 2 first. Just a little pro tip for breeders. And once I got the egg, I headed home for good. I put the egg in the incubator and was happy to have gotten the good melee stat. The health had only 1 point, but these dinos are not like others. That would honestly still be a monster once I imprinted it, so I was hyped. So I started the day with another surprise Evo event. This threw me off because I was not intending to go back for more Gigas, but I was really wanting something better than that level 20, and I wanted one to breed with. Same thing as last time. I didn't even bother leaving her side. Instead, I just stood around wasting precious time as I continued taming things that I have already tamed. I started day 64 focused on finalizing my boss Rexes. The breeders have been producing a ton of eggs, and I finally had all the eggs incubated that I needed. Because they all need imprints, it's a lot easier to raise all 20 at once. So now that they were ready, I tossed them out to feed with Mama May. My Reaper and Yeti were coming along nicely as well. While I was setting up my babies, I also crafted myself a syringe so that I could draw blood. I was collecting blood packs to tame me a Desmodus. Once I had enough to get a low level, I grabbed my gear and headed to Fjordor for the first time. When I got there, me and Perp found a nice little spot to set up a spawn-in base. We then headed over to a nearby Desmodus cave. This was my very first time taming one of these, so I had no idea what to expect. I parked Perp right on the outside of the cave. The plan was to lure the bats out and then attempt to tame them while they were outside the cave. I have never even encountered one of these before, so I had no idea what kind of aggro range they had. They spotted me right away, and I tried to run for my life. But one of them picked me and started feeding on the blood packs in my inventory. This would have been great because this is exactly how you tame them. The only problem, I was getting swarmed. The one holding me was taming, but the others were just attacking me. And in no time at all, right before I almost got back on Perp, they killed me. I spawned back into my sleeping bag, but the bats were right there waiting. Pour one out for Perp. Okay, time for round 2. I started with the same process. I aggroed the bats out of the cave. This time I was going to kill them all off except for the one I needed so that I could go 1v1. I hopped on my mana and I started off exactly how I wanted. Wow, this dude is ugly. This truly should have been one of my first tames because it can do something that absolutely changes the game. It can create an elixir that gives you 30% to any tame. In other words, it reduces the taming time without any Evo event or in-world buffs. This is crazy OP, and I cannot believe I did not know about this earlier. It's like one of the most useful things on a one-time server. But it would still be even a little longer before I ever even discovered this miracle. So it was at this point when I realized how far into this 100 days I actually was. Like I mentioned, I got lost in the Ark sauce and I was just playing the game casually. I actually thought I was less than halfway, less than 50 days, and I knew in the back of my head I still had plenty of time to tame everything. But when I went back and counted the days, I had a legit panic attack. I was almost 15 days further into it than I thought, and I really started to worry. There were still some tames that were going to take multiple days to tame up, and even with a perfectly efficient strategy, everything would have to go perfect to get this done in time. And well, this is Ark. Perfect is never a thing. So to save myself from an overwhelming amount of anxiety for the next 36 days, I decided to commit myself to 200 days. That's right. No matter what happens after 100 days, I am taming every goddamn creature in this game. I don't care if it takes 1,000 days. The whole point of this was not to set a world record speed run. It was to do something I have never done. Something most people have never done. Even after thousands of hours, very few people have actually tamed everything in this game. And so that was my goal. No matter how long it took, I was still going to try to get everything in 100 days, but I wasn't going to sweat it. I wanted to have fun playing this, and that sense of anxiety takes the fun away. And who knows, it's still technically possible. I could very well still get everything in 100 days. But regardless, I'm taming everything, no matter how much it takes. Hello there. It's day 65 of trying to tame all 150 creatures in Ark, and it's probably the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I'm on an official server, and the taming rates are unbearably slow. Wow, a whole 4%. Yeah, this isn't gonna take forever. Oh, and if I lose something or it dies, I have to retame it, even if it's a Reaper, and I have to spend another 12 hours in real life to get it out of me. And time was running out. So, to relieve some of my serious anxiety, I committed to taming all 150 creatures, no matter how many days it takes. If I can't get them in 100 days, then I'll do it in 200. So, come along for the ride as I continue to attempt something very few survivors have ever done. Well, after another Maywing loss, it was time to get yet another. Once again, I found a cool looking one, and I tamed him up. I named him 3-Pete because I thought he was my third Maywing, but I actually already lost 3. Rest in peace, May May, Blueski, and Perp. And if you count Mama May, this dude is actually my 5th freaking Maywing. Either way, it was a cool name. Me and 3-Pete made our way to do more taming. We started with a lowly Sarco. I knocked it out, no problem. Then went after the compies who were trying to eat it. But I didn't realize how insanely fast these things wake up, so I just killed him instead. There was a Spino in the river nearby also. I tranked him with no issues. And continuing down the river, I ran into a super low-level Baryonyx and knocked him out in just a couple shots, and I watched over my 3 downed tames. I went back to grab some more mutton, and when I got back to the Sarco, it was ready to be tamed. Next up, I went to grab my Baryonyx, but there were a ton of bad dudes in the area. I tried to kill them all off, but I missed one tech raptor, and as I was trying to cryo my guy up, the raptor wanted lunch. I guess that's what you get for taming a level 15. Just as I found another one I could tame quickly, my Spino had finished up. This time, I just stuck around, and when the berry finished, I got him in his cryo. I continued going after everything I could find in the area. I got a gas bags, which took a stupid long time to knock out, and a Dilo, which is a one-shot. He's a super quick tame, so I just stood there and waited. The gas bags was going to take a little bit longer, so I continued the hunt. Back near my base was a giant scorpion, also known as a Pulmonoscorpius, or something like that. No problems knocking him out. Then a Kentrosaurus. Same thing. Easy knockout, easy tame. The scorpion was done, so I grabbed him. I went AFK for a little while to wait for the others to finish up. I grabbed my Kentro when he was done. As I headed towards the gas bags, I found a Pteranodon I could tame as well. I netted and tranked him. I popped down to the gas bags, and then I went back up and just waited for my Pteranodon. It was time to go after another tame I've never tamed, the Troodon. It's another one of those most hated things to tame. You have to get one to attack and kill one of your dinos. And certain dinos work a lot better than others. Normally you would do this by building a trap, but I convinced myself I could do it without one. Since I didn't have a Giga or Kark babies, I went with the next best thing, a Rex. The only problem was the Troodon didn't want anything to do with my baby Rex. It would not attack it. But I came up with a solution. When I got close enough, the Troodon would attack me and hit my Rex. I decided to try this strategy. But after just a couple hits, the Troodon knocked me out from its crazy high trank damage. The baby Rex was dead too because it had starved. I didn't have any extra at the moment, so I had to put this on hold. I continued my taming frenzy and I went after everything I could just knock out. Next up, Therizinosaurus. After I got him down, I went after the Master Thief, a Pegomastax. After a few pickpockets, he decided he'd be better off sitting on my shoulder. And together, we took down a Carnotaurus. I went over to grab some more mutton as I was burning through my kibble, but also I wanted to tame some more Ovis because eventually I was going to use them to tame the Fjordhawk. When the Patchy was ready, after some time, I scooped him up. The Theory got what kibble I have left because they take insanely long without it. But while waiting for the Theory and the Carno to finish up, I went after a Compy again. This time prepared with narcotics, I got him in just a few seconds. And the Carno was all done as well. I didn't have to go far at all. The next tame was right there waiting for me. Another shoulder pet, the Dimorphodon. It's another easy tame, and to complete a super successful day, I had another to check off the list. After my most successful day of taming, I continued right on. I found myself an Oviraptor and knocked it out. Now that I had Giga eggs, this would be a simple tame. I put the egg on it and went off to gather blood packs with my Desmodus. I was getting them ready so I could go after a Bloodstalker soon, and after not too long my Oviraptor finished up. Now that I had a few more disposable baby Rexes available, it was time for attempt number 2 at taming a Troodon with no trap. I threw out my Rex, but its health was way too high, so I had to lower it myself. But I went a little too far. Oops. So, right back to grab another Rex. Same thing, I had to lower the health a bit myself. But there was another problem. This one had 0 food, which meant its health was going to drop drastically, and it might die before I can get the Troodon to kill it. So, this was going to have to be an absolutely perfectly timed execution. I got him! But it wasn't over. The other Troodons were now hostile towards my tame. I had to get him out of there ASAP. I had him follow me as we ran from the other Troodons to safety, but there was a Carno right nearby as well. Fortunately, he was busy fighting something else and we snuck by his side. I was now in a safe spot, and I cryoed my Troodon up. I was hype. That was a super lucky tame. The perfect timing and the fact that the level 20 was the one that got the bite, that was really fortunate. I took my blood packs and went to Rockwell's side to find a Bloodstalker. But after just a few minutes, I realized this was probably going to be impossible. There are just too many other dinos around, and the process was never going to finish in time before something attacked me. I had a ton of management stuff to do around my base. I also tested out my rhino on the training dummy. And holy crap, I had no idea these things hit harder than gigas at full speed. Impressive. At the start of the day, I headed over to Rockwell's side to find some more easy tames. I got myself some Z seeds so I could get the light pets. I found a cool looking mini goat, aka a shinehorn, and gave him his seeds. I knocked out a low level parasaur quickly, flew off the background at half a drop. After just a couple seeds, I had the light pets all tamed. The rest of the day was dedicated to standard chores. Today I learned something game-changing. After recently taming my Desmodus, I discovered its one-of-a-kind ability. This creature can create an item in its inventory called Sanguine Elixir, and when you use it near a dino, you can gain a 30% imprint or 30% taming. In other words, this magical elixir makes taming automatically 30% faster. This is absolutely mind-blowing, especially on 1x rates. It basically gives you an Evo event at all times. It's pretty freaking wild. And honestly, I'm kind of pissed about it. This was in the game this whole time and I didn't know about it. I could have used this on that 140 Shadowmane and I never would have effed it up. I stopped playing Ark right before Fjordor came out, and so I had no idea this existed. But now that I do, I am quite happy to be able to use this, because I still have plenty of things to tame. And it starts here on Genesis 1, when I go after a Bloodstalker.
Probably. I knew this. It landed me once.
Yeah, so I guess it doesn't work for every dino. Regardless, I had enough blood packs to get it tamed. And after 5 minutes of listening to it suck on my blood, before I went home to Genesis 2, I had one more task to complete here on Gen 1. I wanted to grab myself a Magmasaur egg. The thing is, it's probably going to take the rest of my 100 days to raise one of these, so I needed to get one ASAP. I tossed out my Shadowmane and I headed into the volcano. Shadowmane's mobility makes it super easy for me to grab an egg and get in and out. Yup, once again, the egg spoiled. Do you remember all the way back when I grabbed my first Deinonychus eggs? Well, yeah, it's happening again. I don't know why I didn't think about this as a possibility, but it makes perfect sense. Wyvern eggs are really the only ones that don't spoil like ever, so I should have expected this, but I totally forgot. So I just went back home and decided I would have to deal with getting an egg another time. Frustrating. I made an attempt at taming a chaly. They like beer, and you just have to give it to them. But because I accidentally got drunk on my own supply, I didn't have enough for him. Also, his taming meter was dropping really fast, and I didn't know if that was supposed to happen. Anyway, I knew I need more beer, so I crafted myself a beer barrel and set that up so I could brew some more. I still had plenty of the day left, so I looked for something else to tame. I went out and found a pack of aloes. I knocked one out, and then I got rid of the others. That same group of bad dudes, there was a really cool looking saber-tooth. I netted her, then tranked her as well. While they tamed up, I went to find myself another easy tame. I sought out a jerboa. I tried to trank one, but I forgot how squishy they are. Rip. Nearby, a stupid pego stole my tech canteen, which I really needed because I cannot craft these yet. And then while trying to get it back, another one stole my shotgun. Then an empty cryopod. Then my Ned projectiles. These mother effers are taking all my valuable stuff. They weren't just taking the crappy stuff in my inventory, it was all the stuff I had to get back. So I had to hunt them all down quick. And even though it's dark and hard to see them, I was able to recover my goods from these thieves. Now that the area was clear, I found a jerboa. I punched him out this time, and I gave him berries. I went back to feed my aloe, and I got him tamed as well. I also was able to get my saber-tooth, but she was surrounded by bad dudes. I led them on a chase, but eventually I was able to get her to a safe spot, and I cryoed it up. Day 70 was just a maintenance day. I had a lot of resources that needed replenishing. I started by chainsawing some trees. I put it in the forge because I needed charcoal, and I grinded some up because I still need more levels. I got a ton of berries for narcotics, stone for spark powder, which of course I'll use to make bullets. I had to find a new spot for my beer barrel because it needed to be connected to water. I pretty much restocked everything that was running low. Narcotics, med brews, veggie cakes, kibble, any resource or consumable that I've been using, I pretty much restocked it. Also, I restocked my blood packs. Because now that I have a desmodus, I don't have to poke myself over and over with a syringe. Oh yeah, and I took care of my babies like a good papa. At the start of day 71, my Reaper was finally done. After losing my last one, this one is being put in a cryopod and left in a cryo fridge permanently so that I don't lose it again. It was time to head to Lost Island. There are a couple dinos exclusive to this map, and I was off to hunt them down. First on the list was the Xenomacrops. These recent additions to the game are essential early game tames because they allow you to fly like the jetpack. Except when you have Genesis 2, you don't really need them, so it took me a while to make my way over here. These can be really annoying to tame because they are super skittish, so I wanted to use a trap. I looked up a cheap, easy trap to make and I tested it out. It worked nothing like the tutorial, and the Xeno flew right away. I continued following him around until he wanted to land again, but he was in a really bad spot over the water and it took forever. Eventually the level 60 came back to me and I once again decided to try to trap it. But of course the bola reset its taming meter, so hopefully this works. I positioned myself just like the tutorial showed me and I started feeding it. All was working and he couldn't fly away. But stupid Pelagornis nudged me out of the way and the Xeno flew off. I continued following him though, and I was able to get him to land once again. I got a couple more feedings in, but it was not landing for me. After almost 20 minutes, eventually I started searching for a lower level to make my life easier. I used my bat Screech to seek out Xenos during the night. I found myself a level 20 and fed it. I also quickly used Sanguine Elixir, and his taming bar was already almost 50%, so I decided to hone in on this one. But once again, it flew over the water and it did not want to land. So I sought out another one. This time I went back to the faulty trap because I was getting annoyed. This one got away right away. My trap was no good, but I decided to try once more with a different one. Once again, things started off good. But then a stupid trike came along and nudged me again out of the way. No, this is so dumb, Ark. Dude, why don't these dinos just freaking stay away from me? Okay, so the trap is a definite no-go. It's just not working in every sense. But the level 20 was still nearby. I decided I would just have to be patient and try to follow it around. Each feeding, it only goes up by less than 20%, so it still took a few more. But with enough patience, and after almost 45 minutes,
Cinnamocrops Bunday.
I finally got it. I took the rest of the day to see if I could get myself a Magmasaur egg. I made my way to the Magmasaur cave to see if I could get the egg. But I barely made it out alive. And when I checked the inventory, yup, it's spoiled. I don't know why I expected anything else. This just happened, but it was a few days in real life, so I honestly forgot about this. Now that the nests were cleared, I headed back home so that I could come back another day. Some time had passed in real life and the Magmasaur eggs should be back. So I grabbed my gear and I headed back to the Lost Island. I once again used my Desmo and made my way in, but the Magmasaurs are snipers with their fireballs, so I had to back out before I could get the egg. I healed up a little bit and got ready for the next one. There were just too many Magmasaurs in this cave to try to get them out of there. I decided to just go for it. If I could be quick enough, I can get in and out. Dead. And I mistakenly forgot to bring a backup flyer. A Magmasaur got me near the edge of the cave, but I already had the egg in my inventory. If I could just get back to my body, I'd be home free. But there were Magmasaurs and a Carno way too close. Without any armor, there's no way I'm going to be able to grab that. So I went back to Gen 2 again to better equip myself so I could get this done. I grabbed weapons and armor and stronger dinos. I tried to kill off the Magmasaur first. My mana just wasn't getting it done. It didn't have the damage output. So instead of just being safe and smart and use my Rex, I decided to try out my Rhino. But against 2 Magmasaurs, this was a dumb idea. Finally. But I had another problem. This was a level 15 Magmasaur, and I knew already it was going to be hands down the worst thing I will ever have raised in all my time playing Ark. These suck to raise, and the low level has low food, which means it needs to be fed a lot. But that's a problem for the future. I was just happy to finally have an egg that didn't spoil. And to end the day, I tamed a couple more Ovis because I was going to be taming a Fjordhawk real soon. It was time to head back to Fjordor for some more things. First up, I needed to retame a bat, since I lost mine. I grabbed my fire wyvern and I went back to the same spot as before. I was better prepared this time now that I had some experience. I got the bats, lured out, and I found the ones I wanted. Once again, because of a blood pack shortage, I had to go for a low level. So this level 15 did the job. I could use him to farm blood packs to make getting a higher level easier in the future if I needed. Now that I had the Desmo once again, it was time for the next task while here on Fjordor. I needed to get myself a rock drake. I've never stolen them from Fjordor, but I figured that it would be much easier than going to Aberration. I didn't have a transmitter or a way to get myself off Aberration, and the idea of that is always a nightmare. So I decided to test out the Fjordor rock drake nest to see if it would be easier. I went to Asgard, where the Aberration Cave is. I like using my Shadowmane even though it's super low level because I can go invisible with it. Plus, its mobility can get me out of a sticky situation. Oh, but we know how this story goes all too well. I knew I wasn't safe until I checked my inventory because that egg could have spoiled the second I grabbed it. Once I got out of the cave, yes, I was relieved. A very respectable level 90 rock drake. Thankfully, since this is the most recent map, people are still active here and eggs are refreshed. And with my second task out of the way, I was off to complete task number 3. It was time to tame a fjordhawk, another tame exclusive to Fjordor, and one I've never tamed. I found the location where they like to hang out. I already had my sheep with me, so when I got there I tossed the first one out, with the fjordhawk flying above. I used the slaughter function near my sheep, and the fjordhawk started snacking. I threw the next sheep out, and he went right after that one. And one more time. 3 sheep later, I had myself a fjordhawk. When I got back to Gen 2, I kept up with the taming. I went after a Hesperornis in the river nearby my base. But first, while in the river, I quickly grabbed my saber-toothed salmon and piranha, which I have not yet checked off my list. I was lucky to find a level 15 because on 1x this thing is ridiculous. The taming meter goes up by so little each time. I really did not want to have to do this without an Evo event, but I needed to get it done, so I stuck with it. Fish after fish after fish. In about 15 minutes, I got it to about 60%. I remember I had sanguine elixir, so I went back to base to grab some. This saved me a ton of time. I just had a couple more fish to feed him, and he was all mine. Oh, and he laid a golden egg. Neat. To start the day, I did the standard baby monitoring and checked my dinos. The Kark is coming along nicely, and I really can't wait to have him fully grown. So I was happy with having an imprinted Kark, but I still wanted myself a good imprinted Giga. I had the good female, but I needed a better male because it was taking too long to get the good female stat on a baby. So I packed up my things and made my way to Extinction. It took some time to find one. I had to go to multiple Extinction maps, and I ended up finding one on a different map than before. It was a level 90 and I was happy with it, but that meant I needed to set up another trap on this map. Besides the bit of time that it took, all went pretty smoothly. Finding it, tranking it, and watching it tame took the whole day. But now I could finally be done, at least hopefully, hunting Gigas and Karks. Also, I grabbed some ambergris for my Magmasaur, who it was time to feed, which was only at 4%, and this is like the second time I've already had to feed it. This is gonna suck. I went back to Fjordor to get yet another tame that calls it home, the Andrewsarchus. Another thing I have not tamed, so I was hopeful I could do this without too many issues. There were a ton in the area, so I had to clear out the ones that I did not want. I went after my first one by going up to him and dropping some delicious honey. But he's not the only dino who likes honey. Oh, bro, that's not for you. No, dude. I gave him some more and hopped aboard. We went for a little ride and I followed his instructions. After he kicked me off, I ran for my life until I was safe. I repeated this a couple more times, and when I needed just one more, of course something goes wrong. He fell off a cliff into water, which should not have happened with these dino gates here, but okay. I figured he'd be okay as long as I could get him out, but of course as I got too close to the water, a freaking Capro blindsides me. And while trying to fight him off, the Andrewsarchus happens to be right next to us, and I hit him. So, the taming meter reset. I went back to the same spot to find another. This time, I found a level 20 and went after it. Should be a nice quick tame. After our first ride, the meter went all the way up to 75%. And I went for one more ride when he was ready, and I got myself an Andrewsarchus.
Andrewsarchus is a base that's full of surprises.
I spent a bit of time hunting down alphas. I needed the rune stones that they drop in order to take on the bosses. And I spotted an Alpha Rex and battled him with my Wyvern. This was huge. It gave me 49 of the 90 runestones I would need. Since I was still on Fjordor, I wanted to get a better bat. I went back to the same cave, and after having done this twice recently, it was a simple process. With no issues, I had a level 166 bat. Before I made my way back home to Gen 2, I had one more thing to do. I discovered there was farmable, nameless venom in a cave here. And since my rock drake is hungry and ready for his first feeding, I needed to get his food of choice. It's a pretty safe cave. I just had to deal with a few ravagers, and I got some nameless venom from some rocks. This is 100% easier than going to Aberration, and I'm starting to see why so many people love Fjordor. And once I got home, I fed the drake and the magmasaur, who was still just dragging along in maturation. At the start of this day, it had been about 12 hours in real life. My magmasaur was at 11.3%. But don't let this time jump fool you. I had to log in 3 separate times to feed this damn thing. This is already one of the hardest, most annoying things I've ever done in this game. Think about it this way. While it's out, I have to feed it every 3 hours in real life, or it will die. And this has to go on for like 3 real life days. That's 3 days of logging in every 3 hours. That is completely undoable for somebody who doesn't play this game full time, and I am not one of those people. This is not going to work. It's just not going to happen. I literally don't have the time, and it would take a month in real life at this pace. So I knew I was going to have to go back in search of another egg. And it wasn't long after this realization that I actually forgot to feed it, and it died anyways. So now I definitely have to go back. So I returned to the deadly magmasaur caves on Lost Island. This time I brought my Shadowmane thinking I could sneak my way in. But there were too many, and once I got the egg, they'd be all over me anyways. I was just honestly too afraid to lose my Shadowmane, so I backed out. It was nighttime, so I could use my Desmodus's invisibility mode. I went camouflage and scouted out the eggs. But once again, these magmasaurs were super protective of their eggs, and I couldn't find a window of opportunity. After some patience, I swooped down and grabbed an egg. I got it, then flew for my freaking life. And once I made it out safely, I was relieved because it didn't spoil. So I was happily on my way to transfer back before I realized I had another crap egg. A level 20? Are you freaking kidding me, Ark? Really? Why didn't I see this? Yeah, I just assumed I wouldn't get another stupid low level, but of course, that's my luck. I didn't have time to look at the level in the cave, so I just grabbed one, but I really should have chosen more wisely. Alright, no more messing around. I was so over this damn magmasaur, I decided to take a new approach. I brought my Rexes and I was going to kill every damn magmasaur on this map and take all their eggs. I don't know why I didn't just do this before. I guess I just figured it would have been faster to fly in, grab one, and fly out. But oh, how I was wrong. Alright, Rexes, let's do this. I slaughtered them all and grabbed the only egg in the cave. And look at that. Another level 20. Yay. This is just unbelievable. So I left my Rexes parked outside the cave and I went back to Gen 2 to wait for more eggs to spawn in. Once again, I used my Rexes to clear the cave, which they did with no problem, and I grabbed the egg. When I made it back out to safety, I checked the level and it was a level 50. Much better than the 15 and the 20. But still not ideal. It was the only one, and if I wanted to hire one, I'd have to wait even longer for more to respawn. I was so over this egg at this point, I just figured I'd suck it up and try to raise it, because I just did not want to spend any more time on this dumb Magmasaur. I started the day in need of more hexagons, so off I was to do the Alpha Velostock mission. This is my first go at it with some gigas, and it felt good to not have it take 20 minutes. I got an Ascendant crossbow from it, which would come in handy for tranking underwater dinos, which is exactly what I was off to do next. I went back into the ocean looking for things to tame. I knew getting a Mosasaur would still take a lot of arrows, even with this crossbow, so I brought a trap. Once I found a good one to tame, I set the trap up. Using behemoth gates is not exactly a cheap method, but it would keep it nice and safe from all the sharks. After a couple failed attempts at trying to get this giant ocean beast in the trap, I realized the trap was just too small, and by the time I tried closing the door, this thing just snuck out of it. I didn't want to spend the time or resources building even more behemoth gates, so I just followed this thing around on my Shadowmane and pumped it with arrows. It took a lot of arrows, but I got it knocked out safely. Next up, the Plesiosaur, another underwater monster. These things are really ugly and doofusy looking, but they hit so hard. This level 20 was destroying my Shadowmane, but I got him to flee and then knocked out before he could end us. While I waited, I searched around for some other things, but I didn't find anything I could tame. When the Maza finished, I knew I still had a bit of a task ahead. These things are super difficult to get into a cryopod, so I needed to make sure it was in a safe spot and far away from the many, many sharks down here. I got him into a corner as I struggled to cryo it, but eventually I was able to get it. And it was time to get my Plezzy as well. I had a tech saddle for my Maza, so I slapped it on him to check it out. And then I got stuck in my tiny pond. I started the day getting some more nameless venom from Fjordor. My rock drake was coming along nicely, but my second Magmasaur, not so much. Still at just 5%, which takes about 10 hours to get to. It's not as bad as the level 20, but I still need to feed this thing every 2 to 4 hours, which is ridiculous. I got back to taming more things by going after an Achatina next. I went over to Rockwell's side and found one after a bit of searching. I had to clear the area first, but then knocked him out. It was a high level and going to take some time, so I got to taming other things while I waited. Nearby was a group of Pachyrhinosaurus. I isolated the one I wanted, and I tranked him. These things' torpor drain is super fast, so you pretty much have to stay on top of it, and they like bug repellent as food, which is weird, but it doesn't take very long to tame. And I waited patiently for my Achatina, who I gave some veggie cakes. I had my sights on a spider next. The Araneo is a passive tame. You just need some bug spray so you can walk up to it and feed it spoiled meat. I waited nearby patiently as I tamed a creepy crawly for myself. So when I got back to base, I noticed something was missing. My bright orange, glowing baby Magmasaur was not appearing as I approached my base. I checked the Triblog, and there it was. Magmasaur starved to death. Yay! It's because I went AFK for a while when taming those things on Rockwell's side, and I forgot about my Magmasaur. I was really only gone for an hour and a half, maybe, no more than 2 hours for sure. But that just shows how razor thin the feeding margins are for even a level 50. As I expected, this is going to be impossible to do with a lower level. So, the only option I had was to go back for another round. Once again, I sent my wreck squad to clear the cave, and I landed to grab the egg, but I didn't expect much. But finally, I had something go right in this damn cave. A 140 egg. This was as good as I was gonna get. Something I could actually raise. So I grabbed the egg and my Rexes and said goodbye to this godforsaken cave for the last time. I started the day once again with some baby monitoring. I popped in at one point to hatch my Magmasaur egg and then logged out for a while, but was happy to see it up to 3%. which doesn't seem like a big deal, but that 3% came without having to feed it at all, thanks to an Evo event. With the level 20, that would have already required like 3 or 4 feedings, even with the Evo event. So this is a good thing. Also, I had a bunch of gigas and carks that were getting closer and closer to being done. Every chance I get, I breed the gigas and the carks and casually raise them when I can. It was nice to have a good lineup going because these are what I will be using to fight the in-world bosses on Fjordor. I had some things left untamed in the ocean, so I made my way back underwater. I grabbed a bunch of black pearls and a couple sacrificial tames so I could tame myself a Tuso. When I found one, I tossed out my shark. You need to let the Tuso grab onto your tame while you shove a black pearl in its weird nub-looking mouth. I let the Tuso grab my shark and I swam right up to its weird nub mouth and I shoved the black pearl in its face. And to my surprise, it only took one. I guess with the Evo event and because it was a low enough level, that's all I needed. I found a Basilosaurus to tame next. I swam up to him and fed him some kibble, and I jetpacked away as the manta chased me down. I tossed out my Mozza and swam around while I waited to feed the Bassie again. I went for a 140 because it was an Evo event and it shouldn't take too long, and after just 10 to 15 minutes I had the ultimate underwater beast. But I had to get him out of there safely. Everything, including a Tuso, was chasing me down. I had to swim for it and just hope my Bassie was fast enough to follow me. I got to the surface, but an Alpha Meg followed me up there, and as soon as I got to the shore, a freaking Pego stole all my kibble. I had to decide between helping my Bassie and getting all my kibble back. I netted the Pego, but I couldn't access its inventory, nor could I seem to hit it with my power bunches. Then another came up and took my cryo from me. I started to panic. Bassies are tanks, but I had no idea how high of a level this alpha shark was, and I had to get him out of there before he killed him. So I was able to cryo him up from the shore to save his life. But I wasn't about to let that stupid rat get away with my kibble. I tracked him with the tame tracker to hunt him down. I was able to find it and kill it, but the alpha shark and an eel were still trying to fight me, and I just could not get the bag back. Eventually, the eel and piranhas and a donkey were just too overwhelming. The eel almost killed me, and I had to just call it quits. I wasn't getting that kibble back. I went back to base and crafted what I could with what I had. To end the day, I once again watched over my babies. My Magmasaur was at a whopping 5%. Woohoo! Right at the start of day 80, I went after a monkey. There have been a bunch near my base. I'm surprised it took this long to get one. This literally took 2 minutes. Next, I was after a space whale, the Astrocetus. I got my tech Quetzal equipped with a platform saddle and made cannons to knock the whale out. But after spending a few minutes flying around space, I found nothing and felt like I was just wasting time. But there were a ton of dolphins. So I went after a low-level Astrodelphis instead. These guys like to eat element, and then you just need to pet them. This low-level tamed up super quick for me with no issues.
Swimming in the interstellar medium and named it Astrodelphis.
There was a void worm out here that I was very tempted to tame, seeing as how these things are even harder to find than the space whale, but I needed a little more mutagen to feed it, which would take some time, so unfortunately I'd have to try hunting one of these down another day. On my way back, I spotted a terror bird and netted and tranked him. It's a low level and the Evo event is still active, so I just stood by his side. I went to get myself a beaver after that. They spawn in a safe area, so another simple knockout. Their torpor drains pretty fast, so I couldn't go too far. I took repeat for a venture underwater. Yeah, I haven't really used them underwater, but these things are also great swimmers. But found nothing that I could tame, so I just hung out around the Castoroids, aka the beaver, until it was finished. It was a new day in game, so I went back out to space to see if any whales had spawned in. But once again, no luck, so it was off to Rockwell's side to continue powering through my tame list. I set my sights on a Volanosaur, and well, it set its sights right back on me. But I have better range than they do. And I knocked out this pretty pink fellow. These things already tame super fast with kibble, but again, the Evo event makes this thing lightning quick. Even this level 140. Next up, a Caprosuchus. I parked 3 feet nice and high up to make sure I didn't get blindsided again by one of these, and I knocked it out from a safe distance. While waiting, a frog joined the party, and so I tamed him too. Actually, I knocked out 2, just in case one died. And all these low-level tames are getting finished nice and quick. And since I'm already in the river, I quickly sought out a trilobite. Found one right nearby and checked this tame off the list as well. I had more fish baskets, so I wanted to finish these easy catch and cryo tames while in the river. I threw down a couple baskets near a lamprey and scooped him up. Now I just had to find a leech to finish the fish basket tames. But the day was ending, it was dark, and I already had a super successful day of taming, so I called it a day. I began the day with a couple of drops. Now that I basically had everything I needed, I have been collecting a lot less loot than what I had been doing early on. But today was a very significant day. After all this time, I came across the very last thing I really needed. It was the Ascendant Rex Saddle. Finally, I got it. I don't know how many drops I've gotten, but I really can't believe it took this long. And honestly, I found a really good journeyman long ago that would probably get the job done. But I was just so happy to have finally had all my loot farming pay off the way I had hoped it would. Once I made these up, I would be fully confident in taking on all the bosses. I decided to once again see if I could find a space whale. I got out to space, and to my delight, I was able to find one. I tossed out my Quetzal and set up the cannon. These things are super slow, but the Quetzal is maybe even slower, so it took a minute to get things lined up. You have to get a headshot, so I positioned myself in front of him. I lined up my cannon, and I fired away. I hopped on my Quetzal to make sure he didn't get too close and attack me, and when I saw the stats pop up from HLNA, I noticed his torpor was so close. I almost had him knocked out. It was just one more shot, and that would definitely do the trick. So as I tried to get in front of him to line up one more shot, wait, where'd it go? Where'd it go? No, where is it? It teleported. Normally when these things teleport, they don't go very far, and you can see where they teleport to. But I looked everywhere nearby, and this thing is literally gone. It definitely despawned. Well, I guess that's no space whale for me. I didn't even bother searching for another one, I just moved on. I went back to base to breed my Gigas and Karks again, something I do every chance I get. But now that I'd be taking on bosses really soon, I wanted to max out the backups I have in case I lose them. Also, I need them for when I want to grind XP. I checked my Magmasaur, which is now at 15%, and honestly, I've lost track of how many times I've fed it at this point, but it's still alive, for now, so that's good. I spent a good portion of the rest of the day beginning to craft my saddles. The Ascendant Rex saddles were not that expensive, but 19 of them is expensive. Each one needed about 5,000 fiber, 9,000 hide, and 1,200 metal. I already had a bunch of resources that could get me started, but I gathered up some more metal to start. Before I crafted these though, my Gigas and Karks all needed saddles, so I just crafted a bunch of basic ones for them first. These Rex saddles need so many resources I can barely fit them all in a smithy, so I turned my Argentavis into Mrs. Smithy. Clever, right? So it would make crafting these a lot easier. I've been saving hide from the beginning, and so I had a decent buildup, but it takes so much for each one that I just burned through it all so quickly, and I would have to farm more later. Fiber is easy to farm mass amounts with the Strider, so I crafted all that I could for now. And in order to get more hide, I decided I would just buy as much as I could from the Hexagon store. So as long as the Evo event stayed active, it made a ton of sense to farm the Velostock mission. I took my 3 Gigas and finished it quickly to get myself Hexagons. Completing this mission once gets me enough hide for about 2 to 3 saddles. Hello there. It's day 82 of trying to tame every creature in Ark on official servers. It has been one crazy adventure, and if you're just discovering this journey, truly it'll be worth your while seeing all the madness that has happened so far. Hours wasted on a Shadowmane, days wasted on a magmasaur and overcoming the challenges that only official servers present. Where's the egg? Where's the egg? But I am really just getting started. I have a ton of things left to tame and 7 bosses yet to fight. Official servers are shutting down soon, and my time is running out. So join me on this adventure to see how far I can get before Ark Official is shut down for good. I was beginning my preparations to go after the Titans. I wasn't sure how to go about taming these things, so I had a couple different plans. Multiple deaths were almost guaranteed, so I wanted to prepare. One of those strategies is to use a Fjord Hawk and their ability to bring your items to you if you die. But I only had the one, so I tamed an Ovis to prepare to go and tame a few more. I went back to attempt to tame myself the beer-drinking, poop-flinging, donkey-bear-looking Chally. I fed him his first beer and some sanguine elixir, but even with that, he took a little bit of time. I farmed a bunch of metal in the meantime, but went back eventually and I got myself another tame. There was a Quetzal near my base. This was my strategy for taming the Desert Titan. So of course I had to get another one because I would almost certainly get one killed. And while this one tamed, I got even more metal. And as the day was nearing halfway, I scooped him up. So I was ready to head back to Fjordor. I grabbed my things and I made my way back to the same area I was before. I got one tamed up right before an RG, and Sabertooth almost added 3-peat to the dead Maywing list. Whew. And on my way back, I found a high-level Alpha Carno. I took it down and got pretty much the last of the runestones that I needed. I had a little time left before my day ended. While I was here, I figured I'd get one more Desmo. I absolutely love these things and how useful they are, and mine is just kind of a low level. I got one right away, and since there was another one nearby, I got him too. In no time at all, I had 2 more Desmos. But there were enemies nearby that I had to kill. First, a Rex. Okay, no problem. But now a Carno that was headed for my already weak Desmo and 3-peat. So, without thinking, I used my Wyvern's Fire Breath, which doesn't adhere to the friendly fire rule. And he almost killed 3-peat too, but I still had the other one. So much for having 2 more Desmos. The day was over and I had no more blood packs anyway, so I just went home. What a waste. It was time to begin preparations for my boss fights. I had all the dinos I needed at this point, but they needed some work done first. They needed leveling and saddles crafted up. I bred my dinos once again to make sure I had some backups in case of a mass slaughter. I tossed out my Gigas, Karks, Deinonychus, and Yutties and started pumping them full of levels. They have been sitting in cryos, some of them for weeks in real life, which meant they had a ton of levels to put into them. A much slower method to leveling your dinos, but it's passive, and I don't need to take them out killing a bunch of things to level them up. I dubbed my Yutties with some names, and then pumped all my Deinonychus with levels. This took an obnoxiously long time for something that I barely even use. Also, time to check in on my Magmasaur and give it a good feed. It was now at 17.8%. Yay! That's sarcasm. I had some really nice saddles for my Yutties from all my looting that I grabbed. Same with Giga saddles. And I got the Dine saddled up as well with just some primitive ones. I planned to bring the rhinos to the dragon fight, so I grabbed my best saddle for her as well. After all the dinos were taken care of, I tossed out my Rexes and did the same thing. These were going to have to sit for a day in real life so they could heal up. But that is exactly why I am prepping ahead of time. I put all my best saddles, both ones I crafted and the ones that I have looted, on the Rexes, and that was the day. It takes a stupid long time to cryo and uncryo these dinos, but I'm just happy cryo freeze doesn't exist on PvE. To continue the preparations, I was off to collect the artifacts, and as far as I know, the best place to do that is Crystal Isles. But since I was headed here, I figured I'd grab myself a Griffin also. The Griffin Trench is loaded with them, and I'd be guaranteed to find a good level that I could tame. So I got a low enough level and I netted him. It took a couple of rounds of netting, but eventually I knocked the one I wanted out. And while it tamed, me and 3-peat went off to grab our artifacts. First up, Artifact of the Hunter. I grabbed the first one and tossed out my otter. The otter is a must for artifact hunting. He is the only dino that can carry them in its inventory, which means I can get a backup artifact for each one that I grab. And that was it. I had all the artifacts I would need, and backups in case I lost any of the fights. I continued my preparations for the boss fights. I forgot how much work goes into just preparing for bosses. It's part of what makes this game so intense. Even if you're not playing on hardcore mode, if you lose the fight, all this preparation is gone. And you've lost all that time and all your dinos too. You don't get to go back to a previous save on official servers. And so I spent a good half the day just cryoing dinos. I crafted a few more Ascendant Rex saddles, and I was making sure all my gear and items were in order. I made sure to grab my cold gear because my first fight was going to be in one of the coldest Ark biomes, Jotunheim. Off I was to Fjordor. I spawned into my base and I instantly teleported to the frigid Jotunheim. I made my way into the cave and I got my dino set up. I used Karks because I had way more imprinted available. All my Gigas were super low level and did basically no damage. My Deinonychus were literally just there for a distraction. I didn't expect them to contribute much at all or even survive. But I overbred them and I had way too many of them. And the only reason I didn't just use my Rexes was because I didn't want to have to heal them in between each of these fights. Because I had 7 fights to do and that would just take forever. I activated Steinbjorn and hopped aboard my Yeti. I sent my squad into attack. And with just too much size, my Karks completely overwhelmed Steinbjorn, and we defeated him. Some of the Karks took some serious damage, but mostly they held strong. I grabbed my loot and cryoed my Karks, and we headed out. Next up, Hati and Skoll. I teleported to Asgard and began setting up my squad. This time I threw out my Gigas because they were all still full health, but I also tossed out some of the Karks who were still in pretty good condition. I initiated the fight and my giants once again took control. And my dinos shredded through them without losing a single one, all in a matter of minutes. I once again collected my loot and the trophy I needed, and I moved on. I was breezing through these fights, and I still had some time left in this day, so instead of jumping right into the last in-world boss, I decided to let my Karks and Gigas heal up. It was time for me to head into the dragon fight. I was most nervous about this fight out of all the bosses. Even the Gamma can shred Rexes because of the insane fire damage its fire attack does to carnivores. You can lose super high level dinos if you are not careful. I was honestly sweating this fight and I just wanted to get it done. I was getting ready to log off in real life and there was no way I could wait another full day until I did this fight. Because anxiety. So I went ahead and dove right in. I tossed out all my dinos. I had mostly Rexes, and then I brought my Yeti, of course, as well as some Deinonychus and a couple of Rhinos. Game on. The Deinonychus got squashed immediately. What a waste. But the Rexes were doing significant damage. We did it! Whew. What a huge relief of anxiety. I knew if I got this fight done, the rest would be a breeze. I took a deep breath and relaxed. I made sure to grab my extra saddles from the dead Rexes before the arena timer disappeared. All in all, quite a few losses, but happy to get it done. These Rexes had some healing to do before I could use them again, so I just left them here for now, and I would come back later. It was a new day in real life and all my dinos had healed up. I grabbed my Karks and Gigas and headed towards the final in-world boss, the giant bee, Bela. After having no issues with the last one, I was confident I could get this done quickly. I made my way into her cave and spawned her in. Once again, the fight went swiftly and in my favor. My Gigas were just too large and too overwhelming. She could barely even get in any hits. I went over to grab my Rexes and made my way to the next boss terminal. Once I got them all tossed out, I started the fight. And within 2 minutes, my Rexes completely obliterated this giant monkey. It literally took me longer to toss these Rexes out of their cryo than to do the fight. But now that this fight was done, I had one more to complete before Fenris Sulfur. And since the monkey did basically no damage at all, I didn't need to let them heal. So I cryoed them, and I went to the next boss terminal to fight the Broodmother. And in just under 3 minutes, another boss down. At this point, I realized how strong my Rexes actually were. I definitely could have done beta and maybe even alpha, except for probably the dragon. But that wasn't the goal. However, it made me regret spending so much time early on trying to find these high-level Rexes when I didn't really need them. And also, all that time I spent loot farming for a high Rex saddle BP, because I definitely could have gotten by with much less. It was time. My Rexes were all healed up. I had all the trophies and tributes I needed to face the final boss, Fenrir Sulfur, so I can get my cryoed Fenrir. This wasn't the main objective of this challenge, but it sure felt like it. In fact, it was only 1/150th of it. But because of how much time and effort I put into finding and breeding all the Rexes, the Gigas, and the Karks, all that prep work made it feel like this massive moment, like this was the end. I've only fought this boss once, and I had extremely overpowered dinos when I did it, so I was quite nervous for this fight, to be doing it with some unmutated Rexes, despite how strong they are. But here we go. Just like the rest of the bosses, though, my Rexes dominated. Fenrir Sulfur stood no chance, and I came away victorious. And I finally had myself a Fenrir. I think it's pretty safe to say this is the most time-consuming tame in the game. Even if it's technically not the hardest, most of my playthrough was dedicated to prepping just to get this thing. But now that I had it, it was time to go after the truly hardest things to tame, the Titans. I transferred over to Extinction to begin the tedious process of collecting tributes. In order to tame the Titans, I first needed to gather the necessary tributes, and most things you can find relatively quickly. But getting enough corrupted hearts can take some time. I tossed out Steve the Kark, and we got to work. I made my way across the wasteland and got a good start. I headed into the desert cave to find the Sarkos, and with just one trip I got all 10 I needed. I continued to use my mana to hunt down Theres. These are a bit harder to find than the other tributes, so having some mobility helps hunting them down. After almost a full day, I was getting most of the tributes I needed, except I was struggling to get corrupted hearts. So I wanted to do a drop in order to get some more quickly, but the only one I could find was a purple drop. I knew I couldn't handle this heat with Steve alone, but I thought maybe I could start the first round and kill a couple and then run away. So I started the drop, and I immediately regretted it. I got stuck in a spino and I couldn't even run away. I did not expect 50 freaking wyverns to be the first things that spawned in. I can run from anything except the wyverns, so I booked it ASAP as soon as I was free to save my life. Luckily, Steve made it out far enough away and they despawned. Wow, that was close and really dumb. I next thought it'd be smart to head into the danger zone. Corrupted gigas left and right, but after I killed off a few, it just wasn't worth it. They were way too tanky and taking too long to kill, and they weren't even giving many hearts in return. I gathered up what I could without risking Steve too much, but ultimately I left disappointed. I knew this was going to be a grind because I needed 300 hearts minimum, 100 for each Titan. I figured the next day I'd have to try either an element vein or a red drop so that I could get more faster. So at the start of day 90, that's exactly what I did. I found myself a 25k health element vein, and I knew I could easily take it down with my Giga. This was actually really necessary because not only could I get more hearts this way, but I was going to need element to power my mech, which is what I plan to use to tame the Ice Titan. Round after round, my Giga dealt with the corrupted, no problem. When I finished the vein, I had nothing better than a primitive stone pick. So my element canes weren't as plentiful as they could be, but I had a decent bit for fuel. Also, I had about 140 hearts at this point. Not sure how many came from the vein and how many came from farming the wasteland, but it was a good start, almost halfway to the minimum that I needed. I had to pop back over to Gen 2 quickly, and while there, Element was in space. I was running low, so I took a few minutes to farm some up. And when I came back, I still had about half the day. I continued farming through the wasteland, getting all the things I needed, and at the end of the day, I was very close to having it all. I was short just about 40 hearts and 6 Theory Claws, but I could get those quick enough the next day. After I beat Fenris Sulfur, I unlocked the much-needed tech replicator. I was going to need one to craft my mech, and it would just be really nice to have one in general. I pretty much had all the resources I needed to craft except for poly. So I made a quick run over to the bee cave on Crystal Isles to fill up my poly reserves. When I got back, I grabbed all the resources and headed to the nearest drop so I could craft a replicator. I placed it up on my roof as it's really the only place it fits, and the first thing I crafted was an enforcer. I got this BP from farming tributes on Extinction, and I forgot it was something that I needed to check off the list. So yay. Next up, I crafted my mech a siege cannon, and I spent the last bit of my poly on as many cannon shells as I could craft. And because I burned through my poly, I had to go back for a second batch. These cannon shells were pretty expensive, and I knew I would need at least a few more. I also crafted a couple Ascendant snipers because I was planning on using them for the Forest Titan.
G'day, Survivor.
Today I began the final preparations to take on the Titans. I plan on going after the Forest Titan first. There is apparently a cheesy way to do this, and if you can get yourself in a spot on the map, you can safely shoot at the Titan with a sniper. So I crafted a ton of sniper ammo. I got my best crossbows and compound bows, and grappling hooks to get into position, sleeping bags because of certain death, and a gas mask to protect myself from the toxic Forest Titan attack, and everything else I would need. It was time. I took 3P and all my stuff down into the Lost Forest. I took a few minutes to set up some storage and beds to respawn if I die. I forgot my tribute, so I had to go all the way back because, well, I always forget something. But once I was set up, I made my way into the cave. This is where you get the artifact and summon the Titan. But there are a ton of baddies. I landed safely and I grabbed the artifact. But as I made my way to the terminal, There were just too many enemies to land my Maywing, so I flew around looking for a safer spot. And as I landed to gain some more momentum, I was blindsided by a Purlovia, and I had no chance to live. Rip. Now I had a big problem. I did not have a backup flyer, so I had no choice but to spawn at a random location and find the nearest city terminal in order to transfer back home to Gen 2 to get a flyer. I grabbed my mana and I spawned back into my sleeping bags. With the transfer timer, I was worried about getting back to my bag on time. I didn't have all of my equipment on me, but I did have Steve the Kark. Also, all the tributes and 100 corrupt hearts, which took forever to farm. Oh, and I really didn't want to lose 3-peat, so I raced as quickly as possible back into the cave. And as I got near, and with just way too many baddies, I just decided to bust out Tina and mow down everything. Fortunately, I was at least able to get my bag back before it despawned. I cleared the terminal and activated the Forest Titan. As it spawned in, I quickly ran back to my cabinets and grabbed all my stuff. I hopped aboard my Maywing, and just as I was about to get into position, the Forest Titan decided to despawn. I didn't notice it while my inventory was up, so I flew around looking for it, confused as all hell. I had to do some research to see what the heck was going on, and apparently this is something that happens. Another ARC bug. I thought maybe I did something wrong, but nope, this is just another one of those BS things that you can't do anything about, and it really, really sucks. I spent all that time farming those resources, and now they are just gone because the game is broken. I decided to move on. After losing 3-peat and investing so much time in just getting set up for this fight, it's heartbreaking to go out this way, not even getting to attempt to tame it. I just couldn't spend the time doing it all over again right now. So I moved on to the Ice Titan. I started out day 93 the same as before. I got my sleeping bags and closets set up near the fight. I then made my way into the cave so I could grab the artifact and activate the terminal. This time I was extra careful. Even though Purlovias are underground, I made sure absolutely nothing was in the area before I landed, and I got to it with no issues and activated the Titan. I hopped in my mech and started firing away. I have never done this tame before, so I had no idea how long it was going to take. Also, I didn't know the best method, so I put a ton of laser shots into the corruption on the Titan. But it was getting really hard to hit because it would not stop moving. I decided to toss out one of my sacrifice tames in hopes that he would aggro to it. But instead, he got stuck in the pond. So I tried to take advantage of that. And shot after shot after shot, I could see the corruption being affected, but it felt like it was taking forever, because it was. And then he jumped away, and it appeared as if all my progress went back to 0. He continued to ignore my Kark and made it really difficult for me to hit his back leg. He kept turning and jumping, and before getting a few shots in, he would move again. After more than 20 minutes, I needed to try something different. I decided to pull out the sniper and see if that would work any better. And nope, if I don't get the range of the sniper, there's no way I'm using this thing up close. So the sniper was out. It was time to give the cannon shells a go. I didn't have very many, so I tried to line up my shots perfectly. And after 4 shots, the corruption on the leg was gone. I started to lose confidence, but after knocking this one off, I was hyped and remotivated. I could get this done. Just 2 more to go. I got it. But I only had a couple more cannon shells, so I went back to shooting with my laser. And just as before, it appeared to be working, but I just could not get enough damage in. So I used the last of my shells. And when I ran out, I tried getting him stuck again in the river, but nothing was working. That second spot was not going anywhere without more cannon shells. After almost an hour-long battle with my mech's health down to the edge, I gave it one last final effort before the Titan destroyed my mech and ejected me to my death. When I spawned back in, the Ice Titan was still there, but I had no mech and no way of taming him, so I just focused on trying to get my bag back. It should have been a simple grab and go, but because I wasn't paying close attention, I mistimed his jump. Rip Mama May. Pour one out for another Maywing. I felt defeated from that fight, and losing another Maywing is just salt in the wound. I eventually got my stuff back, but man, what a day. What a day. 3-Pete was dead. Mama May was gone as well. I now officially had no more Maywings, so I tamed one up quickly at the start of day 94, but I've already lost like 6 of them, and I was certain I'd lose more, so I tamed a bunch. To help keep track of how many I was going through, I started naming them accordingly. So after 3-Pete, I needed a 4 name. I went with Eric Foreman. Shout out to you if you get that reference. The next Maywing got the name 5 Guys. And number 6, we went with the 6 Man. For number 7, I went with 7 Days to Die. But ARC sensors won't let me use DIE, so I had to use DYE. This is not a spelling error, please don't correct me. I spent the rest of the day farming resources that I would need to go back in for another bout. My mech was dead, so I was going to need to craft another. But the thing I needed most were more cannon shells. It was clearly the only thing working to knock off the Titan's corrupted zone. So my goal was to craft an overkill amount, so I could make sure I didn't run into an ammo shortage again. I got a bunch of gunpowder crafted and metal farmed. Then I made my way over to Crystal Isles for a massive poly run. I can transfer with about 6,000 poly before my inventory is capped, and I was going to need all of it. When I got back, I put it to use and crafted as many shells as I possibly could. When all was said and done, I had about 3 times as many as I did the first fight. Since I was able to get 1 node off with the amount I had, I figured 3 times would be safe for the 3 nodes. When I got everything farmed up, I made my way back to Extinction. I needed to get myself more tributes to activate the Titan once again, so I took out Daddy into the wasteland to farm what I could, but I was unable to find a lot of what I needed, and getting more hearts was a slow process. But there is one spot that is usually filled with a good batch of corrupted that will give hearts. So I left my base spot with 7 Days to Die and set course for that spot, which is located just on the other side of the desert biome. Like a passenger jet on a cloudy night sky, I set my course and went on cruise control. I lined up my Maywing along the red danger beacons, and I flew down the path that would take me directly to my destination. And for the sake of a good camera shot, I was in K-Cam, also known as orbital cam, trying to get a cool shot of me flying in the night sky. And before I could realize my flight pattern was off course, dead. Yup. I don't know how I made such a tragic error. I honestly thought I was steering clear of the border, but because I was so focused on my camera and not my actual flight, this is what happens. There is no getting my stuff back either. Going over the boundary is brutal and was an absolutely fatal error because I lost 2 Karks, my male breeding Giga, and an Ascendant pickaxe. That was a big loss. Oh, and not to mention 7 Days to Die, who only took 1 day to die. Rip. Pour one out for another Maywing. These last few days have been a rough go. The Titan taming was already way more of a challenge than I expected. I debated on trying to move on to the 3rd Titan, the Desert Titan, after having failed the first 2. But because I had all these cannon shells already crafted, I decided to give the Ice Titan one last go. But first, I went home to Gen 2 to toss out some Gigas and Karks as replacements. Also, just an update and check-in, my Magmasaur is now at 19%. Making some real great progress there. And while out in my yard, I noticed it was light on dinos. And well, that's because my snow owl starved to death. great. Blow after blow. These final days leading up to the 100th day have been pretty rough, but I was determined to continue fighting. I went back to Extinction to get ready for round 2 against the Ice Titan. I first needed some more element, so I found myself a vein. Once again, I had no issues completing it, and I got all the element I should need for the fight. So at this point, my days were actually off. I thought this was day 99 and 100, but it was actually day 96. So as I went into these 2 days, I planned them out like they were my final 2. But of course, I continued past 100 days, so it doesn't make much of a difference. To start the day, I got my mechs situated. This time I prepared with multiple mechs going into the fight. I didn't have the little drones that heal these because, well, they weren't listed on the Dodo decks as something I needed to tame, so I kind of just forgot about them. But they actually heal your mechs. However, the mech is not that expensive, so I found it easy enough just to craft multiples. When I arrive on Extinction with all my gear, I just had one last thing to gather before I could go back at it again. I just needed a few more of the tributes, so I chomped up those quickly in the wasteland, and then it was time. Once again, I set up my respawn station with all my gear and got some sleeping bags. I got the artifact and made it to the terminal with no big issue. When the Titan spawned in, I went right to work. I knew the lasers were all but useless, so I was focused on only using the cannons. But I still needed to hit my shots because I don't have an infinite number. I spent a lot of time just trying to get him to stay still. I remained patient and tried lining up my shots. After about 15 minutes, I was able to get the first node off. Once again, I was feeling hopeful after that. I had plenty of ammo this time and I had both my mechs at full health. I was super confident I could get this done. So I continued to remain patient and be smart with my shots. But once again, the Ice Titan would just not stay still. And by the time I could get a rocket blast off, he'd be off jumping or turning and I'd miss my shots. As I wasted more and more cannons, I tried using my blaster as much as I could, even though I know it's useless. But patience continues to pay off. I was so close. Just one more node. And it's positioned right on his chest, which should make it easier because I just need him to aggro to me. But as I got more and more anxious to get this done, I became less patient with my shots, and I couldn't seem to connect with that node. But once again, I missed. And the Ice Titan came in for the killing blow. It destroyed me and my mech. I spawned back in and grabbed my second mech, but I knew with no cannon shells remaining, this was just not gonna happen. I only had the one node left. I decided to give it a try anyways, but after literally 30 minutes of blasting this thing, it did not work. The cannon shells were truly my only hope, and I had none left. I now had no more mechs, but because the Titan was still there, I couldn't give up. I grabbed my Desmo and a sniper rifle in a desperate attempt, but this method was just way too dangerous. I couldn't get more than a couple shots in without him coming in for a one-shot kill. This wasn't happening either. Rip Desmo. Well, I had nothing left to give, but I had to grab my body bags anyways. I went out with one last sad, naked effort, but really, it was just a way to sum up what has happened while trying to take on these titans. And there it was, 100 days, 100 hours, and what honestly felt like a massive failure. I know I was committed to taming everything beyond 100 days, but I had such high hopes for getting closer than I did. With just 100 tames out of the 150, I still had a long way to go. And after I adjusted my goals a little bit, I had hoped I could at least tame all 4 titans, but none of that played out the way I expected. When you think about it though, that's what Ark is really about. The world of Ark is full of surprises and challenges that make it so incredible. It's the unexpected that makes it spectacular. And this has been one hell of an adventure. I've spent thousands of hours in this game, and I continue to be surprised by the level of joy I have discovering the undiscovered. I learned so much just from attempting to tame things I've never gone after. I've done things, seen things, been in places of the map that I've never gone. And that is just a testament to how vastly endless this game is. It's truly incredible, and I am so very excited to continue this adventure. And I hope that you out there are looking forward to joining me on completing this epic quest to tame every last one and beyond Ark Survival Evolved into the new era of Ark Survival Ascended. Survivors, I'll be seeing you soon. Thank you. Hello there. Ark official servers have shut down, and I tried to tame everything in the game before that happened. The first 100 days were a rough go. I ruined a 140 Shadowmane tame after so many hours. Oh no. I had two 12-hour Reaper pregnancies and a deadly server crash that left me emotionally wrecked for multiple days. No, man. It was a crazy adventure, but I'm not finished. I vowed to tame everything in the game, or at least try my hardest, right up until the server shut down. I had less than 3 weeks in real life and 50 plus tames to go. But that wasn't all. I didn't learn anything from my first 100 days, and I decided to add another challenge. I wanted to fight as many bosses as I could. I spent almost half my 100 days building a ridiculously strong Rex army, and I wanted to test them out on as many bosses as possible. So, ride off into the Ark Survival Evolved Sunset with me and see if I can complete the Ultimate Ark Challenge. It was a new day and I had a new goal in mind. After a 100-hour grind to tame everything, I wanted to take a step back and focus on my new challenge for the next 100. Fighting the bosses will be a nice change of pace from taming, but more importantly, it will unlock a bunch of tech things that I really need. That way I can use my tech suit on more maps than just Gen 2. First up, I wanted to go after the Ragnarok bosses. After taking down the dragon with ease, I knew I could face off the easier version of the dragon in the Ragnarok arena with my same Rexes. So I grabbed my things and I made my way to Ragnarok. In order to get the tech things I needed, I was going to have to do the beta fight, which meant I'd have to farm the tributes as well as the artifacts for this fight. And there is a lot. Once I got my spawn-in base set up, I went after my first set of tributes. There is an artifact way out here in the ocean, so there is usually a convenient ocean platform to land on safely, because below this area is a terrifying mass of Tusos. My Tuso that I tamed was probably my strongest dino for water, so I brought him along and saddled him up. But as I made my way into the depths, I forgot how impossibly dark the Ragnarok ocean is at night. I killed off a couple sharks because I needed their teeth. But after a few minutes of near blindness in the ocean, I had to surface and come back later. I moved on to go after the snake venom and Sarco skins. Crocs and Titanoboa are everywhere in this swamp area. It's just a matter of running around and collecting what you need. It took no time at all to get all the things that I needed. It was daylight again, so I went back out into the ocean. I dove into the depths and came across more than enough Tusos. Now I just had to hope mine would be strong enough to take them down. After a couple battles, my Tuso was starting to get wrecked. I ran into an alpha and it was time to go. That thing is way stronger and faster, and if I didn't get out of there ASAP, I'd be dead for sure. I swam around a bit more in a different spot and I found the last one I needed. I killed him and I headed out of the water. Just in time too, because my Tuso really couldn't take any more. And with a little bit of time left in the day, I continued on more tributes. Right near my base is the best Spino spawn in pretty much all of the arcs, so I dropped in with Tina and I got lunch. Also, I grabbed my sauropod vertebrae from the Diplos and the Brontos. I dropped my stuff off at my base to end the day. I now had the Tuso tentacles, Sarco skins, snake venom, shark teeth, spinosails, and sauropod vertebrae all finished up, all in a day's work. My element reserves were running low, so I started the day with a quick farm on Gen 2, except my Strider wasn't parked near space, so it really wasn't that quick, but I had gotten enough to last for quite some time. I also had mountains of Deinonychus eggs built up. I grabbed those so I could up my kibble stash. It had been quite some time since my addiction to farming loot drops had worn off, so I figured I'd head back out and do a quick lap. I spotted an Alpha Rex and it got me thinking. I still had that insanely powerful tech bow that I got so long ago. Now that I was going to be doing boss fights, I would be able to unlock the levels that I needed, and I could actually get to use it. So when I came across an Alpha Rex, I knew I could get some levels this way. I equipped a random chibi so I could start leveling it up. My shotgun wasn't getting it done, so I had to bust out Tina to make work of this thing. Once it was finally close, I made sure not to kill it with Tina so that I could get the levels. And all it took was one. I unlocked one extra level. Now with the beta boss fight, I will be able to unlock 10 more, which will give me access to level 116 and the glorious tech bow that I have been yearning to use. I started out the day checking on my Magnosaur. After the epic saga that was trying to get the egg, and then the annoying process of trying to feed it, not knowing that I could have just used sulfur and it would have made my life a lot easier. Anyways, I made my way back to Ragnarok to finish hunting down the boss trophies. Me and 5 guys flew over to the black sandy beach to find Megalania. I tossed out Tina and we munched on some Megalania to get their toxin, and it literally took less than 2 minutes to get what I needed. Next up, I flew around looking for Archies so I could get their talons. Luckily, they are also everywhere. Once again, I got everything I needed in no time at all. After the talons, I made my way back underwater. I needed to get Basilosaurus blubber, which can be quite annoying. Bazzies are somewhat hard to find on this map. When I found the first one, I tried using my Shadow Mane to take it down, but she couldn't get through the manta that protect it. They were completely shredding my low-level Shadow Mane, and my Shadow Mane was no match. I really had no choice but to toss out my Tuso, but it was still severely injured from fighting the Tusos earlier, so I had to be careful. It should shred the manta, but it's all about positioning. If I can't get the tentacles to hit the manta, they will take me out in no time, so I have to be careful. After getting a couple, my Tuso's health was way too low to keep risking it, so I left him out to heal because I was logging out in real life. And when I returned, enough time had passed that he was all healed up. It took some time, but eventually I was able to find the rest of the Bazzies and destroy them without losing my Tuso. I had almost everything I needed. The last thing was Thylaclaws. I made my way out to the desert and hunted down some Thyla. They are pretty easy to find out here, so once again I was able to get this done in pretty much no time at all. Now I had all the tributes I needed for the fight. I just needed to get myself the artifacts. I went back to Crystal Isle so I could scoop them up nice and quick. It literally takes less than 10 minutes and I can grab all that I need. When I got back home, I finished the day by taking care of my dinos. I had a huge need for a meat run, so I spent a ton of time gathering all the meats with Tina. The final preparations began for my Ragnarok boss fight. I had a few more of my Ascendant Rex saddles I wanted to craft up, so I grabbed my best fiber farmer and started scooping up fibers. I crafted my saddles and saddled up all my Rexes and pumped them with any extra levels they had. I was curious how much damage they were actually doing, so I went ahead and tested them out at this point. With all the boosts, including the UD, these things are completely insane. For not having any mutation, these things are awesome. I am still blown away by how strong these are without souping them up. I cryoed my Rexes and prepared my gear. Once I got to Reg, I found the only terminal that wasn't cluttered with dinos. I got them all set up and I was ready for the fight. We jumped in and the fight began immediately. This was a big fight and a big win because it unlocked some things I really needed. First, the tech transmitter. Now I didn't have to rush to an obelisk every time I wanted to transfer. And with transfer timers on official, transmitters are one of the most needed things in the game. But also I unlocked tech troughs and a generator. The troughs do wonders for raising dinos on 1x. I no longer have to log in just to check on my baby's food. And so once I got back home to my base, I made this a priority. I grabbed a bunch of grindable loot so I could get some poly. I crafted myself a couple troughs and a generator, and I got them placed down. Now that I had tech tier unlocked, I was going to need a consistent way to get lots and lots of poly. So I grabbed a bed, some foundations, and a transmitter, and I made my way to Crystal Isles. Farming beehives for poly was definitely going to be the fastest method. I also brought a mannequin because they are cheap to craft and have a ton of storage. I spent 10 to 15 minutes farming all the poly I possibly could. After completely destroying the Ragnarok bosses, I was motivated to keep running through some more bosses. Specifically, I wanted more tech tier unlocks. I needed to unlock a couple more pieces of the tech suit so that I could actually use it on the other maps. And the best way to do that was to go after the beta Rockwell. I packed up my things and headed to Aberration for the first time in these 100 days. But now that I plan on doing the beta boss, I was going to need to spend some time here, at least to gather the tributes that I would need. I spawned in and set out to search for a good spot to place a makeshift base. I put down my foundations and a transmitter and I was off to hunt trophies. There aren't nearly as many trophies as on Ragnarok, but finding the Basilisk scale can still be a bit grindy. Luckily, I found one right away. I really don't have anything powerful enough to fight these things. My Drake definitely isn't strong enough, so I had to use my shotgun to take them down. Even this level 15 is super tanky. But now that I had one, I just needed to find 3 more. As I expected, the rest were not so quick to be found. It took almost 20 minutes of searching to find number 2. I pretty much searched the entirety of their spawn locations, and I didn't see anything. So I figured I'd log off for a while to see if more can spawn back in. When I got back, I went back out on the hunt. Once again, I spent some time searching and found nothing. But I came across an alpha Carcinos. These are pretty rare, and you need a tribute for the alpha fight. I was not intending to do the alpha, but because they are hard to find, I figured I would go ahead and try to kill it just to get it. At the very least, I could trade it to someone who needs it. I started pumping it with shotgun shells, but they seemed to be doing absolutely nothing. Without HLNA, I had no way to know how much health this thing actually had. It was only a level 10, so I thought I'd be able to take it. My Drake had a super good Ascendant saddle, so I knew I could tank the hits. But what I did not know was this. Apparently they can dismount you. I did not know this. I am almost certain that the other alpha creatures cannot dismount you. At least I'm pretty sure that's the case with the raptor. So I just assumed that this was the case for all alphas. But I was wrong. And honestly, I might be wrong about the alpha raptor. I can't remember. Well, that sucked. My Shinehorn was definitely dead, but I wasn't about to just let my Drake die. I hopped back to Gen 2 to grab a way to get back to my Drake. My only option was 5 guys. Maywings can't handle the radiation, but I really had no choice. I found my Drake, and he was shockingly still alive. I tried to whistle him away, but lost control with my Maywing. We went off the edge, and I put myself in a really bad spot. My Drake was following me, but so was every other baddie in this place. There was no safe place to stop moving and cryo him. Before I knew it, dead. I went back to search for my body in the saddle, but unfortunately I could not find it. I must have taken too long in the transfer, and it probably despawned. This was an unfortunate loss. When I got back home to Gen 2, I had to spend a bit of time crafting up some things that I lost. While looking through my inventory, I remember I had a really nice tech rifle that I found a really long time ago. Now that I could actually use it because I unlocked tech, I wanted to give it a test. And holy crap! This is a freaking beast. I was hyped about this because I was going to need some firepower for the boss fight, but I needed to finish gathering tributes first. So, back to Ab. I found the first one and took him down with no problem. Now I just needed one more. I found the last one and I got excited. I started shooting him, but he was super tanky, and when I tried to get out of his way, my 5 guys got stuck, and I took a direct shot from his sleepy gas. I didn't realize it was happening, or I would have gotten somewhere safe, but before I realized it, I knocked out. And the basilisk ate me for lunch. I grabbed the only other tame I had with me, my Shadowmane, and I headed back out to see if I could maybe, just maybe, not get another Maywing killed. Nope. Pour one out for 5 kills. Also, rip Plan B, my bulb dog. That's now 2 light pets I've killed in a couple days. It was a lot to lose, but at the very least, I was able to get the final basilisk scale. So it wasn't all for nothing. All I needed now was venom, which I can get right before I go into the fight. I still needed to do some prep work though, so I made my way back home to Gen 2 to end the day. The plan was to do the Rockwell fight on foot, which meant I was going to need lots and lots of firepower. I did some quick farming and then crafted gunpowder for days, which I then turned into as much shotgun ammo as I possibly could. Since I lost 2 light pets on Aberration, I had to grab a couple more. I still had a glowtail and a feathered light, but I was almost certainly going to lose more, so I made my way to Rockwell's side to quickly tame one up. I got a Shinehorn tamed nice and quick. I was about to head down to Rockwell's den to grab a Reaper pheromone because I needed it for tribute, but I remembered I had one already in my inventory. Unlike most tributes, these can transfer across servers, so getting it here on Gen 2 was going to be much easier. And with that, I was getting closer and closer to being ready to take on Rockwell. But I still need the artifacts, so back to my favorite destination to get them, Crystal Isles. I took the 6-man out for a quick artifact run. Just like the others, these are easily accessible. The hardest one to get is just at the bottom of a cave, but no enemies nearby. So I grabbed those quickly, and since I was here, I figured I'd do a poly run to end the day. I never can get my hands on enough poly. I did a meat run quickly at the beginning of the day to make sure all my Rexes had food to heal up. Also, I continue to raise Gigas and Karks because I intend to use them for the Titan fights eventually. I used my poly to craft up some Ascendant shotguns. The plan was to bring my super strong tech rifles, but I didn't know how much element I was going to have for ammo, so I made sure to bring shotguns and shotgun ammo as backup. I grabbed my absolute best gear. I crafted up my cactus broth, which is what allows you to do this on foot. The last thing I needed was element for my tech rifles. Since you can only transfer element dust, I had to convert my element into dust first. It's a time-consuming and extremely wasteful process, but my method allows me to do it passively. I built up some gates around a terminal to make sure that no wild dinos could attack me while I go AFK. The terminals allow you to convert element to dust at a 5-to-1 ratio, meaning if I want to transfer 100 element, I will only get 20 after I convert it. But thankfully, element flows heavy here on Gen 2, so waste is not a concern. However, to get around the slow process, I use an auto clicker. What I do is set my auto clicker to 5-second intervals, then place my cursor over the conversion icon, then I go AFK for as long as it takes. It's a bit slow of a process, but works perfectly if you intend to go AFK. And now I don't have to spend hours farming dust on extinction. Now that I had everything I would need, it was time to head to Aberration. When I got there, I had one last tribute to grab, the Nameless Venom. I scooped that up with my Shadowman and headed to the Rockwell terminal. I took the 6-man down, knowing he'd take serious radiation damage. I thought I might be able to scoop him up, but there were too many drakes and I had to fight them off first. So sadly, the 6th man died. Pour one out for another Mayway. But my focus was on the fight. As long as I got this done, it would be a worthy sacrifice. I started the fight and popped my cactus broth so the enemies couldn't see me, and my focal chilling so I could run fast. I started running around shooting Rockwell's tentacles. My tech rifle was knocking them out as quickly as I had hoped. After the first round of tentacles, I made my way to his chest and started pumping him full of lasers. The tech rifles were great for damage, but they overheat so quickly. I decided to switch to my shotguns to see if it was any better. But this method felt slow, so I just remained patient. Next round, I knocked out his tentacles once again. But once I got back to the center, I could only do a little damage before he began his animation. When his tentacles reset, I went back for round 3. Having to avoid the electricity and giant electric balls flying in my face, I was able to get all the tentacles down once again. His health was nearing halfway, but time was running out. I was already halfway through the arena time. I started to get very concerned. These next rounds don't go any quicker, and I hadn't delayed at all, but I felt like I should have more time on the timer. But I continued on. When I started attacking his chest once again, he barely took any damage before he went into another animation. At this point, I was almost certain something was off. His damage should be lower, or I should have more time. There was no way I was even going to have time to finish this because he keeps going into his animations too early.
What exactly is your plan? Even if you could reach the surface.
But I continued on, hoping to take this fight to the very last second. Next time, I got myself way too close to the Nameless, and they started attacking me. This made it difficult to hit Rockwell, and once again, I feel like I didn't get enough damage in before his tentacles respawned. So as time was getting lower and lower, I rushed to hurry and get the tentacles down once more. And while trying to avoid the Nameless, I stayed as close to the edge as possible. But then, this happened.
Your petty crusade.
Whoa, what is happening? What? Oh my god. Oh no. Are you kidding me? Wow. That's a first. What the hell? This one sucked. Boss fight arkings are always the worst because you lose everything you brought into the fight, including all the tributes I used to start the fight, all my best gear, my 2 really powerful tech rifles, all gone. The only saving grace is I didn't bring dinos into the fight because they'd be gone too. However, I still sacrificed my Rock Drake getting tributes and another Maywing, the 6-man, getting to the terminal. I was pretty broken up about this one. So first up, I made my way back to Crystal Isles to get the artifacts again. I also grabbed more poly because I needed to craft more shotguns. I spent the rest of the day just gathering up all the things I'd need to get back into the fight. Since I can't seem to keep my Maywings alive, I started out this day doing what I hoped would be a final Maywing taming session. I flew around and tamed everything. And of course, I continued with the naming tradition. Number 8, I went with 8-Ball. For 9 lives. Hopefully that'll help him live longer. Number 10, I went with Tension Rises. And for number 11, we had to go 7-11. And to round it out for number 12, I went with 12 Angry Men. Shout out to you if you get that reference and if you were forced to watch that movie in school. After I gathered all my stuff I would need, I made my way back to Aberration. I went back out on the hunt to gather up my basilisk scales, and it pretty much took half the day just to find one. This is exactly what I was hoping wouldn't happen. It's taking forever. Some time had passed in real life, and I went back at it, hoping more had spawned in. I spent another half day running around the whole map. I came away with 2 more before heading back to Gen 2. I pretty much cleared out any basilisk spawns, so I needed to wait a little longer for more to spawn in. Since I only needed 1 more, I was hoping I could just grab it when I grabbed the venom right before I head to the terminal. I spent the rest of the day doing some things around my base, gathering resources and taking care of my dinos to kill some time. I also started setting up my XP farm so that I could grind out my levels to unlock my tech bow. Alright, I made my way back to Aberration, and within 5 minutes of searching, I came across the last basilisk that I would need. I quickly grabbed the nameless venom, and then I made my way back to terminal for round 2. I didn't want to lose yet another Maywing, so I fed Tension Rises him some mushroom brew to protect him from the radiation. But it didn't matter, because when I got down there, the nameless attacked, and he was not set to passive. So rather than making an error and getting myself killed, I just let him die. Sorry, bro. Pour one out for another Maywing. I'm seriously gonna have to build a graveyard for these things. But I didn't have time to worry about that now. It was time to get after Rockwell round 2. I was determined to not have to do this again. But like last time, I wasn't just worried about getting arced. My biggest concern was running out of time. This time around, I decided to use my tech rifles, mostly for the tentacles, and stick to my shotgun. Everything was going as planned. First round, no issues. Second round, no issues. His health was dropping, but so was the time. Next round, my cactus broth ran out, and I forgot to pop more, so the nameless swarmed. I was starting to worry about time. The nameless were seriously annoying me and taking up my precious time. I lost my pants, but still had some decent armor to make it through. I kept pushing on, round after round, as Rockwell's health got lower and lower. I was getting close to the end, and I thought I was finished. But Rockwell went back into his animation one last time. I started to panic. I only had 4 minutes left on the clock. And there it is. Victory! It felt really good to beat that. After that last round, I definitely thought I was going to run out of time. But now that I had Rockwell Beta, I had unlocked enough levels to reach my tech bow. Now I just had to grind out those levels first. Back home on Gen 2, my Magnusaur was almost complete. After burning through a ton of my element, transferring it to Aberration, I headed back out into space to do a little more farming. I spent a good chunk of the day replenishing some resources, including hexagons. But really my main focus was unlocking my tech bow. I finished setting up my XP farm with all my grinders, and I gathered up a bunch of stone to grind. I ate my broth of enlightenment to boost my XP gain. I filled my grinders with stone and wood, and tossed out my babies. And then, well, this is ruthless, Ark. Why do you make me do this? And in less than 10 minutes, I had gained 7 levels, which brought me up to level 115. I was 1 level away from what I needed, but I was all out of babies and the day was coming to an end. So I crafted myself the tech sleeping pod, which I unlocked from Rockwell. This will give me massive XP, and by the time I log back in, I should have the extra level. I can't remember how much time in real life passed, but when I logged back in, I had a couple levels, and now I had what I needed. But even more exciting, my Magnusaur was finally finished. Holy crap. I cannot believe how long this thing took. It might not feel that long if you are watching these episodes within a short period of time, but I assure you, this was the worst thing I've ever had to raise or tame or get my hands on ever in Ark, ever. I will never raise one of these on official servers again, even if I can use sulfur, because honestly, getting those eggs was the worst part. I was excited to use my tech bow, so I headed out to find some things to knock out. I searched for a Giga, but couldn't find one. I remember I needed to tame another owl since mine starved, so I snagged one of those up quick. But really, where the tech bow was going to shine was underwater. I headed down to find myself the tankiest beast of the underwater, the Dunk. These things are ridiculously tanky. They take reduced trank damage, which I didn't know when I started shooting it. So I started firing away. But oh man, it took a lot of shots. Fortunately, they are big and slow, so it was just a matter of patience and avoiding all the obnoxious sharks and eels. I got him down, then went after a Bassie. I think at this point I forgot to check it off my list. I had already tamed one, but I was underwater waiting, so I just tamed another one. When the donkey finished, I had to bring him to the surface to get him cryoed. But unlike last time with my Bassie, I was able to get him with no issues. The last bit of the day, I decided to go after Hyenodon. These things are incredibly skittish and seemingly impossible to tame. I isolated the one I wanted and tried petting him. I had cactus broth going, but I wasn't wearing ghillie. I thought I could pull it off this way. When I went in for the second pet, no problems. I stuck by his side, waiting to pet him again. Number 3, hey, this is actually pretty easy, no problems at all. But when I went up for number 4, I got the pet in, but somehow I spooked him. No idea how. And he started running. When I caught up to him, he was by one of his buddies, and when I tried to pet him again, his tanging meter started to drop. I honestly didn't even understand the mechanic that was doing this, but I knew this was going to be an extremely obnoxious thing to try to tame. I was going to have to do some research to see if there was an easier way to get this done, because following it around, having to pet it 20 plus times, is just way too risky. It will almost certainly get spooked by something. At the start of day 116, I had some Karks and Gigas that had grown up. After losing Steve in a tragic fiery Maywing crash, I was very much in need of another imprinted Kark. So of course, I named him Son of Steve. I bred him with the ladies to continue hoarding as many baby Karks as I could in case I need them for levels. I was feeling pretty accomplished at this point after defeating a couple of bosses and getting a good start on my tames. I wanted to slow down a bit and build myself a bigger base. So I did a bit of farming and I crafted up some stone behemoth gates. I found a nice spot not too far from my current base and started claiming my territory. I needed more element, so I took my Strider out to space, but I forgot about the glitchy spot near my base. The strider went over the edge and got stuck. It disappeared and I couldn't find it anywhere. I checked to see in the tribelog if it got anti-meshed, but nothing was showing. I figured it bugged and despawned. Well, that sucks. Now I have to get a new strider, which has been a pain each time. So this is pretty frustrating. Me and Eric Foreman went out to search for another one. But after half a day, we came up empty-handed. Just as the day was ending, I came across something I could not resist. A 145 female R Giga. It was gorgeous, blue and pink. I loved the colors, but I really did not need this. I haven't been taming R Gigas, nor did I really need anything more powerful than what I already had. But how could I not tame this? She was calling my name. I went back to base to get my taming gear and went after her. Now that I had my tech bow, I didn't even need to trap her. I floated above and unloaded shard after shard from a safe distance. It still takes a bit of time, no longer than 5 minutes though. Much better than using a long neck. I got her down with no issue. Since there are a ton of bad dudes in the area, I fenced her in. I can't really leave render like with the Rexes or she'll wake up. So to make sure I get this thing maxed out with levels, I needed to make sure nothing could attack it. Me and Balthazar waited patiently nearby. I gathered some meat and some blood packs, but otherwise I just waited. It took a good 40 minutes, but I got it at almost perfect taming efficiency. And right nearby there was conveniently a perfect strider. It was low level, had saddlebags and a drill face and a really cool color. So of course I went after it. And after the tedious process, I was almost done with it. But a Dilo was nearby and aggroing to me. I wanted to be safe and get rid of it to make sure it didn't attack and reset the taming meter. But somehow, when I power punched it, the taming meter reset anyways. What the F? I'm not sure what happened. I didn't hit it. I was more than far enough away. I had no idea how that happened. Last time I got into a fight with a Sarco and it attacked me and the strider, but the taming meter didn't go down at all, so I'm honestly not sure what happened. But the day was ending for me in real life and I just couldn't spend the time grinding this out right now. Getting a strider back would have to wait some more time. But not a whole lot more time, because at the start of day 118 I felt lost without a strider. Especially since I was now building a new base. I honestly felt like I couldn't do anything until I got this taken care of and off my mind. I still had to walk it back to base, which of course takes forever. All the helpful people mentioned I could just upload this thing and download it near my base, but of course I didn't know that at the time. So the long journey began. This time I parked it near space and I just left it there with some dedicated storage. I next had my sights on the Gen 2 boss, Rockwell Prime. It had been a while since doing missions, but I didn't have that many left in order to unlock it. First up, I went back to the Bulb Dog fetch. Now that I had a tech bow, I could actually do this with ease. It's a nightmare with a long neck. I hunted down all the little bulb dogs and tranked them with just a couple shots. A pretty easy task completed in just under 10 minutes. I continued on to the Maywing Poach. This is also a super easy one when you have a tech bow. I didn't set any time records here with my time, but I got it done quick enough and one step closer to Rockwell Prime. Before the day was over, I noticed something peculiar on the map. I saw an extra bed where it shouldn't be. And when I clicked on it, it was my missing strider. Well, look what we have here. Looks like it didn't despawn after all. So since I couldn't see it, I was very hesitant to spawn to it, fearing that my character might mesh or get stuck in the mesh or something terrible might happen. But my curiosity is way too strong, and I had to find out where it was. So I spawned into it, and to my delight, it wasn't in the mesh. It was just in the water. Hooray! But I had no time at all to celebrate. Because 1, I'm pretty sure there is no way out of this part of the water, and 2, before I had a chance to even figure out a way to get it out, a swarm of megalodons attacked. I lost hope immediately. There was no way it would survive or that I could do anything fast enough to even save it. I had no weapons on me, and since I already thought it was a goner and I replaced it, I just sat by and watched it get destroyed. Rip. My beautiful R-Giga was looking all lonely. I decided to go out and see if I could find her a mate. I wasn't very hopeful because, well, I've seen like 2 R-Gigas in this entire 120 days. But I checked my go-to spot, and to my absolute delight, a 130 male R-Giga. So I busted out the tech bow and I got to work. A few minutes later, he was down. And again, just to be safe, I put down the metal fences. Same thing as last time, I can't really go far. So I just messed around while I waited, and by the day's end, I had a really nice mating pair of R Gigas. Taming this R Giga wasn't really necessary, but like I said, I couldn't resist. After that bit of a detour, I got back to the missions. I went into Star Dolphin. I've done this plenty on beta and alpha, but the gamma needs to be done as well. So I breezed through it and kept going. Up next, the Ferox Cull. It was time to hunt down some Feroxes. The alpha version of this is one of the more challenging hunt missions in the game. But like all the gamma missions, they are all super easy. Especially with a Kark, and especially with a Kark like Son of Steve. I continued the grind, Shadowmane Prowl up next. Just at the start of the mission, I saw a Purlovia. I had a little PTSD from these guys back on Extinction, but I went after this one to get it tamed. I think this is the first one I've ever even seen on Genesis 2. I don't know how common they are, but they are an easy tame, and I would have gone after it before had I seen them. I knocked it out, but it was going to take a while, so I continued on with the mission. It's the same thing with this one. The Gamma version took no time at all. Same with the Velostock. Super quick. It'd be nice if you only had to do the highest level to have it count, but such is not the case. The last of the Tranking missions, which is even quicker than the others to complete. While I waited for the Purlovia to tame, I did some loot management. I had a ton of stuff to grind, so I cleared out my loot stash of all the unnecessaries. I grabbed my kibbles and went off to feed the Purlovia. First half of the day I spent on maintenance. I managed my overflowing resources, collected more blood packs, and took some time to farm some metal in space. But after that, I went right back to the missions. I grabbed some gear for these ones because they were a bit more of a challenge than the others. Nothing over the top, but having to redo these ones multiple times can get extremely time consuming. So I made sure to be prepared. I started up Choose Your Own Adventure and made my first attempt. I entered the arena and immediately was attacked by Tapajaras. And just seconds later, I got caught in a Capro. Before it shredded my armor, I figured I'd just restart. Okay, round 2. Here we go. The hardest part about this round is the stupid Tapajara. They swarm you and make it impossible to move. I got past them quick enough though and moved on. Next up, I hunted down the colored dinos in this maze-like arena. I always get lost in here. By the time I find my way, I usually forget which color I needed to remember. But I was able to get all the dinos and made the right choice at the end. On to the final room. I just needed to get all the floor plates. Sometimes you get lucky and they are in easy locations. But I did not get that luck this time. The one all the way up top can be a bit annoying to get to. As I made my way up, I got close, but on the final jump pad, I mistimed my jump, and I fell to my death. You can't use your tech suit, so tech boots won't save you. However, a glider suit will. Something I probably should have had on me at the time, but I didn't think about it. So, round 3. I made it through the first 2 rooms nice and quick once again, and back to room 3, I had the same issues. My platforming skills are incredibly bad. In fact, I am seriously not a fan of platforming games. Once again, the fall damage got the best of my health, and before I had a chance to heal... Okay, this is getting super annoying. It's supposed to be really easy, but it's taking way longer than I wanted it to. Round 4. After 2 deaths from falling, I made the smart decision to get my glider suit. Back in the final room, I still had an annoying time dealing with the Tapajaras. Every time I jump, they hit me, and it stops my jump. If they hit me mid-air, I just drop to the ground. They are incredibly frustrating, and eventually my chest piece broke, which meant I had no more glider. And because one of the keys was in the worst spot all the way up top again, I didn't even bother going for it. So I just quit so I could get a new chest piece and a new glider. Okay, round 5. So this time I grabbed my best armor. Super OP for this, but I could not continue doing this. It was so annoying. Mostly because of how easy it should be, but because of how long it's taking. This time in the final room, there were no Tapajaras. Just some Onyx to deal with instead. Much easier. And because of it, I was able to finally pass it. Now I had to finish with taking on the summoners. I hit the platforms, took down his shields, and lit him up with my tech rifle. Finally! That took over an hour in real life, and I was so annoyed. I needed to cool down after that and do something a little less stressful. I spent the rest of the day continuing to work on my new base, finishing off the gates for my new space. I continued working on gathering metal for my base for a while before I jumped back into the missions. I went for the Code Red mission next. Another on-foot one that definitely required some armor. I didn't even bother this time. The first time in, I brought my best armor and a glider suit. I brought one of my stronger Rexes as well. I made my way through the corridor, blasting through VR spiders, bats, and all the toxic bugs and creepy crawlies. I navigated my way through some stupidly overpowered fans and dodged the turrets. I continued through to destroy the security guard defense units, and I unlocked the door for my Rex. We made our way through to the next room to save as many biopotted dinos as we could. I wasn't worried about saving them though, so I just hung out near the door until the time ran up. Then I was off to flip the final switches and unlock the last door. I sprinted for my life to get past all the exploding biopods. On the second one, I had a very close call. Luckily, I got out of there without getting stuck, and I headed into the final room, where I would face off against the infected Giga. I sent my Rex into attack while I lit him up with my rifle, and unlike the last mission, I was able to get it done in my first go. I continued grinding out these missions. I just had one left to go. So I jumped right into the life support mission. This one being the easiest of these on-foot missions, I cruised right through it. I restored power to the terminals, fixed the malfunctioning air supply tanks, and I beasted the malfunctioning tech instructor with my Rex. All in a day's work. It was time for Rockwell Prime. I was very confident about this fight. I had no doubt my Rexes could handle the Gamma. I would have liked to do this on beta, but the grind for beta missions is much harder. It would have taken a lot longer, and I already spent enough time on Choose Your Own Adventure mission. So, here we go. I spawned in and had a bit of a panic attack when I thought only a couple Rexes made it in. But it's just a weird thing, they all spawn in on top of each other. I headed into the Rockwell with my squad. It was a quick and easy fight. Now I had some more unlocked levels. And even more importantly, now I had an exomech. Now that I had it, I could work on my base without worrying about being super wasteful. So I crafted a ton of structures and started on my base's foundation. I love base building, even though it's pretty janky in this game. It's one of my favorite things to do. And since I was in a more relaxed state of play and not so focused on grinding out my challenges, I really took some time with it. I continued into the next few days working on my new base, going back and forth between the endless process of meticulously placing down my structures and grinding out the absurd amounts of metal and crystal I would need. I swear there is something weirdly satisfying about having to place down all these structures rapidly. But sometimes I wish it was a more streamlined process because it does take forever. But over the course of these 4 days, I pretty much spent the entirety working on my base. I decided to take a bit of a break and get back to taming. I grabbed 8-Ball and Sprinkles and we headed to Aberration. First on the list was a Ravager. These are everywhere here and I should be able to get one quickly. I found a pack and netted the one I wanted. While he was taming, I went to find a Megalosaur, the Sleepy Dino. These are also everywhere on Ab, so I knew it would be another quick one to find. I posted up somewhere safe and tranked the one I wanted. There were 2 here, so I just knocked them out both, just in case one doesn't work out. These were going to take some time, so I went back to grab my Ravager. Since I didn't plan to use these, I didn't really care about the level. I just waited until the level 20 finished, and I decided to leave the other behind. So I realized another one of my tames starved to death. No big deal, I wasn't very attached, but I did want to grab myself a new one. So I flew out and found one quickly. This thing had some of the coolest colors I had ever seen. I was absolutely in love with it, so I tamed it. While it tamed, I got myself more hexagons, but then I went right back to base building. I was getting closer and closer to being done, and I had a really good idea of what I wanted it to look like at this point. So I was super anxious to get it done, and I just kept grinding it out. The first floor of my base was all finished, so I began the process of moving. Another tedious process, and I knew it was going to take some time. I only moved my babies and feeding trough to start because I had spent so many days now on the base. I wanted to get back to some other things. Those tames and other bosses were calling my name, and so was Scorched Earth. I have not yet gone to this arc, and there were some things I needed to take care of. Specifically, this is the only place to get a phoenix, so I wanted to at least get my base set up here so that I can spawn in safely. So off I was. I grabbed 8-Ball and we found ourselves a nice, safe, high spot to put a little makeshift base. For now, I wasn't planning on staying. The goal was to bring over a bunch of the things I needed and just play on this map for a few days. Getting the phoenix was going to be annoying, and I'd have to wait for the extreme heat. I figured the best way to do it is just to take care of a bunch of tames on Scorched Earth, so that would allow me to spend as much time here as I could in order to be here when the event happens. I jumped back to Gen 2 once I got the base set up, and I made my way back into the ocean of Gen 2 to go after an anglerfish, something I had struggled to tame before without a faster taming method. But now that I have a tech bow, all I need to do is find one. Eventually, though, I was able to find a good enough one, and I unloaded my arrows. These things wake up pretty fast, so I stuck around him, just shooting some sharks until it finished. My base is really coming along, and it's really hard not to just work on it until completion. I've already spent more time than I'd like to, but now I'm so invested in it, I just needed to get it done. So back to the grind of farming resources and placing my structures. After half a day of standard maintenance around the base, I went off to tame something that was going to require a little more effort, a rock golem. I grabbed my mech and some cannon shells and headed over to Rockwell. I know the traditional method is to use a trap and a cannon, but I was hopeful I could just get it done with my mech. I found a nice high level 130 to tame. This was important because having high health meant there'd be a lower chance of me accidentally killing it. So I got my mech set up and aggroed the big slow pile of rocks to me. I kneeled down and launched my cannon into his face. You have to hit them right in the face to get the torpor, otherwise it just does massive damage. I checked with HNLA and all looked good. 7,000 torpor of the 18k I would need. So I was just going to need to hit him 2 more times right in the face. I lined up my second shot and fired away, but this time he had the high ground, and my 2 shots hit too low. His health was now down to 2k, and 1 more shot would kill him if it wasn't perfectly placed. I tried to be careful, get back to the high ground. I lined up my shot, but just as I fired, he bent over to pick up his rocks, and my shot missed his dome. Instead, dead. Luckily, though, there was another high-level one nearby. I tried to be very careful with my shots. I lined it up once again, and I took that first shot. When I checked HLNA, it appeared it connected. There was once again 7,000 torpor damage, but I also did a ton of damage to him. I was going to have to be really, really careful if I was going to get this thing tamed. With his health now down to just under 7k, he'd only be able to take 1 more shot. So I could not miss again if I was going to get him. I pretty much lost confidence, and I was certain at this point that I was going to have to find a new one. But as long as he is alive, I might as well keep trying. I lined up shot number 3, and it hit! It did about 3k damage to him, and another 7k of torpor. This meant I only needed 1 more shot to the head. I regained hope. I could get this done as long as I was careful. So I made sure to gain high ground. I waited very patiently until he was in a perfect position, and I took my shot. Boom, we got him. With just over 2k health left, another shot would have killed him for sure. Now I just gotta wait. I went back to base to grab some sanguine elixir to speed up the process, and when I got back, he was basically all tamed up. It's moving day. It's time to start breaking down my old base and officially moving into my new place. I spent the whole day getting my structures organized and placed at my new spot. Now that I finally felt my new base was in a livable condition, it was time to spend some time on Scorched Earth. As I mentioned, I wanted to spend some time here so that I could be here when the weather event hits. That way, I could find me a phoenix. So I grabbed a ton of gear so that I could basically just live here for the next few days. I planned on taming a few other Scorched dinos that I had not gotten yet. And I also wanted to take on the Scorched boss, the Manticore. I figured I could gather the artifacts here too, instead of going to Crystal Isles. That way I could spend as much time as possible. My plan is to go for the Alpha Manticore because I was so confident in my Rexes. First up though, I went after the easier stuff. I found a thorny dragon right near my base and I netted him up. Right near that there was a Lymantria, another easy knockout. These two were both very low level and it's also an Evo event, so I just stood by the two and I waited for them because they won't take long at all. While waiting though, I did attempt to take a Morellatops, but it was bugged or stuck in the rocks or something weird and my shots weren't even counting. So I just left it. The Thorny finished in no time at all, and not long after the Lymantria as well. Once those finished, I went after another Morellatops, which are everywhere anyways. This is basically the Parasaur of this map and they are incredibly easy to tame. So I got him in no time. I wanted to spend a lot of time here, but these tames went so quickly. I didn't know how much time I'd actually end up being here. I kind of just waited around a little while my element dust converted to hard element, but without any superheat, I decided to make my way out to the desert and be more productive. I needed to collect 20 of each of the Wyvern Talons in order to activate the Alpha boss, so I figured I'd get started on that process. And I also needed Deathworm Horns to tame a Mantis, so I searched for those as well. The day was nearing the end and I didn't have much luck finding them, so I just headed back. On my way, I ran into a fellow survivor. I saw them sitting up high on their wyvern with a Parasaur. I didn't even need to ask, I knew exactly what they were doing. They were waiting for a phoenix, just like me. Instead of trying to compete to try to tame the only one that spawns in, I decided to log off for now and let them have this one. Besides, I didn't know when the weather event was going to happen anyways. Now that some time in real life has passed, I went back to my Scorched Earth objectives. I got a few more talons while over near the Wyvern Scar, but it was time to go after another tame, the Arthroplura. I tossed on my ghillie armor and ate my cactus broth just to be extra safe. These guys are passive and they like Broth of Enlightenment the most, so I grabbed my broth and I went up to him. I now had this really gross bug that will never ever come out of its cryo. Disgusting. While out in the desert, my Jerboa warned me of a sandstorm. Not the weather event I was looking for, unfortunately. I decided to make my way back to base and wait out the storm. Afterwards, I went right back out and hunted down a vulture. Another passive tame, so I made sure to use up my cactus broth. I made sure to clear the area so that he didn't aggro to anything, and then I fed him his spoiled meat. It didn't take much, and I got myself yet another tame. And in the same exact spot, I just kept up the taming. I found a really low-level Titanoboa, and I knocked him out, only to quickly realize it's not a passive tame. You need to lay out some fertilized eggs for him to eat. I thought maybe I could just drop them and wait for him to wake up, but he wasn't waking up anytime soon. Instead, he just ate them all at once while he was sleeping, and his taming meter barely went up. So instead of waiting for him to wake and do this proper, I just found a different one. I had plenty of eggs, so I wasn't worried about wasting them. I found another one quickly, not too far, and I tossed down the eggs. He aggroed to them just as I expected, and ate them all at once, again, which I did not expect. And the taming meter only went up 1 feeding's worth. I just assumed that I could do this way, but I see now that that's not going to work. So I knew I was just going to have to do this one at a time, and instead of building a trap, I just hovered over the top of him and dropped off his eggs. One by one, he ate his snacks, and eventually I got myself a snake. I took Balthazar down into the wyvern scar to speed up the process of gathering talons. We shredded through wyvern after wyvern, including an alpha wyvern, which was no match. After about 20 minutes, I had almost half of what I needed. The whole trench was cleared out, so I went off to do something else while more spawned back in. I took Trops out for a lap around the desert to search for deathworms. I found my first target right away. I let Balthazar do his thing and I grabbed my deathworm horn. We continued hunting them down until I had what I needed. I was surprised by how quickly I got them. I didn't even have to go a full lap around the map. Now that I had the food I needed, I went after a mantis. They are everywhere out here and I found the one I wanted right away. I went with the trap method to make my life easier. Anything comes near this mantis and it will attack it, dropping its progress. So a trap is the way to go. I got him inside, went out of render quickly, and when I came back, he was calm and ready to be fed. I gave him his horn and just waited patiently. Literally can't get a lower level than this, so it didn't take much time at all. And while I was out here, I hopped back down into the wyvern trench to finish my trophy farming. At the very start of the day, just when I logged in, my good Jerboa friend let me know of the impending heat storm. After 3 full days here, I finally had one. I got excited because I had the full length to go and search for a phoenix. I grabbed 8-Ball and off we went. I've never even seen one of these things out in the wild, only ones that people have tamed. So I wasn't exactly sure how high he was gonna be spawning in. But I set 8-Ball at a reasonable altitude and cruised around as much area as I could. But sadly, even after searching at least half the map, I didn't see anything. At this point, I was a bit annoyed. Having to wait for these storms is an impossible task when Ark is shutting down soon, and I have a ton of other things to do. I knew in my heart the reality of taming a phoenix in a time crunch situation. It's going to be very unlikely. But I decided to take out my Parasaur and see if I could use the radar to find his ashes instead. Again, this is an absurdly tedious task to have to search the whole map, so after not very long, I gave up. So instead of hanging out here doing nothing, waiting for another storm, I headed home to Gen 2. I was still okay with Maywing numbers, surprisingly, but I wanted to grab a few more that I could use as dedicated baby raisers. I knew I had to get myself another rock drake, but I also had my eyes set on a basilisk. So at the start of the day, I made my way to Aberration to go after some more drake eggs. Last time I got the eggs from Fjordor, but now that I had a tech suit unlocked, Aberration is my comfort zone. I can easily drop in, grab the eggs, and fly out without barely even touching the ground. And since there's not a narrow pathway out like on Fjordor, it feels safer when flying. Except when this a mid-air strike by a rock drake? Honestly, I wasn't even that mad. Really more just impressed. However, a little annoyed because now I had to hop back to Gen 2 to get a new tech suit so that I could go back and get the eggs. And of course, since this is the first time getting the eggs from here, my first run through was not going to yield very many, because we all know at this point that the eggs spoil. But I planned for that, so I wasn't frustrated when I found out. I still came away with 2 eggs though, so that's a good start, and I could at least raise one of them. I ended the day back on Gen 2 doing some element farming while I waited for more eggs to spawn back in. It was a new day and I headed back to Aberration. I dropped down into the depths and I made my run through of the Drake Trench. A quick and easy process, and I came away with 8 solid eggs and none of them spoiled. Back on Gen 2, I set them aside for when I'm ready to go after the Basilisk. I had a random itch to return to attempting to tame a Titan, something that I have not yet been able to conquer. So I spent a portion of the day beginning my usual preparations. I crafted a ton of gunpowder and made my cannon shells. I prepped my mechs as well. But this time, I needed a win. So I decided to go after the easiest Titan to tame, the OG, the Titanosaur. I gathered up everything I would need and headed to Crystal Isles. I pretty much see these things wandering around here all the time, so I was confident I could find one. I headed out with 8-Ball, and literally within 1 minute, there was one just graciously roaming right near my base. This was perfect, and it felt like a sign. I am getting this thing tamed no matter what. But first, let me get away from this stupid Microraptor. I tossed out my mech and loaded him up with cannon shells. I got into the right position and I made my attack. It looked like a perfect hit, but I had no way of knowing for sure. I backed off and continued to fire. Fortunately, he has a ton of health, so killing him shouldn't be a concern. I had a ton of ammo, so running out wasn't a concern either. I kept firing away, shot after shot, waiting for him to fall to the ground, and uncertain if my shots were doing any torpor damage. But at one point, he started running away. I knew this must be it. I tried chasing him down for the final shots. But after another shot, I started to get worried. I really wanted to check his torpor to see if it was actually working. I crafted myself a magnifying glass, and I got really close to him. There it was. I was super close. This got me so hyped. I raced back to my mech, and I got into position. Finally, my first Titan. Let's go. I killed some things in the area and then left him behind because, well, there's nothing else I can really do with him. But nonetheless, it felt really good to tame him. I've never even tamed this thing before, and finally I got one of these frustrating Titans done with, even if it was the easiest one. I took my eggs to Crystal Isles because I knew I'd have better luck finding a basilisk here. Me and 8-Ball headed out to the desert area of the map and started searching. It didn't take long at all to find one, just as I had hoped. The taming method is similar to the snake. Drop eggs and it will eat them. But the basilisk is much faster and much stronger than the snake, so I decided to try to put together a trap for it. This was a makeshift and unproven trap. I had no idea if it would actually work. Once it was set up, I attempted to lure him in. But my design was totally incompetent, and the basilisk went right over the top. Making it go up higher only seemed to prevent him from even getting into it, so I decided to just make an attempt without the trap. I have my tech suit, so I can at least do it the easy way and just float above him. He went underground and I dropped an egg right on his hole, but he did not seem to be interested in eating it. Eventually, he sort of got stuck in my trap. This was an accident, but I tried to take advantage of it. I dropped the egg in on top of him and he ate it. His taming meter shot up to 33%. But immediately it started to drop, and started to drop rapidly. In just a few seconds, it was back down to 0. I thought maybe it's because I needed to drop all the eggs at once, but everywhere I looked for information says the basilisk has a slow feeding interval. So even if I dropped all the eggs at once, it would still only consume one at a time. This would be impossible, considering how fast his taming meter dropped. Either this was a bug, or I was doing something wrong, really wrong, that I did not know about. For now, though, I had no patience, and I didn't want to waste my drake eggs, so I went back home to Gen 2. But I was determined to get this thing tamed, so I did a bit of research. And I discovered the official best way to tame these things, and I decided to go right back into it. But first I had to get a light pet. This little guy is apparently the key to taming the basilisk. I grabbed all my stuff and headed back to Crystal Isles. The trick is to place down a foundation on top of a light pet, and then switch the foundation to a block, so the basilisk aggroes to the light pet, but can't actually hit it. This method keeps it aggro to something so it stays put, while the feeding interval goes down. I was instructed to toss out all my eggs at once. Apparently, he will only eat one at a time, unlike the snake. Once I got my trap set up, I led the basilisk right to it. It worked just like it was supposed to. He aggroed to the shinehorn and it was safe inside his little box. And he ate just one of his eggs. But, yet again, the taming meter was dropping rapidly. There was no way to get another feeding in before it went to 0. At this point, it had to be a bug. Every video I watched on how to tame this showed this is the exact strategy. There were no other dinos nearby or anything I could think of that I was doing wrong, but it just wasn't working. I figured it must have been the basilisk itself that was bugged. So, If I could just find another one, maybe I could get it to work. And I did. I found a level 15. I was hoping this one would only need a couple eggs, and even if it was bugged, I could get it fed fast enough. I was able to get him his first egg, and the taming meter shot up to over 50%. But once again, it started dropping rapidly. Not only that, but it ate all the eggs without giving it the taming percentage. So something was definitely wrong. It had to be bugged. The next day I moved on to tame something else. I went after a gacha. I headed out to the sunken forest and found a lowly level 20. These guys eat literally anything, so I farmed up some stone nearby and dropped him some food to eat. But once he started eating, I noticed his taming meter was dropping. What the F? I was seriously confused. I thought maybe there was a taming bug. It's entirely possible because it's happened before. When Evo events occur and rates change, sometimes certain dinos get broken. The feeding intervals can get messed up. This was once a big problem with the mantis, and so that was my assumption. 2 tames in a row where the taming meter drops way too fast? I was ready to quit at this point, if it was truly broken. I honestly didn't want to keep being let down. But since I was here, and since the gacha's feeding interval is much less than the basilisk, I figured I'd see if I could force this guy to eat fast enough. I grinded a bunch of everything nearby and just dropped and dropped and dropped it all, hoping he'd eat fast enough. And sure enough, because he eats so quickly, I was able to get enough things fed to him before the taming meter dropped too fast. I was a bit relieved. I didn't know if the game was actually bugged or if it really was just the basilisk, but I was really happy to at least have been able to get the gacha. I was still nervous though. I'd have to see on my next tame if it really is a universal taming bug. While here on Extinction, I continued grinding out the boss tributes that I would need for when I eventually attempt the Titans again. I got most of the tributes by the end of the day, but was still going to need some more hearts. At the start of the day, I did a quick run through space to see if I could find a space whale. But again, no luck. I was likely going to have to go to Gen 1 if I wanted to actually find one. For now, I had my sights set on going after a Noglin. I had to do some prep taming first, though. The Noglin needs sacrifice tame, so I tamed a bunch of Brontos and Diplos. The Diplo is the better one to use, but I just went after everything I could find. So once I had 7 knocked out, I just let them slowly tame. No point in wasting my kibble or sanguine elixirs on them. I'll just stuff them with berries and do other things until they are done. No narcotics needed. There are a bunch of hyena that spawn near my base, so I made another quick, half-assed attempt at taming one. But once again, it was spooked after just 2 pets. I know I've attempted this before, but now that's 3 tames in a row where the taming meter is dropping and it feels almost impossible to tame anything. And if that gacha wasn't so low level, it probably would have been even harder to tame. This was getting incredibly annoying. I was really starting to believe that the game's taming was bugged. I started to seriously doubt being able to tame anything else that is passive. But I was really curious to see if it was even possible. So I made my way into the ocean to go after another passive tame. The manta. I parked my Astrodelphus in a nice safe spot and I isolated the manta I wanted. I fed him his angler gel and I swam off to safety. As I anxiously waited for his next feeding, I watched that taming meter like a hawk, hoping and praying it didn't start to drop. I waited and waited until it was ready, and when it was, I went up to feed it. Things were looking good. It even came up and attacked me while I was waiting. The taming meter didn't drop at all. This was a great sign. I'm still pretty sure the basilisk was bugged, but at least it meant there's not an overall taming bug and I can continue to press on. And once he did, I headed back to the surface to check on my sacrifice tames. I scooped up the ones that were finished and left the others to finish on their own as I ended the day and logged off. At the start of day 145, I had a sudden urge to go back to Extinction. After recently taming my first Titan, I was wanting to get back into the fight with the others, and finally get one of the Extinction Titans tamed, so I hopped on over. I flew around looking for tributes, but immediately ran into an element vein. Since I needed that also, I stopped and defended the vein quickly with Son of Steve and got the element I needed. Also, I got a good start in the hearts. Back on Gen 2, my sacrifice tames were all finished and I scooped them up. And then I finished the day crafting my gunpowder, doing a poly run, and crafting more cannon shells. I made my way back to Gen 1 because there were a couple things I wanted to tame over here. It's been a long time since I had been over here, so my last space despawned. I spent way too much time trying to put down an ocean platform and find a base. But once I did, I took out the Pelagornis that was conveniently located right next to where I was putting my spawn-in base. I didn't even come here to tame one of these. How convenient. Also super convenient, there was an Archaeopteryx. While waiting for the Pelagornis, I headed into the snow biome, and I found myself a giant monkey. I knocked it out with ease, only to be reminded that they are a passive tame, and since I didn't want to wait for it to wake up, I left it there to be crushed by the avalanche. I flew over to the pond, and I quickly knocked out a penguin. I found another monkey, and this time fed him proper. But while I was waiting patiently, he got hit by the avalanche, and his taming meter reset. It wasn't that high up, but I decided not to go after him right away again. I was getting ready to log off in real life, and I didn't want to wait. Instead, I made my way back home to Gen 2. I got myself some sanguine elixir. That way, I could tame it even faster on another day. Back on Gen 1, my Pelagornis was finished and waiting patiently for me. I made my way back into the snow biome to find a level 50 that I decided to target. Luckily, I got him with no issues and some good old patience. The main thing I came to Gen 1 for was the Mega Shellin, aka the giant turtle. So I headed into the depths to search for a low enough level. Another thing I've never tamed before, and I was excited for this challenge. The problem was I was having trouble finding the school of fish that you need to feed them. I had to find these little fish and kite them, but they swim super slow and none of them were anywhere near the turtles. After half a day of searching and literally not finding anything, I was frustrated that I didn't even get to attempt to tame one. The day was ending and I had to call it quits for now. As I continued checking things off my list, I was mostly going to the maps I was most familiar with for certain dinos, and I know roll rats are usually everywhere on Aberration. So I grabbed my honey and I headed over to find myself a roll rat. Just as I expected, there was one right near my base. I cleared the area and waited for him to dig his little rat hole. I dropped some honey in and watched him eat. Not much longer, he was all mine. The rest of the day was some standard maintenance. I had some gigas to imprint, a meat run to do, and more hexagons to be farmed. It was time to head back to Gen 1. I still needed to find a Mega Shellin to tame. Once again, I was having no luck though finding the school of fish. After half a day, I was getting very impatient. I don't really have the time it takes to endlessly search for what I needed. I took a quick break and went after one of the many eels on this arc. When I found my target, I used my Bazzi's immunity to absorb the eel's electricity. And in between shocks, I hopped off and fed him some biotoxin. I thought this was going to be much harder, but a pretty easy tame. And the search continued. I found a school of fish and a decent level turtle nearby. I started the slow process of trying to kite them towards him, but a tornado, a shark, and everything in between stopped that from happening. Eventually, I finally got one close, but the struggle continued. The turtle seemed to be moving so much faster than me, and I couldn't keep up. When I finally did, I couldn't get the fish to eat his barnacles, and to start the taming process. I'm clearly doing something wrong here. People tame these things all the time, but it was feeling completely impossible. Before the fish could start feeding, the turtle was already halfway across the map. Anyway, I had zero patience to attempt this now that I was in the final grind. Instead, I went after an easy tame, back to the black sandy beaches of Ragnarok to tame a Megalania. These guys are the normal taming method, so no issues here. Once I grabbed him, I headed home to Gen 2. I made my way over to Rockwell's side and sought out an Ichthy. I grabbed my tech bow, because why would I use my long neck when I have this? Oh, that's why. So it was too strong. After killing 2, I had to go back to my base for a long neck. On day 152, I headed back to the same spot as before. I had my long neck, but still, I barely got this thing down without killing it. It had just 9 health left. I stood by to protect his fragile ass and scooped him up when he was done. I still need to get my pet leech, so I found one in the nasty waters of Rockwell's rivers, and I fish basketed him to get myself another bloodsucker. The rest of the day was dedicated to preparing for the Forest Titan. I already had the tributes, I just needed the mechs. I had to get some nameless venom quickly for my drakes. It took way longer than I wanted, and I wasted about half the day. The rest of the day, I continued prepping for the upcoming fights and taming. I crafted more shells, tossed out my Rexes and leveled them and saddled them. It was time to make another attempt on the Force Titan. I had a couple tributes to grab before I started, so I got them quick. I set up everything I needed like last time. I went into the cave and I got the artifact to start the fight. No chances this time. My Giga cleared the cave and we started the fight. This time I tried something to hopefully get the Titan not to despawn. I left a sacrifice tame in hopes he would stay aggroed. If he's aggroed to something at all times, maybe he won't despawn. I started the fight in my mech and began taking my shots at his corruption. I was struggling getting those to connect like always because of how slow they are, but I had plenty of them and plenty of time. The Ice Titan stayed spawned in for over an hour. I was backing up to get a better shot and I accidentally fell off the cliff. Don't panic, I thought to myself. He didn't despawn. So I raced back up top, and when I did, he gone. Just a dead Rex corpse left behind. Well, now I was just curious. Was it because I fell off and went a certain distance away? Last time I didn't fall off, but I did go back pretty far, so I thought maybe that's why he's despawning. I committed to attempting one more time for science, but I didn't feel like grabbing the tributes right at that moment, so that was on hold. I got back to taming on Gen 2. I grabbed my sacrificed Dilos and Brontos and went after a Noglin. I found one super quick thanks to my tech helmet and threw out my first Diplo. He latched on and the process began. I tossed out a couple more and all was going well. But it was not very smart to do this out in the open. Between fighting off other dinos and trying to keep track of the Noglin, the taming process took too long and his meter dropped. I didn't have enough sacrifice tames to keep going, so I had to call it for now. Had I not tamed that Manta, I 100% would have assumed that taming is bugged at this point. But since I got him, I decided I would go back after him again in the future. The Diplos were so much better to use because the Brontos were attacking everything when the Noglin took over. That was my problem. So I went out to tame more Diplos to use because they can't attack, they only nudge. And thanks to my tech bow, I got every Diplo in the land. I also tamed Brontos and Turtles because I was very determined. I don't care if it took 100 sacrifice tames, I was getting a freaking Noglin. Something I've always wanted to tame. But as a PvE player, I just never did. I logged off and let my sauropods tame up, and upon my return, I headed out for attempt number 2. I tossed out my Diplo and the process began again. Diplos were working perfectly. The Noglin-controlled one was nudging everything, but couldn't do any damage, so we were safe. It got to 90% and I was right there, so close. I threw out one more dino, it just needed to latch, and I'd be home free. But just as I was positioning the Bronto, yoink! A freaking Carniflora ate the stupid Noglin. You have got to be kidding me! I checked the taming tracker and he was definitely gone. Well, that was a surprise. I really thought I had it. I planned to use the same Diplos to go after another Noglin, but I needed them to heal first. So it was time for my science experiment. I went back and got set up for the Forest Titan. I spawned him in and placed a couple Rexes for him to aggro to. I took some shots and he was stuck on an enemy Strider. I felt like this was going to be entirely possible doing it this way. So I continued on, trying to take down the corruption. I kept repositioning myself to avoid his attacks, but I never went far at all. I never even left my mech. And before I knew it, bug. This is frustrating on so many levels. Mostly I was annoyed with how much time I spent on this, and I could have been doing other things in my challenge. But also I just burned all those hearts, and doing the other Titans now was gonna require more. After a couple L's in a row, I switched back to something I had more confidence in. I set my sights on the Manticore boss fight. Originally, I intended to go to Scorched Earth to get the artifacts, but I just wanted it to be a quick process, so I went back to Crystal Isles. My Diplos were healed up and I was ready for attempt number 3. I had my tech bow with me, this time to shoot down any Carniflora. I found a Noglin and once more tossed out my Diplos. A smooth start, just like last time. I ran out of Diplos, so I had to use my Brontos. But with it almost complete, I made sure the area was safe and they were set to passive. I tossed out my last Bronto. Cha-ching! We got him! Now off to Gen 2 to finally get a space whale. I spawned in with my main and to no surprise, I found multiple right away. I really should have just come here long ago. Now the trick was to get one close enough to land so I could hit him with my mech. I shot at one far away to aggro it, and when it got close I took my shots. He was aggroed to my main wing, but stuck, so I had an easy shot. But after 2 cannon shells, I accidentally killed him. Oops. I was going to have to find a higher level if this was going to work. So I found one nearby and took my shots. As it was coming closer and closer, both my shells appeared to miss. But as I was repositioning, I noticed he wasn't moving. So I checked him, and apparently I got him. He was knocked out. Not sure how that worked, but I'll take it. I stuck by him to make sure nothing happened, and I scooped him up when he was done. Back on Gen 2, I finished getting ready for my next fight with leveling and saddling my Rexes. I headed out to Scorch to get set up, tossed out my Rexes, started the Alpha Manticore fight. Here we go. My Rexes got to work right away. Immediately, his health started to drop rapidly. The death worms started spawning in, but my Rexes dealt with them with ease. They waited patiently for the Manticore to land, and when it did, my Rexes obliterated it. Victory! I had more to tame on Crystal Isle, so I started out the day there. I was after a Tropiognathus. After taking some time to find one, I got a trap set up and made my first attempt. Well, I had hoped to at least. By the time the trap was set up, it was nowhere to be found, which is weird because it didn't take that long. But off I was to find a new one. I built a new trap in a new spot and I aggroed the trap to me. But I had no idea that they can grab you. Thankfully, I had my tech boots on, so no harm done. I got him in the trap, netted him, and set up my ballista turret. Everything was looking good, now I just needed to lower his health. So, he would be hungry. If you don't do this, it's an impossibly long tame. So I got him very, very close to death. But apparently, I got him too close to death. Instead of healing up on his own, he died. RIP. I searched 30 minutes for another one, but I could not find a single one. I had to log off in real life, and so I called it a day. I did not know at the time that this would be my final day in Ark Survival Evolved ever. By now, if you haven't looked at the video time, there's not much left. This was indeed my last day in Ark. I had some real life things come up and it prevented me from going right up until the moment the server shuts down. I stopped short just a couple of days, so there would not have been a whole lot more progress anyways. But oh my god, this has been an insane grind. One of the most fun, challenging, and grindy things I've ever done in life, not just in a video game. 160 hours of gameplay and probably over 200 hours of editing. As much as I would have loved to complete this challenge, I am so happy I made the decision not to take it overly serious. It truly made this experience so much better and so much more fun. Would it have been awesome to complete my challenge? Of course. It pains me to think about all the distractions, all the time wasted, and all the inefficiencies like spending 10 days building a base, but it was never about setting a record or any sort of clout. I just did this because I love this game, and even after thousands of hours, there were so many things I hadn't done. So many dinos I never even tamed. I learned so much more about the game that I never would have discovered. and I cannot wait to continue this journey in Ark Survival Ascended. Perhaps I will come back at it with an actual strategy and attempt this challenge the way a speedrunner would. Yeah, that kind of sounds fun. I just want to thank each and every one of you. You have all showed so much love and support. I appreciate it more than you know. I am so happy to be able to share this journey with you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Be well. I'll be seeing you soon.